Hola. Hola amigos, ¿cómo están? Feliz día del amigo de todos, loco. Los amigos virtuales. Bueno, en un rato se viene Crew. En realidad en un rato se viene se viene Spirit. No, G2 Virtus Pro. Vamos a estar viendo eso. Pero bueno, prendía antes porque estaba jugando Crew, que está demorado de todas maneras, todavía no arrancó. ¿Cómo están ustedes? Ahí estoy con ustedes, te voy a hacer una cosita. Cien... 101. Ok, vamos a hacer esto. $123. $124. $190. ¿Cómo andan amigos? ¿Cómo andan? A ver, arrancamos, Un segundito, estoy anotando los ganadores de las predicciones. Así ya se lo entrego a Nuke para que lea los premios. ¿Por qué me deja robar este loco, boludo? Y el último. Marce Ignacio. Bueno. Prendí rotante para ver un poquito de cruz y esto todavía no arrancó, amigo. ¿Cómo están, amigos? ¿Cómo están? ¿Cómo andan, perritos? El día del amigo, 20 de julio. Con la Pinto P6 en la Future. No, la Spring. Ahora a ver si arranca esto. Y en un ratito vamos a estar igual ya con las semifinales de la eSport World Cup, gente. En un ratito se pica. G2 Virtus Pro 11:45. Se pica, se pica. Che, me parece que vamos a ir ya directo con eso, porque esto no arranca más. Esto ya está para arrancar la ceremonia. Hacemos bien todo. Porque ya se viene. ¿Qué onda, Juanvi? Las semifinales de la eSport World Cup. Primer mapita. G2 Virtus Pro. Segundo Mouz NaVi. Todo listo, todo ready, todo preparado.
We want to beat every team and take the trophy.
Honestly, I don't think we need to prove to anyone. We won the major, we were the best team at that moment, and there's not much to say.
¿Ya está la quali de la Fórmula 1 ya? Va, ya está la cosa, ¿no? Chico Pérez está en la lona, ¿no? El acabado. El que lo critica.
We are here to claim your keys.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million. million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties, and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup.
First ever.
As well as receiving
Gracias, Juanpi, querido, por el sub, papá. Muchas gracias, hermano.
The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more.
Ya se viene. Ya se viene.
So make sure you witness the action.
GWP.
Rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Che, ¿qué pasó, Checo? ¿Chocó? ¿Ahí está viendo Fórmula 1? Bueno. Esto va a comenzar, amigos, semifinales del eSport World Cup. Estamos a minutos de la presentación. No, me chico como que hoyo mierda.
Porque una lástima.
Sí, una verdadera lástima. Checo estaba en el 9º lugar y termina destrozando parte del auto. A ver qué dice. Estoy bien, ¿no, Juan?
Sí, está bien. Bueno, ahí Hugbert hablando con Checo. Seguramente empeoró algo. Le hablaban también a Max de la lluvia. Max no podía mejorar. A ver la secuencia de lo que sucedió.
Ay.
Oh.
Curva número 8. Ay.
Palazo, Checo. Tururururu. Vamos G2, Vamos G2. Dun, dun, dun. Se viene.
And it was a day of absolute carnage in the animal kingdom at the Esports World Cup.
A mouse taking down a panther. I mean, Mike, I guess it makes sense in the Counter-Strike jungle.
It's not what you'd expect, and there was a bear just mauling a bee over and over and over again, Freya.
Oh, it was not a pretty sight to be beholding. Speaking of which, not a falcon in sight for us.
I hear there's a whole flock in the other games, though.
But you know what matters today? Who's going to come out on top of the Animal Kingdom? This is the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup.
eSport World Cup. Semifinales.
Semi-final day right here in Riyadh. The sun is starting to set.
Semi-final
outside.
day.
It's roughly 5:30 p.m. here in the afternoon, and I'm welcoming you back to the Esports World Cup. And it's not just that, because it's the Esports World Cup Club Championships, and we're well and truly knee-deep here in the Counter-Strike. My name is Trey Saranthus, also sometimes known as Stunna, and also here to kind of direct and guide you into what's going to be one of our last playoff days. Tomorrow we have that grand final. Today we have just 2 semifinals. And otherwise, what's been an entirely gruesome and cutthroat bracket. That's right. Welcoming also into the studio, we got Pimp down on the end and the Maniac in the middle. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Please, I will never have enough of seeing us appear the AR of this box. This is like the highlight of my career, just to appear out of nowhere. Right next to Pim. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's kind of good, you know. I'm fine, I'm good, and I'm happy to be next to Trace for the first time in a year, it almost feels like. So.
Has it been a year?
I think it's been a year. I think it was Cologne last time around, you know, and I've been enjoying that year, I'm not going to lie, but it's good to be back.
Well, that wasn't where I was going to take it. I was going to say I've thoroughly missed you.
Oh.
But also, you're missing out on this too.
400k el ganador, 175 el segundo.
400,000 on the very tip top. We've only just got 4 teams left.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, forget about the numbers.
85, 85, 40, 40, 40, 40, 25, 15.
Left as well. 400K.
Un palo en total.
It's not just about money, it's also about resurrecting, right, of some sort for some of these teams. Unfortunately, we saw Furia go through all the way just to see their run stopped in a quarterfinal. So I feel like this is a little bit brutal, you know, just to show that, just to remind the Brazilian fans out there all of the ways they had to go through just to lose to Mouz to the one yesterday.
Yeah, and they had a big spectator in attendance yesterday. I think Pimp probably knows more about him than I would, guaranteed. What's his name again?
He plays soccer, and he's called Neymar.
Don't you dare.
What?
If you give them that, they'll never let go. We have to stand our ground. This is football.
I'm sorry. He's playing with a ball or something, and he's pretty good at it.
There we go. Now that I can understand.
Yeah.
Like, okay, there's a ball on the ground, kind of kick it around here and there.
Something like that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yes, let's talk about our Pepsi top reactions. This would be what it looks like when things feel good, or obviously not, because there's the inverse as well. You see it right there on the Furia side.
Yeah, and a lot of emotions happening yesterday in these games. A lot of emotions coming out from these players. Also from Neymar, as you saw right there. He was having a good time watching Furia play yesterday. So were Cello at certain moments. I think a lot of the teams are coming in with good energy. It feels like after the player break that people have had their vacation, had a little time to rejoice themselves, and now it feels like they're ready to play Counter-Strike again, and they're ready to bring the energy.
This event has changed how teams used to soft entry into the new season. Sure. Right? You used to say, we would meet in Copenhagen, and we'd say, this is kind of a nice little boot camp for people to warm up. They have so-and-so chances to qualify.
La pista mejoró bastante, Juan.
They're coming here as big bucks immediately. Basically, your whole organization is breathing down your neck for you to get these good results. So I think we get some of that intensity out of the teams.
Intensity, to say the least. Jacob, we've got a day full of matches, and by that I mean just 2. Just 2 semifinals, 2 best of 3s. We're no longer doing best of 1s, right? This is our schedule.
Yeah, we got 4 teams who so far in the tournament obviously have played good Counter-Strike. I think some people will tune in today and be like, where the hell is Spirit? Where the hell is Vitality? Where the hell is FaZe Clan? Well, they've all been knocked out in the quarterfinals, weren't able to make it, weren't able to put up. So I think there's been a decent amount of surprises, considering that it started off with all the favorites winning in the best of threes, then the favorites making it out of the resurrection brackets as well. At the very least, Furia versus the Mongols in the final. I think we all saw that coming. And now coming into the semifinals, we have a lot of surprises.
Yeah, we do. And of course, I have to mention to you our Jamil Motorsport match of the day. That's going to be that second semi-final, Mouz versus NaVi, presented by Jamil Motorsport. So
tantalizing on multiple accounts. First of all, there is very little tape on the Mouz versus NaVi matchup. Yeah, we don't exactly know what to do about it. And when we talk about Mouz,
Russell afuera en la Q1, durísimo. Igual Checo chocó, así que era normal. Russell, terrible.
We don't really know how they're going to feel when it comes to NaVi. Do you think they have a certain
Veo uno Richardo en la Q1, terrible.
I think so. I don't think there are names in the NaVi camp that really strike fear in you. But is it going to be a battle of the playstyle, the system that Blade has versus a little bit of a craziness of Mouz? I'm not exactly sure. We get to learn about this matchup today.
Yeah, it's a good question. I do feel Mouz are coming in as the favorite in that game. You know, I think they've been looking decent so far. I think they're playing good Counter-Strike. I like the Mouz project. I like the in-game leader. I like everything about Mouz right now. Whereas for NaVi, it's a little bit tough for me to praise them more than we do right now, because I think they are over-exceeding expectations every single time we watch them play. I didn't anticipate them to be in the semi-final. I didn't expect them to win the major. I didn't expect them to be in the final at London, yet they keep on doing it. So for me, it's a little bit tough to call that game.
And for you, that's just you specifically. That's
yeah.
your personal opinion.
Yeah.
Now, what I want from you at home is to kind of have that same...
Se bien, amigos.
I want to know who you think will be victorious and have your say over at STCplay.gg. We're going to take a look at those results a little bit later before we jump into the server.
Se viene.
We have to kind of garner up all the
las semifinales.
Get the people back there counting them all up hand one at a time, like one at a time by hand.
Yeah, you know a little bit about that, counting the votes and all of that.
Yeah, American.
Share with us a bit of knowledge on how does that work, or...
Yeah, no hanging chads around here. I'm pretty sure they're on the next game of the day. However, it is our Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown. That's what we're looking at now. The first and foremost will be our semi-final featuring G2 and VP. Two of these teams, well, one of these teams for sure, ain't supposed to be here.
I mean, honestly, there's an argument to be made.
Quedó versus Virtus Pro,
final that we expected was Spirit Vitality.
Sure.
You take a first glance at
Ojo.
the playoffs bracket, you think, wow,
Ojo con este VP tan fuerte y ojo con este G2 que está intratable.
But speaking of rolling, thanks to Jamil Motorsport for
Mirá, Nico, mirá, Nico. Bueno. Bueno, y si usa la campera como si fuera la del tío. 3 talles más largo, más grande.
Maybe another time if they find success today.
Hope he's got that UV protection.
I mean, they look pretty hot, I'm not going to lie. They look ready for it. And I think the way G2 have played so far in this tournament have been pretty hot as well. I don't think anyone saw it coming. You know, a lot of question marks arised when Snacks was brought into the lineup. Mobs coming in as well in these new anchor rules.
Bones agarró la campera de Taz, me parece. O de Snacks.
That was not a great move. Why would you bring in Snacks? He wasn't doing great in Gamer Legion. You're G2, you're supposed to win stuff. Sign one of the best in-game leaders out there. Bank some money in there, but they weren't to do that. Who? Well, there was a lot of options, but then again, most of the good in-game leaders right now are tied down to contracts.
Se viene.
Who could you have gotten outside of Snacks? That's my big issue.
I know where you're going with this, and I do agree that there will still be reservations like midterm. But after what happened in Dallas, I think we were all put on notice that G2 could pop off.
Yeah, it's true.
They had no business winning in Dallas, not at all. And so it was like an apt reminder of, hey, when they catch on fire, even with, at the time, Stewie isn't really contributing massively in terms of kills, there's enough talent. Now you bring in Mouz, much better than Nexa, you can already see it individually, and then you still keep your Nico, your Monesi. Nico is like on track to MVP. All of that putting together is like the honeymoon term that we use ever so often. I feel like we're having another example now.
No offense to Stewie, I think he did well in Dallas, but I almost feel like if we could have put you into that lineup at Dallas, and they probably still could have won that.
Sign me in.
Hold on.
Sign me in.
Not you, this guy.
Well,
this guy.
Let's not get too carried away.
Okay.
Because, I mean, if maybe...
You got something you want to say, or...
You think it sucks?
No, I wasn't going to say any of that.
Boludo, ayer me compré...
Yeah, no, there was
ayer entré en Mercado Libre cuando estaba streameando.
And again, we've got a double dose of that here.
Y me vinieron los frasquitos estos de las esencias para piedra, pero sin el gotero. Y entré a comprar 2 frasquitos con un gotero para usar el gotero, básicamente. Claro, no me di cuenta, estaba streameando y puse 2, o sea, en vez de poner comprar 1, cliqué para comprar 2, para tener que ser 2 por las dudas. Claro, no me di cuenta que cada uno eran 12 unidades, así que compré 24 goteros, 24 frasquitos estos con el gotero, me llegaron, nada.
well on that T side.
El más duro, boludo.
Opening, and that means that now you have
Agarra más.
with the AWP obviously who can explode on the server. You have Nico and you have Mouz being the aggressive rifles as well in that mix. So instead of it's all on Nico's back, instead of we're always looking at him to open up the rounds, now Mouz can do it as well.
Oh yeah, the payoff on the T side has been immediate. I think Mouz and what he can contribute already now. If you've paid attention to this event, you've already seen it. You have a
Baneado un dólar, que digo.
what I believe
Ojalá.
is interesting is he actually has a very high amount.
10 minutitos para que arranque, amigos,
So he hasn't given up on the Counter-Strike he wants to play, and I think his journey is going to be about
Che, ya estamos a pocos días de la CCT.
the Counter-Strike that he wants to play, that he feels comfortable in, while at the same time sort of accepting some of the rules of being an anchor, never really daring to give an entry kill. If you're an anchor and you give an entry, you basically lose a round to your team. He's going to have to learn how to navigate that. It's going to take a moment. It's not going to be a one-event thing. But because he's got this attitude, this state of mind of finding things and be aggressive, we already see the return. It's huge, and it changes the whole complexion of G2 because you're right. It allows Nico, which you have on camera right now, to play more of a second wave of either defense or attack, and that's what he loves.
That is indeed what he loves, and Nico have been playing well as of recently. We've been speaking about it, right? He's not back to his absolute best just yet, but that was also being the best rifler the game has ever seen, so it's a high bar that you set for yourself, but I do think that he's trending upwards right now. We were talking about Nico in the beginning of CS2. He was struggling a little bit, couldn't find his footing.
It was rough.
I think recently Nico is slowly but surely walking back to his best, and if that trend continues with G2, with Mouz, Snacks, you name it, Hunter even playing well, it's a scary prospect.
It is a scary prospect when all of those tools align, when all those planets align, and I'm talking about the players over on the G2 side. However, let's talk to them, and we're going to be speaking with Nico. Let's see what he thinks.
Nico, great to get to catch up with you as always. Super impressive run so far from G2. Did you realistically expect to already be making it to the semis? You know, considering you changed the game leader and you brought in a new player.
I mean, I don't want to say like we kind of, but right, like we made the changes in order to get better. Obviously, it's very positive that we have made such result already on a first event, so that's super nice. But like honestly, like I don't know, ever since like I don't know 2017, like for myself, like every event I go in, I think I'm gonna be in this event. So, but overall, very happy with how we are playing right now and so far at this event. Hopefully, we're gonna keep it up for the potential next 2 games, and yeah, the vibe is going according to plan, and they're having some fun as well.
How much influence did you have in terms of getting Snacks and Mouz like specifically on board?
Honestly, like not much. It was the management staff has been keeping an eye on Mouz for a while, I think, or to be, I think, realistic, probably after he smashed us at Pro League in Malta. And but yeah, he has been very promising. I think he's been one of the most promising talents in tier 2 scene. So that was kind of no-brainer for the management. And when it comes to Snacks, I think obviously they have asked us for opinions, and we have looked for different options. And but I think probably the most realistic one, and also maybe one of the few that were actually available to get. So I think nowadays the IGLs on market, it's very hard to get one.
A mí que Nabil se le está terminando
super happy
la travesía por indicar,
how Snacks has been
lamentablemente.
introducing himself so far in the team.
Yeah, can you give me a few words?
Está la
I'm
práctica justo.
curious as to how much Snacks is, you know, coming into G2 and taking on
Pasa
your
UFO.
game style versus him bringing his own ideologies, right?
Well, I don't wanna. I think first thing that very surprised me, because I didn't know him really as a person, but he's very calm and very positive, and I don't want to say anything bad about our previous IGL.
Ya se viene, amigos, ya se viene, ya se viene.
It's super nice to have something different, and I mean,
Las semifinales.
has been one of the best players in the game a couple of years ago. So like for me, I think like those players will always have the understanding of the game, and I think so far he has impressed me with the way he thinks, but also the way he approaches the game, the way he gives freedom to the team. So I think one of the reasons people were criticizing him for his time in Gamer Legion, I think the way he wants to call is you need to have those type of players that we have now on the team, and I think that's the reason why it didn't work out with Gamer Legion, because I don't think they had enough of those pieces to make his system work. So I think we should be able to fit in his system just right, and I mean, it's still early to say, but I like the way he has approached this team so far.
Well, Nico, it's going very well so far, so best of luck in your semi-final.
Thank you.
So I think the words right there, and Jacob, I think you said it most eloquently. It's a bit of a hot Kua situation there when it comes to Hooksy, no?
Hooksy.
Yeah, I mean, Nico don't want to speak bad about anything, and that makes sense. Well done, by the way, Trace. Not gonna lie, but I do think that Snacks coming into the lineup and him giving freedom to the players like Nico and Monacy, that's always gonna pound well with Nico. Obviously, if an in-game leader came into G2 and started to tell Nico what to do and then what not to do, then I don't think Nico would like him.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Jacob. But also, we need to get on to the other side of the coin here, which is Virtus Pro.
Right.
Polar Bears in the desert.
Dale.
Link these two conversations.
Beppe.
I don't think Snacks has as much to do as James has to do in this best of 3. I think the pressure on James for calling, people looking at him for decision making, for a direction for the game is much higher than for Snacks. I think James is definitely the one at the helm. Of course, he's got to make
Esa campera es un buzo, boludo. Pero que
There is
compre.
no, hey, let's play map control, let's see what's up. Like,
Lo compré
James
en
I
España.
would agree with that, and I think the nail for the coffin for me is that you're looking at Electronic, he doesn't need to be told what to do, he'll do it anyway. Like, he'll take the space that he wants on the server, and then James will have to figure out
Está tremendo.
what you can
El
do
uso
with that space
Williams.
that he's creating. I think they were even saying it in an interview now that they're not going to play defensive, passive Counter-Strike all the time. They're trying to find a balance where you get the most out of Electronic.
La ropa de auto está muy buena igual, en general.
Without removing the identity that is James and
Y me salió 100 euros, me salió.
And so far at this tournament, VP have looked much
La verdad que está más caro que la mierda, hermano.
A lot of conversation around the VP side, rather.
Right.
I mean, there's conversation had about leadership, this, that, or the other. What do you think?
Well, I think what is really interesting is that when you bring a new member in a team, he's always going to have some sort of impact, but because of the magnitude of who Electronic is, his pedigree as a player, his result overall, his curriculum, you cannot not listen to him. Now, he's been adamant in every interview. He said, listen, I'm not rolling in and changing everything, but I have an idea on how I want to play Counter-Strike. I have an idea on how things are supposed to be done, so you try and find a compromise. You're trying to find a way to get it together, and it looks like VP are going in the right direction. Sure, is there going to be some collateral damage here and there? Yes, but we already get the Counter-Strike they want to play. Against Vitality on Mirage, the first 3 rounds are 3 rushes. There's going to be some adjustments to be made, but I like this VP much better.
Me too.
¿Cómo de meme?
How about just
Mercedes. Es William en realidad.
I'm talking about Monacy.
Pero bueno, William está con Mercedes.
Yeah, we're looking at the 2 oppas obviously
on fire today.
Both these lineups, and we're looking at 2 very different style of AWP. Monacy being the guy who forces the issue with the AWP. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to explode in the middle of the round and go ham. Whereas for James, he likes to stand in T-spawn for most of the time and be a little bit more defensive, a little more passive.
P3 Alonso en la Q2.
Oriented. Both of the players so far in this tournament have played well. It's a given for Monacy, arguably right now, that he's contesting and fighting to be the absolute best player Counter-Strike has to offer. Whereas for James, as an in-game leader, I think he's one of the in-game leaders in the world who have the most productivity on the server.
Hey, major MVP. James a major MVP. He's a major MVP,
sure.
whether we want it or not. And honestly, when Electronic rolled around, his level tanked just a little bit. And you could see that James was a little bit outside of his comfort zone, maybe trying to figure out how can I accommodate these different ideas. But this is the first event where I actually...
¿Hicieron sus predicciones en el Discord?
Thriving. He's got, what, 1.3 plus rating currently.
Estimación de WC.
He's got a higher rating than Monacy, if that isn't a statement in and of itself. Now, he's done it against Vitality. In fact, some of the duels that James found against Zaiwu were so impactful. Like, we're talking about round-defining duels where you punish the opponent's AWP trying to fight you. Can he do that to Monacy? I don't really know. I think Monacy is harder to control. If it was a Pokemon, you'd have to have the mega ball to control Monacy. Otherwise, he would just shake his way out of it.
It took me a second to realize exactly what you're
It's okay, I'll get you there.
Shout out Pikachu one time, wherever he might be. Perhaps he's watching here alongside of us. There's a whole bunch of people watching here. Jacob, we've got just a few moments, just a few seconds to get onto the stage. However, for your case here, looking at Monacy, looking at James, one is more flashy.
Oh, yeah. Monacy is more flashy, obviously, the way he's playing Counter-Strike, the way he forces the issue. I think for James, he has a lot of impact with the AWP, and he can position himself into these clutch situations. So he has the ability to be explosive later on in the round, whereas for Monacy, he sort of dictates games when he's on fire.
Yeah, Yeah, Modesty is much better than Jame with the AWP. That's not the case we're trying to build here. But what I'm saying is if Jame can just control him a little bit the way he controls Iwu, then that is a win condition for VP. And in fact, I think it's going to be a win condition overall. It's going to be about putting just a little bit of a stopper, a slowdown on the aggression, the craziness that G2 brings to the table, which they have against Spirit. They're going to try and do it against VP, but you know what? Who's control time can control the universe. And that's Jame for you.
Is that another Pokemon?
Yeah, it's a different Pokemon altogether. Speaking of controlling time, I think I can tell you that this countdown means just one thing. We are seconds away from getting these teams on the stage with OJ and Militia.
Se viene, amigos. Se viene, se viene, se viene. Está clasificando la Fórmula 1. Ta-ta-ta-tan, ta-ta-ta-tan, ta-ta-ta-tan.
Welcome along to the Esports World Cup here in the Amazon Arena. It is the Esports World Cup Super Saturday, which I am very excited about.
Absolutely. We finally kind of trimmed teams down from 15 to the remaining 4. But from those 4, only 2 can advance to tomorrow's final Sunday.
Exactly. We can see some of the teams today. 2 teams will get closer to this trophy. 2 of the teams will get closer to these. I'm going to touch them. I'm going to grab on. These are the keys that have been broken already. These are the teams that have fallen by the wayside. So 2 semi-finals today, 2 best-of-3s. 2 teams will go through to get closer to that, where nothing is granted and everything is earned. And my word, I'm excited. I love a Super Saturday.
Absolutely. That's the entire reason why we're here at the Esports World Cup. You know, the big daddy of them all, in many ways, is Counter-Strike, and we're here to make it for them.
You know I agree with that. So then, let us bring out the first of the 2 teams. Both of these teams, possibly at the start of the tournament, were nobody's favorites, but they are here to lift the trophy. Please welcome G2. They are a team of absolute rock stars. Please welcome Mouz, Snacks, Nico, Monesi, and Hunter. They are.
¡Dale, dale!
And of course, no game of CX can.
Tiene la misma GC que yo, Monesi. Sabe, Monesi,
G2's opponents, Virtus Pro.
Sabe, Ilia. Mira la barba de Shane, boludo. Full barbeta, Shane. Che, ¿qué es eso que entran con el coso de...
Jame, Fame, Flipped, and Electronic, they are Virtus Pro.
Si pierden se lo van al otro y el otro se lo rompe, algo así, o estoy flasheando.
We got a trophy, we got a game on our hands. Let us get it on, my friend.
Absolutely. OJ, here it is. Let's give it back to the studio and kick off our semifinals day.
Es eso, ¿no? Como que vas conquistando los trofeos del otro y lo vas rompiendo.
Usually I just get asked if it's super salad, but that's obviously at a different restaurant altogether. Because today we dine on a semifinal, 2 of them, 2-course meal right here. So let's talk about this first one in a way in which, Jacob, you're telling me who you think is going to win and why.
Oh, I think VP is going to win, and I said that from the beginning of the tournament. Actually, I had VP.
You don't even know
buena idea,
the videos, and I don't care about the videos. I thought VP were going to had a chance at least of winning the tournament. One thing I noticed with the videos, though, when we speak about it,
bueno.
acceptance of now playing Mirage again. I love the fact that they've integrated that map into the map pool again.
Vamos Ilia, vamos Ilia. Vamos Rubia.
I expect them to do the exact same thing in this matchup.
Esa rubia hermosa ahí.
VP can go with this. The vertical ban
Hay dos
is
rubias.
obvious.
Dos muy
VP,
rubias.
quite honestly, could technically go for an Inferno again if they wanted to. Ancient
De baby rubia y de rubia vieja ya.
If I was VP, thank God.
De old rubia.
Get to make that choice. And G2 will have a couple choices. I think G2 is probably going to stick with a map that they have played. I think it's one of the sort of the prism through which we have to look at this game. You're looking at a G2 lineup who doesn't have an incredible amount of experience across the board on map pool. Maybe
te las cogería para.
They've already played, and that's a dust.
¿Cómo te las cogerías?
I don't dislike it. It was pretty strong against Vitality, I gotta say.
It's a James specialty. It's an electronic specialty. Think of electronic back in the days and NaVi when he was arguably the best entry fragger Dust 2 has ever seen. James standing in T-spawn with an AWP for a minute every round. It's tough to play VP on a map like Dust 2. Mirage, I would expect coming in from G2.
Mirage.
Ancient, maybe, yeah. I think Ancient is a map that G2 have fared very well on. And they
igual, a este, con unos traguitos de más, puede ser,
games they won it as a third deciding map in their quarterfinal.
A esta en realidad.
I will say that Mirage still though, that's
es rubia, no es rubio.
Allow that to as a third deciding map, then Dust 2 Ancient Mirage, that is as open as it possibly
That is interesting. That's interesting. I thought
Clip,
would be ready to float Inferno as a possibility, even though it is a good map, of course, but it's a map that James has made one of his strongholds for quite a while. So you say Mirage, and that's exactly what we're getting as a decider. Just to quickly touch on the Ancient pick from G2, the success versus Spirit was very impressive. I agree with you, but it was such a well put together plan that they had. Making sure you traumatize Dawn a couple times, then have these few quick strategies on the A side. You take the defense by surprise. Hard to reproduce. I'm hoping that the coaching staff has made a whole lot of work because this was a very tailored way to beat Spirit they use on Ancient.
La pelada de James va al revés, boludo. Se le hace hueco al medio y después.
Ancient, very dual oriented. Mirage as a potential third deciding map, very dual oriented.
Vale, y este ni hablemos.
For good Counter-Strike, fun Counter-Strike.
Este ya está all-in, digamos.
To be had on a map like Ancient, to be had on a map like Dust 2 and Mirage for that matter as well. I'm excited to watch this one.
I am also excited. So let's go ahead, let's jump into this game. And don't you forget those stcplay.gg results. We'll take a look at those soon enough. Let's get this semifinal underway.
On the way.
The semifinals certainly will be underway in just a moment. We got G2 versus Virtus Pro, and this is a game that will deliver absolute banging moments. We got Dust 2 to kick things off, Jason. This is
bueno,
gonna be a fun
ladies
yeah,
two exciting teams
and gentlemen,
on their shoulders. Both these teams
comienza
to prove that they've
las semifinales de esta eSports World Cup entre G2 y Virtus Pro. Vamos, vamos, vamos G2, No me dejé tirado G2,
Especially on Dust 2, but still, like, this is a map against
Hunter y Malz, que van a dedicar oscuro. ¿Lo vieron?
Back away.
Back away.
Plenty of presence inside the tunnel, so he gets out
Se tiene que ir porque si no se le venía de noche.
Two players pushing for G2, and instead Virtus Pro now send a flit down into the lower tunnels, and waiting just on the other side of that smoke.
Oh no!
And the just gets cleared.
Le estaban clavando Nicolino.
That smoke fades, and it is so hard to make it work. Two different angles he had to deal with, and he doesn't even get a chance to shoot. So 5-on-4 for Virtus Pro, and that can be deadly. Monacy's going to start making a move.
Virtus Pro. Oh, Ilya. Puso capuchón, Ilya, no se lo saco. Le van a pasar de salida de todas maneras, por eso de fondo se iba. No, tenía que morir. Planta la bomba Virtus Pro. Y necesita meter el retake. Jamie que corta la rotación por baranda. Uy, pegó en uno quedó. Vuelve a jugar Ilya. No podía con la bala. Ahora Snacks. Prefiría Snacks. Hunter que mata al de fondo. Uy, Snacks. 2v1. 1v1 ahora. Es para el capitán. Es para Snacks. Oh. Y en el side.
Disgusting round.
Se solidificó nada más.
Absolutely beautiful the whole way through. Good shooting with the Glock. Good decision making from James as well. He knows Monacy is going to have to be concerned about his position. So back towards middle he goes, getting one kill on that rotation over, and G2 could never recover from this situation. This kill onto Nico, they couldn't find the solution. Almost with them some nice shots in the 2v4. But it slips away. Virtus Pro on the board early, 1-0 with the pistol round victory, and a second round bye coming in for G2.
And we've seen in their quarterfinal they were very capable of winning this kind of round. We've seen them win 4 spies with 5 players staying up. We know G2 possess ridiculous amounts of firepower, and that's only increased with Mouz coming into the team, Jason. I think a lot of people were excited about this Mouz move, and you haven't often seen a roster move work that well in CS2 straight out the gate, but the Mouz one seems to be working very well.
Yeah, still early returns and early going, but he's been very effective. I mean, a lot of the conversation has been around like kind of the role swapping that would have to take place and the concern that it would take away some of his impact, and a lot of that comes down to the CT side, but for the T side in the quarterfinals, G2 and Mouz, he was absolutely impressive with the way he remained aggressive, still attacked into positions, and created a lot of opportunities for his teammates.
Para Nico.
Nico.
La bala que le
Straight
pone,
into the face of
amigo.
Electronic. Perfect combination between m0NESY and Nico for that opener. And VP decided, nah, I don't want to walk into that combo
between
Nico m0NESY.
Virtus.pro and Nico showed in some of their Dust 2s how willing they are to attack out middle. So this mid to B split is going to be a constant pressure for G2. They can't break this open. They cannot break the smoke to get into the fight. So Snax has to hold on, and it's just way too hard.
Va a romper Mouz. La otra Deagle potente. No podía matar Mouz.
Opens up for G2, but VP, good composure.
That's going to be something to watch, is how G2 kind of handles like mid-round plays out the middle part of the map from Virtus.pro, how they rotate over, how they shift, how they keep their eyes on that part of the map, because if VP is able to exploit it, I mean, as we know, the history of Dust 2, the mid-attack, those mid-to-B splits, if you can't stop them, you're in so much trouble. They can just work you, whether they pressure catwalk and drop into it, and it's going to be so hard to read and get involved. Now, looking at this matchup, these two teams, there's been some roster changes over the past few months, obviously. But if you go back to, Gamers 8 last year here in Riyadh as well, G2's won all 4 of the matchups, the best of 3s they've had against each other. Couple new players in the mix on both teams, or on G2, and one new player over on the Virtus.pro side.
A new coach as well for VP in Zoma, and it's actually quite a luxury to get an English interview of Electronic. He doesn't give a lot of those to the media, and we got to see one over at HLTV Oregon. We got to see his, or rather, read his thoughts on his new coach, Zoma, saying that he definitely deserves to get a chance to be in the Tier 1 scene because he did very well with 9 Pandas. They obviously qualified for the major, couldn't go, and he feels like he's a person that can build the process for the squad quite well. So
yeah, talked really positively of what he showed during his
time
estás
al lado de Arrecifes?
Specifically. I mean, we touched on the Jame interview that he gave a few months back as well earlier in this tournament. These Virtus.pro guys, when they give interviews, listen to them because they give really solid, good, smart answers that really give you a good impression of the mindset of where they're at as a team.
And I think it's clear when you see Electronic doing a lot of these media obligations, going out and speaking about the team and how they have to do a stylistic change, you can see instantly how much control a player like Electronic can get of his squads, because over the years it's been the leadership of Jame and no one else really, and now it's a situation where Electronic comes in. He's such a big player that you can already, just from the outside, see that there has been leadership changes and a lot of changes for VP overall.
I don't know if I'd call it a leadership change, but certainly like a stylistic change, a philosophical change in how they want to approach. Yeah, he definitely is, and he's got a big voice, but Jame is still going to be there as well. Hold on, 3 on 4. Nico's got another.
Oh my god, Nico gets 2 right back in that deagle. Electronic making sure that VP stay ahead on players. Snax is towards T-spawn, and when you see Nico in a position with a deagle, you always know there's a chance he's about to crack them open. Is it going to be enough for Snax to really get much out of this? Electronic is very low, so this scout trying to DNA WP essentially with he's able to catch out Electronic.
Well, I mean, there's no reason at least not to investigate. You still have plenty of time in the bomb, though. Snax has taken this very, very slowly so far. You don't really risk a whole lot by going for this and potentially losing the scout, but time running very, very low. That bomb about halfway through, and no one from VP showing anything.
Just get on that defuse, fake it out, try and keep them here. Cost them a little bit of extra rebuys, but that ain't gonna happen.
¿Conoces? No, Salto no. He ido a Arrecifes a probar el karting ahí la pista. Y en Salto vive, digamos, o sea, los que me preparan el karting o el equipo mío que me asiste en la carrera o que voy a probar es en Salto, la gente de borda. Ya tiene el taller ahí y todo.
All right, 3-0.
Sí, ahí en Salto hay una pista de tierra, si no me equivoco.
Yo creo that's one of like the main sticking points of Virtus.pro. Yeah, we know they're going to be comfortable on Dust 2. We know they love playing it, but you're still choosing to play into a very op-centric map.
Very
op. Or the best opper in the world.
I think you could just say player at this point.
That's where I'm at.
Che, le bajaron el volumen del juego, boludo. Bueno, arranca, amigos, el primer buy.
3 players for VP huddled up, clearing out lower tunnels towards
a ver.
Hunter parked inside the B bomb site. No eyes on mid quite yet. Nico and Monacy focused on catwalk for the moment.
Salto, bueno, sale caro. Gracias, tío. Gracias, va por el sub. De ahí es Ortelli. Bueno, y Arrecife, boludo, es la cuna de los pilotos, la cuna de los campeones. Canapino, los Di Palma, son todos ahí. Arrecife, todo un pueblito que ha sacado cada piloto.
Monacy looking to shut down any sort of aggression through short. VP taking their time.
Monacy and Nico playing way out in the open as well. Little off angle for Monacy for catwalk. Nico's in support back towards the bomb site.
This could be a pick for Monacy, but Nico's actually going to go for that initial peek to try and pull these rifles in. But Electronic is looking so sharp right now. Another big kill, this time on Nico.
5 de 4.
Monacy's not alone, even though he has lost his primary choice in terms of teammate. He's got more support with him.
And no one can shift over to help because there's a mid to B smoke. The B players are a little bit worried, and now comes the hit. Electronic leading.
Monacy tries to jump up. It's Mouz's turn to step up, and he only gets one out of it. But Monacy chiming in. Snack's getting a kill back.
So hard, 10 segundos,
But Monacy still standing, and there's always a shot with 8 seconds left. And he could deny this. VP trying to get to the plant, but Monacy, he could deny everything for VP. Shot comes in.
No, es buenísimo. ¡Es buenísimo! ¡Es buenísimo! ¡Es buenísimo!
His aggression. So much damage taken from the Molotov, but he still makes sure that VP can't get comfortable. You can see Electronic thought the whole time that he was going to be coming up ramp, but Monacy uses that smoke perfectly to give him a look he never expected. And a good recovery from a 5-on-4 advantage in the favor of VP. Monacy does just enough in combination with Mouz to slow this down and turn it back in their favor.
No, buenísimo. Qué bueno que es Monacy, boludo.
That's a timeout taken for VP already.
Partida en pausa.
Really well put together round from Virtus.pro. Might have taken a little bit too long down the stretch when you have about 10, 11 seconds as you're entering the bomb site to get the bomb plant. A little bit of pressure's on. It's
Di Palma, todos los Di Palma son de ahí.
You know,
Fontana,
made them struggle a little bit to find Monacy at the end. James had to stick that bomb plant.
Está lleno de...
But the build-up.
Yeah, everything up to that point was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, we've got Diogo Jota in the arena as well today. Footballers all over the show.
Mira, ¿y este?
They're everywhere.
¿Quién era?
2-round lead for Virtus.pro.
¿Alguien lo conocía? ¿Jota? ¿Quién mierda es Jota?
3 AKs.
Diego Jota. Juega en Liverpool. Mirando los eSports. ¿Tendrá equipo?
See why they wanted to talk over this next round.
Nati Jota.
Where to commit these resources and VP.
Ya, encima juega en Inglaterra y está en Arabia. Sí, Arabia. ¿Qué estás haciendo?
Yeah, they haven't been challenged here quite yet outside of the pistol round from Nico kind of hiding inside the smoke. G2 haven't kind of brought out any sort of aggression in middle quite yet. Probably waiting till they can have a bit more confidence in the economy and how much it builds up.
3-1. Buen bull que saca G12.
Cross over to Xbox, and Monacy is going to go investigating.
Y debe
and
tener
he just
equipo.
barely misses that information.
Algo de tener los eSports, si no, no sé, está en Arabia ahí.
Definitely.
Pongan Diego J eSports.
One step back,
Chutealo.
a chance to take them out, and they jump off, and you give him even a slither, and he is going to take absolutely everything.
And this is VP. It looks like they wanted to send in towards middle, and again, try and do that mid to B split. They had the bomb and one other player in upper dark. They actually had Robert rotating over to join him, so a 2-3 split was the idea, but that's been taken away from them.
La puta madre.
$35 seconds remaining.
Se tiran 3 para A, cierran 2B. La flash y las granadas que mantiene el site. Va a quedar baiteado Hunter. Uy, murió Nax, pero Hunter hace quilombo. 1, 2. No puede ir a la tercera, pero linda doble kill. Pero sudor y take que tiene que hacer G2 porque va a llegar a plantar a la gente. Virtus.pro y corta rotación de Electronic Arts. Se queda mal. Va a salir a buscarlo mal. Tiene que clearearlo. Abre Electronic y mata. ¡1!
He gets one and thrusts his
1 versus 2 para Shane.
1 versus 2 up against the sharpest tools in G2.
La paciencia de Monacy.
James realizes Maybe a proactive play could be the correct option here to take some of these players away, to take
Se
some
agarra
of
la
the chances
cabeza
away
Norbert.
from Monacy and Nico.
Muere
They
Ilia.
both come through the window. It is Jame with a
Y el
first
1v1.
down.
Y Nico que le
And that
pone
headshot
una.
gets G2
No
back in on the
perdonó.
retake.
Nico has been
No
crisp.
salió disparando la cabeza
Nico
Jame
is
a ese
back
segundo.
in business. He had a little bit of a
Y
labored
Nico
start
dijo,
to CS2
"A mí
in the
no,
first
papá."
half of the year, but we can start forgetting about that now because he's been so on point.
Que me está matando que
And
no
a
haya,
beautiful
le
instant
hayan
headshot
bajado
to
el
make
volumen
the
del
trade
juego,
and win the 1v1. But still, you have to say, Monacy has so much impact in this round. Not just that kill,
Dame audio,
but just
Lodo,
the
dame
way he's
audio.
managing middle. You could see
Audio
Virtus
son
Pro
grito,
never
me.
wanted to test him in middle,
Cerrar
and
la
that
orte,
was
la
an
concha
idea.
de
That was a
madre.
part of the map they wanted to have to execute this strategy. Monacy the whole round denies
Dame
it to him,
audio.
except for a late little lurk at the end.
¡Pone audio!
And even with the bomb plants, Virtus Pro is going to be back to pistols. G2, however, still not able to build up any cash. Both these rounds have come down to just one player surviving, so still playing with a ton of pressure on their back.
No le pusieron, o sea, ahí está abajo el sonido del juego también. Mierda, bichi.
Last round it was Monacy in middle with the op. This round it's Nico, so G2
Todos
giving it a
escuchamos el audio del
different
juego,
look.
man, pero se escucha abajo. La pistolita, Mirto, pero... Recordemos que el pique es de los rusos, ¿eh? Las dos. ¿Qué mapa eligió Gozo? ¿G2?
No smokes for VP as well, just pistols.
Ancient. Y
Gonna
Mirage
rely on that
inside.
deagle on Norbert on Electronic to try and find an opening to try and get a pick, but heading straight towards Monacy and his AWP.
Double P. Maníaca, mani. Che, falta unos días para el 9Z, ¿eh?
Try and get past the absolute turret. First victim collected, but
Ilia
strength in numbers
Osipov.
perhaps. VP can maybe overrun the defense. Monacy can't take them all out in one foul swoop, so he'll draw further back long, and this will concede the plant.
This is a little bit awkward. It's good that Snacks has pushed tunnels because he can help them clear mid because they don't have access to retake from CT spawn. So pretty much all of G2. Monacy's going to be long, and you feel at least two players need to go up catwalk, and it's all on this engagement.
Oh, here goes Snacks. MP9 can shred right through.
Whoa!
Hot knife through butter. It's Nico and Snacks together. Just Norbert left with his deagle, and he cannot capitalize on that long fight. It is Monacy on the sidearm that ties this game up 3-3.
And that plant is not a big deal. G2 knows they're going to be buying in the next round regardless of what happened. So their focus was play retake, preserve as much life as possible. They keep 4 players alive, preserve as much of their money that they have building up. And that's got a little bit of cash under their belt moving forward. We're all tied up at 3. Good first shot from Monacy. And a nice, intelligent, team-played retake towards catwalk.
Tres iguales. Go G2!
Electronic with some speed.
Oh,
A pace change
oh,
here for Electronic.
oh,
He's running out fast.
oh.
It's close to a kill, but flashes are making this awkward, and Mob somehow does not get the chance onto Electronic. Nico cleans up instead. And they all come towards Kovac, and he opens up the dispatch. They're going
Bien,
in
Nico,
full
bien,
stack.
hermano, bien.
And that quick play from
Bien,
VP is
perro.
now grinded to a halt.
Nico coming through the corner smoke. Electronic was occupied trying to find Malbs over towards Pit.
Ojo, este G2.
And Nico gets to have a field day.
Y está con el boost anímico de haber cambiado un play, dos players. Que Nico está fuerte, que Monacy está ahí también. Que Malbs todavía no ha lucido el mapa como para decir
Oh, Molotov now
qué bestia, pero acompañado, ¿eh? Ha tenido sus rondas también.
Still 1 minute left in this round, but you don't feel like VP have a lot to play with, and even less now with Snacks pushing through tunnels.
Es el rol de Malbs, acompañar a Nico y a Monacy, básicamente. Un Hunter que aparece de vez en cuando también. Ahí, constantes.
A little bit of a risky but an educated push.
El otro día más de TC, bueno, ha matado, ha tenido su mapa, pero tuvo muy pocos mapas como para decir.
However, due to these consequences,
Este mapa
he has left the B bomb site open. If Virtus Pro actually
igual la tiene complicada también Malbs en destacar un mapa como acarrear solo entre comillas, que eso no pasa en nivel, pero porque tiene bestias al lado hoy en día. A eso es lo que voy. Pero su rol es ese. Está en un equipo donde tiene que funcionar todo el equipo, no uno solo. Así como van a ganar cosas. Gracias, Morex. De todas maneras, lo que ha jugado hasta ahora, te digo que está muy bien.
In a default style for 4 rounds and getting 4 rounds in a row, and already Snacks wants to give him a new look, and that might allow the rotator at the B bomb site to feel a little bit more mobile. But look at this round from Nico. Oh, they all just walk right into his crosshair. Didn't really have to do too much. Just goes unseen and destroys everyone.
Y se está adaptando, claramente se está adaptando.
G2 in the lead and on
Pero
a
eso
little
es lo
bit
que
of
voy.
a streak.
Ha cumplido y más todavía, o sea, teniendo en cuenta que el primer torneo es la primera semifinal que juega. Loco, en un torneo. Saben que no hay estadio, pero en un torneo tier 1, se pegó uno. ¿Richardo? O su noda. Oh, se hizo mierda. Su noda, ahí sí.
And this time they thought they could maybe burst through with speed and weaker weapons, but even that is stopped. And they'll group up instead a little bit quicker this time towards the B-bomb site.
4-3.
And they'll be walking into the Snack's secondary sniper.
I'm actually kind of surprised that G2 smoked it off defensively with that open position, but Virtus Pro aren't going to test anything. One smoke to work with for them to try and find some kills. Maybe a smoke towards CT spawn, try and rush into the B bomb site. Monacy would be blocked off. Just blind shots through the smoke. We'll see if he can land them.
Here comes Floyd up through that B ramp. Hunter deploying utility. And that is something you just can't deal with, is it? Monacy just shooting through the smoke, catches them as they run up the B ramp, and they walk into the decapitation machine of Hunter. 5-3. I don't know what you could do about that shot from Monacy. It's just, you kind of had to go there.
Yep, there's nothing. He's just good. He's just got that timing. Good angle as well through the smokes. Double op setup is preserved as well. Individually, G2 looks sharp today, showing up. Snacks with a nice double kill in the last round. This time Hunter against the pistols is pretty clean. Nico and Monacy dominant.
Oh, quedó todo destartalado también.
You could see there, Hunter's flirting with the idea of getting aggressive in towards lower tunnels, but he was pretty convinced that James spotted him on a follow-up jump after the shot.
Well, VP's thought to be worried about lower tunnels. Now you see they're clearing it at this point.
Monacy's
scope was in position. He's going to change up and go for the boost instead. Electronics got good timing to get under that scope, and Monacy nearly reacts fast enough and accurately enough to take Electronic out, but just about misses. Electronic now making sure that that boost cannot stay. He'll Molotov it away.
Standard mid control, tunnels control into catwalk pressure.
A ver.
It's Monacy and Nico once again to defend against
Otro
that play.
otra ronda importante de estas semifinales de la eSport World Cup.
Grenades about to land.
Ilia, Osipov.
Monacy still up here and he goes for a no scope. He
Se va a meter ese en el cabo, Ilia.
And will drop off. 50 seconds left and plenty of VP players damaged by initial utility.
G2 had a couple, tough chances to find an opening kill, but they are still doing all right considering the chip damage that's gone along to all the players. Utility's done fine work against Virtus Pro to soften them up for the late round execution. But now that there's catwalk pressure, they can actually start moving out middle. Electronic, the reverse drop. And now G2 know what's supposed to be coming.
30 seconds, that's all that's left here for Virtus Pro. Smoke's going to go into a CT, but they have to be ready.
Sale la jugada G2, sabe que va a ser por baranda y poco tiempo. Para tratarlo bien, salieron bien, Melmals. Monacy, me vuelve loco. Ah.
I think he'll go he drops on down, none of them landing, but he's trying. He's trying to give us a highlight here. 7 seconds left.
Aguardar, burro!
They're going to back away, and G2 are in control right now on Virtus Pro's map pick.
Lo voy a buscar, me gusta, Linda.
Oh, they even
Murió también, lo mató Mouz.
Complete wipeout for G2. Oh, Virtus Pro, time for another timeout. They got no answers.
Luna Galaxy,
harassed every step of the way in that round, and G2 is playing lovely Counter-Strike.
Let's go, G2. Let's go.
Surprised that G2 got rid of Hooksy, but sees that they're ready instantly to be playing some good Counter-Strike, and right now they're feeling that on the VP side. Called it a honeymoon period. I mean, we've not really seen Virtus Pro enjoy that luxury with their roster. It's been more of a build-up, but this G2 side have clicked.
Cuidado, te quedó.
I mean, it is a
no sé futuro como le vi,
like a really nice
pero
they've gone to a wonderful little island somewhere.
Los equipos cuando esto es siempre pasa en todos lados, en todo, digamos, todo tier. Los equipos cuando tienen cambios, cuando mejores juegan son cuando recién hacen el cambio. Es loco, pero suele pasar. ¡Claro! ¡Hunter! ¡Claro! O cuando hay un stand-in. Fíjense, Fake cuando ganó con FHKS, bueno, sin ir muy lejos. G2 ganó con TV2K.
He can't do much about the round here unless there's a big mistake from G2.
It's such a shame you get that kind of a pick down middle in a round where you don't necessarily have the resources to capitalize on it. They almost catch Hunter. He gets his gun out just at the last possible second.
Sí, puede ser Puede ser muchas variantes, no solamente el otro equipo por ahí. Yo creo que algo antes que el otro equipo se acostumbre a jugarles es un poco también el mental. Cuando juegas con un stand-in, juegas capa más suelto, con menos presión. No sé, a ver, tampoco es algo que pasa siempre, pero suele pasar porque está esa variante. Están más motivados los jugadores también. Después el juego te termina planchando porque, bueno, es estresante, te cansa, hay frustración, hay presión. Que eso tienen todos los equipos también. Cuando la confianza es muy importante también en el juego. Por eso hay muchas veces que el mental es por ahí lo más... O sea, es lo más importante. Pero lo que voy es que es que los equipos no pueden salir del pozo y cuando salen le vas bien y decís, che, ¿cómo puede ser que hace un mes no ganaba nada y ahora está ganando todo? Y no es porque mejor, o sea, obviamente sí mejoran como equipo, pero a veces que la cabeza es lo que más importa.
Around the corner this time to no presence from Monacy Sniper.
Igual en este juego la constancia, más ahora, más hoy en día, más los metas que hay y también cómo se fue desarrollando el juego, que hay mucha más información, hay mucha más forma también de cuando entrenás tenés muchas más herramientas para ver lo que hace el rival y toda esa cosa. Todo eso ha dado un nivel en el juego muy parejo y hace que también los equipos sean menos constantes. O que vaya cambiando tanto el juego y los equipos que es como que no hay como ese dominio de un equipo como hacía Stalin en su momento. Acá la mínima gana un torneo, gana dos y ya saben cómo te juegan y ya ahí está todo muy irregular. Bien Hunter, Bien Hunter,
It is so strong right now from this defensive G2, from perfect utility to players stepping up. It is just looking unbelievably comfortable.
Nico has shut down Long a number of times. Hunter's now shut down the B bomb site a number of times, and Monacy is wherever he is needed. There is no way for Virtus Pro to find success on this map. They are getting beaten in every facet of the game in the later stages of this half. Earlier on, it was like tactically they're doing good, and G2's just shutting them down. Now they're not even making that kind of initial progress. Just suffocating on the CT side of Dust 2.
Snacks waiting for the attack into the B-bomb site. AWP position at the back of the platform. It's a missed shot for Snacks, and they keep coming. They keep running, and Snacks is
Hunter.
back through window. Only manages one this time.
No puedo ayudar mucho Hunter esta vez.
Broken through to a fourth round win here at the end of the half. G2 will attempt this retake. They have to, and that bomb's not down yet. This could still go against Virtus Pro, and oh, that's the bomb. That's Nico stopping Jame, and now things get a little
16-5 Nico, Se mandó.
Nico slipped the net. He's round
Se
the back
mandó.
of the car to the side of the smoke. And he's just waiting.
No.
See if
Es una
he can
locura
get
esto.
someone stepping into his crosshair, and here it is. Up for free. He could take a double, and it's a perfect play from Nico. And he can't. Finally, they close it. It is a nice kill from Monacy. And that is another highlight moment from Counter-Strike's highlight team.
No, Nicolino está desacatado, Y lo faquea Monacy, ¿entendés? No. Nico está desacatado. Es una locura, Monacy y Nico están en su maldito prime. Qué loco. ¿Estás de la quali? Sí, de la quali.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Bueno.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. It's 9-3, G2 leading VP here in the semifinals on Dust 2. This is Virtus Pro's map pick, and that T side didn't work out for them, Jason. Now if they lose a pistol, it feels like this first map might be...
Pasará Q.
I mean, the
Se relanza la Q3. 9-3, amigos, ganas G2.
There was nowhere that was available to him. Hunter at B, Nico at long, even that play.
En el mapa de Virtus Pro, primeras semifinales de la Esports World Cup.
Yeah, so sick to see Nico coming back to that same elite level we know he's capable of. 18-5 after the first half.
Todo tranca, loco.
Well, VP coming into this with a little bit of an attitude. Jame peering towards middle, jumping up towards catwalk, but they've got a good setup. Electronic and lower with dualies supported and protected by Jame. But that makes the defense out towards long a little bit weak.
Se vienen para donde está Norbert con la UCP cerrado en fondo. A ver, esa post. Se le viene todo G2. Si lo clearean, igual. Ay. Una kill si tienen.
Norbert.
Ya Mones lo va a clearear completamente.
Too many targets and not accurate enough. Electronic takes his next steps forward. Will it work out? Hunter catches perfect timing to go back and consider the lower push.
And now G2, they don't need to set up and execute out towards.
Doble kill para G2.
Give this some time
40
to breathe.
pisos se perfila para la
VP have to
victoria.
spread their defense back out because now B is a possibility as well.
All they got is 40 seconds. G2 starting to make their way along. It's going to turn into a bit of a bloodbath here in the final few moments of this pistol round. Flit and Fane fighting back, keeping VP in this fight. G2 have to get into the side. Hunter's coming up short now. Late. If he can have enough of a distraction set up.
Ay, no!
Kill, but he's unloaded a load out of bullets and nothing's gone his way.
Nico, 20 kills, 5 muertes.
1v1 against Flick, and Nico's trying to find him, trying to track him.
1v2, 1v1.
Nico is so confident today.
Ah, ya murió el otro. Ah, yo estaba re perdido.
Saves the round here for G2.
Yeah, that's
I mean, that's
an admirable fight back from a 3v5 to just challenge through that smoke the whole way and bring it very,
Casi
very close.
pechean duro,
Might lose track of that reposition with how aggressive
Nah,
it
Nico
was.
no para de cargárselo, boludo.
But you're exactly right. He's moving around like he's got no cares in the world, and maybe he shouldn't have them. He's 21-5.
No. Ahí murió el DCT. Me quedé con la prendida de fuego de Hunter, boludo. 21-5, Nico, hermanos. The motherfucking brain.
G2's got too strong of a lead. They need guns if they want to make this comeback happen.
Molotov takes away the crossfire that VP set up outside of those tunnels. Electronic is forced away.
Pistolita de MVP.
Breaks apart their defense, but also gives space for Hunter
Pasa Hunter y mata. 16-9 también para Hunter. Ya tenía buena ronda ahí el final de la primera mitad en el lado B.
Now on board. And straight through the smoke, he takes out James. So Nico is just having
Norris y Piastri P1, P2.
And not many people get to have a day like this. He is one of the rare breeds, 24-5.
This has got to start feeling reminiscent to the G2 experiences of when they win Katowice and Cologne last year. You have that same kind of recipe, right? Nico, Hunter, and Monacy as that kind of core trio just delivering really, really impactful performances. They haven't needed even Mulbs today like they did in other matches that they've played so far in the tournament.
And you mentioned Katowice and Cologne, but you have to remember those weren't in CS2. We haven't seen this Nico, Monacy combo
that's a good point.
In CS2 yet, and it's finally starting to come to fruition. This long play is coming out. Norbert detects a lot of presence from G2, but unable to stop any of it. Electronic trying to be quick about this, could maybe deploy a flank. This could be effective if he gets behind him at the right time without Hunter protecting him, but Hunter's job is to just watch for this.
And also Fame now pushing in towards lower tunnels. If he clears out upper tunnels as well, all of a sudden you have Electronic boxing them in, and if you're Virtus Pro, you're like, hey, all 5 are long. We know exactly where everyone is. G2 have no knowledge that they have been tactically and positionally.
Tan fuerte McLaren y eso que lo querían bajar, boludo.
Just gotta hit some headshots
now. Taparon algo en la rueda
ahí. These initial smokes are just to bait out some of those counter flashes, counter Molotovs that might come in, but Virtus Pro's done a really, really good job of not dumping everything, of waiting for this follow-up, because again, they have the information that everyone's here. They can hold on to the utility.
This is a massive trap that G2 will have to fight their way through. Boost over that CT smoke for Nico. Trying to spot out anybody inside the bomb site, but it's not worked out for G2. They haven't been able to glean information. It's all about the timing for Electronic and when he wants to flank it long. Pushing through the smoke. Snacks and Nico both go down. Hunter finally fighting back. He gets Norbert and Fame. Still Electronic could come into play, but he's not even needed because Flit on the site does so much work. And VP do tactically outplay G2, and being able to stack that site proves very effective.
Yeah, that was the most likely eventuality of that round, considering the control of the map that Virtus Pro had. So nothing too crazy. Just really, really good, smart rotations from Virtus Pro, considering they knew every single thing that was happening.
Nico está muy tenso.
11-4, and G2 running out of money after that loss. Nico's back down to a deagle.
Ilya.
Monacy attempting the long fight, gets caught by flash after flash here, Monacy, but he's still persistent. Eventually realizes he can't stick around that long, so he gets out of there. I really don't understand how no one took damage in that early long fight.
No one wanted the engagement, really. Monacy was like looking for a pick, but the defense knows, don't give it to him. Just kind of hang out at the corner. You don't need to peek. He kept taking more fights because some of the utility was a little off its mark.
The only player without a rifle is Nico, but he's got a deagle. And we've already seen with the way he's playing today, this deagle can be more than enough.
G2 showing mid-pressure. That's going to pull and suck Flit towards the middle of the map. It even pulls Electronic a little bit away from an angle he wanted to have over at A. These VP defenders, though, they got to be careful. They're now both stuck in the bomb site. A lot of real estate that G2 has control of towards long and catwalk means these guys are just boxed into a corner with nowhere to go.
Look how close they're getting without information. Electronic takes a step into the open.
Oh,
and
ciao.
he's instantly taken out. Norbert must
Ciao.
just one kill because he was split from two sides.
Ciao.
Virtus Pro collapse in this round. G2 gets so much space and they don't even get detected.
That's the problem when you have two players in that situation where people got lured towards middle out of their position, and then when you turn to get somewhere back, you realize we don't have control of long, we don't have control of catwalk. There's actually nowhere I can go with the bomb site, but that's such a weak position for two defenders at the same time when you're being split.
Punto de mapa para G2, amigos.
Too few options and plenty of options for utility for G2.
Well, we're looking at map point now for G2. This is a very comfortable Dust 2 performance. And that is the problem with picking Dust 2 against a team like G2. They have these players that have traditionally just been beasts on the map.
But it's hard to be too critical of it because Virtus Pro themselves have shown very good things on the map. It's just when you look at this G2 roster, you're like, Nico's going to love playing Dust 2. Monacy's going to love playing Dust 2. Obviously, Hunter's having a good time right now. And you don't even really need to put your T side into too much stress because your CT side was so dominant. I had a chance to talk to Hunter the other day after their quarterfinal victory, and he was singing the praises of Mouz just as a player and as a person, and how he's coming into the team. And he was how sick of his performances were, and I was just like, well, you're having some good games too. And he just looked at me and goes, yeah, finally. So, I mean, this has got to be a very fun experience right now for this G2 team that's had a beleaguered first half of the year.
Yeah, refreshing taste for this G2 squad. The Samurais slice their way through this B-bomb site. Norbert is under so much pressure, and surely not long for this world. Utility whizzing past him, bullets following, and now it is Mouz.
Se los garcharon,
James, the last remaining member of Virtus
Se
Pro here
los
on Dust 2.
garcharon.
And it will be a convincing victory from G2 in this opening map of the semifinals. They crash down on Virtus Pro. Their opponent's map pick collected, and this G2 squad are looking so good here in Riyadh.
They absolutely are, and that's an impressive opening statement victory on Dust 2 for these semifinals. Virtus Pro, their map pick, but they looked lost, dazed and confused. And I mean, it's the Cousins that shut him down entirely. Monacy had some good early rounds, but Nico gave him the business. Yeah. Hunter shut down his palm site, and that is a complete map from G2. We've got the desk ready and waiting, and I'm sure they're just as stunned as we are.
Yeah, you know, Jason, there's a couple things.
¿Se acuerdan que dije con la pinta ayer? Que estaba con las patas bronceadas. Mira, justo hicieron la foto esa. Full de bici, esto es full de bici, amigo. La linita perfecta ahí de las calzas.
Look, do not put your attention on VP right now. If you do that, you miss the main story of what's happening. This G2 that we currently have is a G2 that you cannot allow to have a good start in a game. If you have them in the corner, if you have them at a point where the finances are in danger, you have to close the clutches. VP were presented with two opportunities early in this half to get ahead in the game. The Monacy 1v2, the Jame attempt on the B side. These were moments where they had to stay alive. As soon as you lose this, as soon as you allow G2 to breathe a little bit, to have that money, to be aggressive in your face, it's over for you.
That's crazy. It's crazy that's the case this early on in the process. We just spoke about it coming into the game. You bring in Snacks, a new in-game leader who is slowly but surely trying to figure out his way.
Bueno, amigos, increíble lo de Nicolai, lo de Monesi, lo de G2, que lo dejó muy atrás a Virtus Pro en su mapa. Se viene el Ancient, que es pick de G2. Gracias, Franco, muchas gracias, hermano. Gracias, S, por los subs. Gracias, Loquito, por resuscribirse a mi canal. 12 meses y 2 mesitos. Seguimos insistiendo, mucho counter hasta fin de año. No sabéis meterse el Telegram, que estamos haciendo juegos ahí para todos ustedes por premios. Lo vamos a ir haciendo hasta fin de año. La realidad me está matando, hay que tirarlo un level más aunque sea, si puede. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo es tirarlo un level más? Métanse al Telegram, guacho, no se van a arrepentir. Les paso ahí. Ayer mandé la foto de los frasquitos que compré por error.
This is where VP is attempting to play quote-unquote a faster Counter-Strike. We're attempting to embrace this new game, and we want to have that in our toolbox. And Nico says, hell,
Ahí tirado 4.
positioning after positioning, frag after frag. Hey, just put them in their place.
Mira, si yo los tiro 4, los level 6 pueden jugar con level 2, ¿entendés? O sea, a ver, tampoco es tan estricto el decir, che, sos level 8. O sea, imagínate, los level 8 jugarían con level 4, o sea, y ya ahí hay diferencia, amigo. Vos imaginate que cuando entras a jugar al juego te dan level 3 por default. No pasa eso, no lo veo. Lo que está puesto en el clan es porque hay experiencia mía, de los admin. La level 4, man, mirá, level 4. O sea, hace años tenemos esto, amigos. Ya sabemos cómo funciona. Entonces, hay mucha plata por juego y, bueno, es estricto, boludo. Si no, se abusan. Por ahí queda más en ustedes ahora de invitar más gente, invitar a más amigos, no sé, boludo, a llenar más el clan para que pueda haber más gente, boludo. Hacerse más amigos también. Ve gente jugando, lo agrega, va a jugar con ellos. Hay mucha plata de por medio, amigos. Si nosotros liberamos las reglas, empieza a ser una catástrofe. La gente empieza a farmear los puntos, empieza a farmear la plata. Yo me desmotivo para seguir poniendo plata porque que la gane gente que está haciendo trampa o que esté aventajeando, no me va. Entonces, however, I still sit back with a feeling that had we played on to the second half, regardless of VP having 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, G2 were still the better team. They would have still closed.
Yes, no, I agree with you. I will allow myself to be.
Para mí lo del 80 match y después la diferencia de los levels no tiene nada que ver. Una cosa es que no haya cuentas nuevas farmeando el level 2, faltando el level 3, y otra cosa es que los level 8, level 9 no jueguen con level 4, boludo. Eso es una paja porque, bueno, pasa un poco acá porque en nuestra región no se jugó mucha Faceit en la vida. Pero vos vas afuera en Europa y no hay un level 8 que te juegue con... Igual ahora va a haber una actualización de Faceit. Pero afuera, al importarle tanto el elo, no juegan con diferencia de level, boludo. Saben que hay más gente afuera, no hay duda. Pero acá como el elo le chupa un huevo y lo que le importa es los premios de Windingo, hay esa diferencia de level y después ganan y ganan un punto en Elo. Pierden y pierden también 10 puntos, ponele, pero chupa 3 pitos el Elo acá. Y eso no tiene que ser así tampoco, boludo. O sea, acá mi clan reparte tanta plata que, bueno, termina siendo así. Pero bueno, por eso hay reglas que están así y van a seguir siendo así, amigos. No, eso no va a cambiar.
That were, I think, both working, just the softs struggling at some point of the race, then the hards with a lot of thermal issues, so really struggling to keep the pace, struggling to, know when to push or when to stay calm and try to save the tires, but it was a nice race, I think. They would tell you start P12 and finish P6 in Hungaroring, that is the second, I think, most difficult track to overtake in the calendar after Monaco. I would have taken it. So I'm happy with the race today, happy with the recovery, of course. Not ideal what happened yesterday. I was on the gravel and I lost a little mistake that could get some points tomorrow as well. So let's go to tomorrow, guys.
He was the one winning that you're talking about where they were struggling a little bit. I believe the scoreline was 12-11. Mouz have a single hand. He goes out in the middle. He gets a double entry.
The Mongols game.
Exactly, the Mongols game. So we have seen Mouz being freed up. We have seen him find impact on that map. And we're in a situation where we were talking about the veto as well. If you're G2, you had the opportunity of picking Mirage, which they were very dominant on yesterday, but they decided to go for Ancient, which tells me that's a map they've been working on a lot in practice. It's a map that they've been playing over the player break, and a map they feel comfortable.
Yeah, and they've already played it twice here, so you've had the opportunity to review these games together, right? They're a new team, the learning curve, exactly, but the learning curve is really quick when you have a...
Hay poco tiempo, bueno, amigo. Que haya poco no quiere decir que no haya. Después yo libero eso y los level 8 juegan con level 4, boludo, y es lo mismo. Después ahí están los problemas, este farmeo punto. O mismo más trabajo para los mods, tener que ver todos los mapas, porque hay gente que lo va a hacer. Las reglas no van a cambiar a mí. Por más que me lo ponga acá, me discuta, las cosas están como están y no van a cambiar. ¿Qué le vamos a hacer, boludo? Es así.
Picture VP with a 5-1 or 4-5-1, and then things get a little complicated. Then you have Snacks and G2 who have to dig a little deeper, and maybe they don't have that sub-layer of intricacies of Counter-Strike they want to play. They didn't have that. They didn't have to do it on Dust 2. Life was just great. They didn't need to do it at all. You have to force them to be a little uncomfortable, at least when it comes to the first few rounds.
Ya entiendo, boludo, tampoco te estoy diciendo nada, pero bueno. Yo lo que discuto siempre, o lo que digo siempre, y igual, qué sé yo, boludo. Por más que digo mi opinión, no, pasa que esto pasa. Ah, boludo, no. Es una pija, pero bueno. También vos estás jugando a las 12 del mediodía. Querés buscar gente a las 12 del mediodía. O sea, hay que ser un poco. Hay que entender que no vas a poder jugar todo el día, porque la gente no juega a las 12 del mediodía el counter. O la mayoría no juega a las 12 del mediodía. Hay horarios puestos también. Por mí que jueguen de las 10 de la mañana hasta también que es sábado. Yo que soy un vicio, a mí me encantaría levantarme. Yo me he levantado temprano un sábado y viciar toda la tarde. Pero bueno, no toda la gente lo hace y puede. También entiendo tu punto de que querés farmear todos los puntos necesarios en el clan la hora que sea porque querés ganar plata. Pero bueno, la competencia es un poco así también. Si fuera fácil... O sea, tenés que conseguirte, amigo. Si viciás, podés viciar la cantidad de horas que sea. Tenés que conseguirte 4 locos que estén para jugar todos los días, que es difícil igual, no te digo que sea fácil. Pero una vez que te los conseguías, esos Rusty, pueden ganar mucha plata todos juntos. Y después yo la mínima que libero empieza. Imagínate que hay gente que está compartida cuentas con otros. O sea, o sea, aparte, yo juego el counter de hace mucho. Juego solo Q de hace mucho. Y en ESEA ya existía dar plata a los que juegan. Y ¿sabes la cantidad de gente que había sido trampa en ese entonces? Que era 2016, 2017, 2018. Y sigue pasando hoy en día, boludo. Hasta con gente que es pro player como Pepe, imagínate. Lo hace gente que es conocida, medianamente conocida. Imagínate un logo que no lo conoce nadie en Faceit, que nadie le conoce la cara. Que es imposible que sepamos quién es. Y Messi no lo va a hacer por ganar $100 semanales. Olvídate, no lo va a hacer. Pepoli. Bueno, amigos, se viene el segundo mapita. Estompeada total de G2, Estompeada total de G2. Lo van a Pepe, no. Dijeron que era inocente, man.
it's okay, but we need to see in the matches, you know. It will be show how we feel in thrill, but we prepare at boot camp 10 days. We are trying to do the best one on this tournament. I think it's you know, something new minds, you know, and it's interesting bit to work. And
silenciando rápido, amigos. Ancient.
it's like fresh weave on the game, you know, and we will see what will happen in the future, but now he helps a lot.
Now
Working good. Of course, our main goals it's Shanghai, but a lot of important tournaments in the middle of season, like here UVC, Cologne, and we need to be in the
y si ganan haciendo, ¿no?
the tournaments, and we need to work a lot. Of course, we want deep run, and we want beat everyone here.
Y está bien la muchacha.
This tournament, it's like one tournament with this interesting system. It's like international in Dota, I think. Someone told me.
Valija lista, pasaporte, acreditación.
Very important to be focused on your game, and you need to control your mind. And
Gracias, Fran. Muchas gracias por el sub, loco.
young players a lot because when they play in tournaments like
Ni matador, fa.
give a lot of experience.
Me aprende un buen sound medio, Un sound medio de calidad.
Their best game, no? And it's important to play matches like that. They give a lot of experience. I think they need to just maybe change their figure, and they're doing some new Vertigo like for previous.
Me aprende un sound medio de calidad.
Now it's new map. They do
Sound medio de calité.
on A side, and this like ramp, right side ramp, and I don't know why they're doing like this and changing, because they just change the map, and for us it's not the best one, because second time they change our best
Ese
map.
Ger.
It was overpass, previous it was
Garbarino.
we was also good on Dust 2.
¿Sos el dueño de lo...
Vertigo or Nuke,
de Garbarino?
it will be great.
Mandame una heladera, si sos el dueño de Garbarino. Yeah. Me tengo que comprar una buena heladera, boludo.
Welcome back to the semi-final slam. Currently, it's VP getting slammed in the ground by G2. That Dust 2 performance was very impressive. One-sided, but it was full of highlights, and G2 did it in style.
It's one of the things that makes G2 such a fun team to watch, because yeah, they just had a dominant.
Me quiero regalar una buena heladera.
The Nico highlights out towards long. The retake on the B bomb side. Hunter mowing him down. Exciting team. And at the moment,
Mira Doritos.
all these pieces are coming together very, very early on, and it's crazy because even Virtus.
Se viene el 2-0, Es inevitable el 2-0, me parece.
But all of it got shut down by G2.
Yeah, it really did. And this G2 squad is so scary to watch when you've got Nico popping off, and you got Nico hitting those big numbers, you got Mouz.
Garbarino fundió. No nos pagó durante un año los empleos y ahora estamos en juicio, ¿no? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Vos te arrepió, Garbarino?
Yeah, and I mean, this now is, they better have had like the best reset of their lives between those maps, because you have your own map pick, you have your own game plan, and everything gets demolished in that fashion. It's going to feel real terrible getting up from your PC on the stage and walking outside to have your team chat between maps. So let's see what Virtus Pro can do now. Let's see if they can recover from the catastrophe of the first map. Aggressive down middle with 4 players. Hunter spots it out, gets the information, and G2 headed over towards the A-bomb site.
One thing I remember about Snacks on Ancient, he likes to go A, and they are just charging through together.
Duró junto con... Pero con Mundo sí, sí.
So that pretty well. Snacks and Hunter both dead, and here comes
Arranca la pista, amigos. Doble kill para Virtus Pro. Planta la OPA G2 y tiene el 3 vs 5 en el retake en el side A.
Mouz playing within the bomb side. G2 have that bomb down, so a timer on this play for VP, but they've got a kit and a smoke on the back of Flit. They can take a few extra
No me dejaron ni acá, amigo.
that smoke will help them out later into this round.
Dejaron todas.
But Donut now fades away. Mouz into a fight.
¡Oh! ¡Malps! Uy, amigo. Se agarra cabeza el pelado. 2-1. No, Malps.
was in such a difficult spot.
De acá le dice, de acá.
And Taz is just saying,
De acá
keep it
estás
going,
vos.
baby. Keep rolling. You've got this. Remember, this is the map Mulps dominated on against Spirit. He was a monster, and what a hot start. VP, that's a 5-on-3. They let slip out of their hands. Flit provided you everything to get started on the right foot here on Ancient, and Mulps rips it right away. Stunning shots. What a beast.
You gotta claim him as North American. You know, you have to, Jason, at this point. He stepped up instantly, joining the top tier ranks. Flashes into middle. It is going to be very easy for GT.
Ciao, 2-0.
It's one of the quickest rounds we've had at the competition. So
5-1 arramadas.
out of there, and that's going to fire them up.
This is going to be. Let's see how this first gun round goes before we make
No,
any
¿cómo la-
conclusions.
tac,
But
tac.
goal number one for Virtus
Muy buenas
has
las
gotta
pistas
be to
normales,
knock G2 off kilter, to just take away some of this momentum and take away some of this confidence that G2 is playing with, because nobody on G2 at the moment is scared of taking any fights.
It was just
Terrible,
winning the rounds over on Dust too.
Cantidad de movimientos
Think about
oscuros que hay.
Nico and that pistol round where he's just confident, just take a fight and swing.
No second guesses.
Yeah, well, second chance here for VP to get back into the semi-final. But Hunter out mid. VP to crawl back into Donut. So G2 have full mid control. They've got a lot of control early. How do they want to use this?
On the fade, you have to imagine Snacks will lead the way in towards the mid room. That's exactly what's happening. Split towards the B bomb site. Take attention away from middle. Nobody was home to begin with, so it's nice and easy. Virtus Pro perhaps looking at that Spirit game and how many times G2 attacked the A bomb site. They've stacked a third player on that side of the map. And Snacks has a really, really fast flank that James doesn't expect.
Now rotations become difficult for Virtus Pro because you know you can't go through CT, so you think about middle instead. Now Electronic spotted, he's getting sandwiched from two sides, and he can't get a single kill. Virtus Pro unable to rattle G2. They're going to bring that bomb back over to the A site instead. It has just worked out so perfectly here for the T side.
Yeah, this is God tier. The double push and Donut
NaVi
as well,
Mouz,
but just
mapa que
timing
sigue.
where G2's so well prepared for it. Flit and Norbert have shifted over as the bomb's not planted, trying to find something before it goes down. Now they're split up, and now Flit's going to have a real hard time saving this weapon. So is Norbert, because everyone from G2 is ready to hunt.
Good work from Flit, but can't hold on to his weapon. Now Norbert stuck inside of cave.
Solamente que Norbert.
To get away with it, but then again, Nico's relatively close. Norbert's going to hear those steps, that upgrade that Nico has gone through with. And Norbert, ooh, is he going to get away with it? Nico coming towards him. Norbert hangs on. So at least there will be one rifle saved.
It's not enough to get to be happy about, to be excited about. Still just getting rolled out of this map.
I mean,
This
you just
series.
said a second ago before this round started, we'll wait till the first gun round to see if VP can knock some of that momentum out of G2. If anything, it just got better for G2 in the first gun round.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, super well played tactically. I mean, getting into position, getting into good positions, but playing well and having really good responses off Snacks' opening kill. Pushes all the way through, wraps around the A, third player at A. Will usually have eyes on middle.
Está bien Virtus Pro igual, está jugando mejor.
Which gives Snacks that freebie.
Se está ya moldando con Electronic.
Of the possibility, but still not expecting it. Three to nothing.
Pistolita, hermano, bebé. Bebé.
Norbert Flit pushing down towards Nico. That smoke in his head and actually forces him to take that fight.
Está bien, son pistols, pero qué tenso,
It's
man.
2 headshots. Snacks sends a Molotov towards cave. This isolates any teamwork between Jame and Electronic.
Lo garchado que está G2 increíble.
In the meantime,
Virtus
is
Pro.
taking out the only A defender, so Jame is now getting tagged up. He's down to 44 health.
Lo chutean.
On the T side
0
here
de
for
R.
G2. Now, I briefly alluded to the fact that, you know, back in the last time we watched them play Ancient, we had Snacks calling A over and over again. The mind games he was able to get out of the calling was just really impressive, and I know he gained a lot of respect from the community about his in-game leadership and what it might look like. Just coming out of their first few games.
Well, this is a conversation that you had in that context of where, yeah, it's looked it's looked solid and good at this tournament so far and in some of these games we've seen. But the question is always going to be, what happens if you have Nico having a bad game? What happens if you have Mouz not giving you the entries the way they did? That's when you want to see your in-game leader being able to tactically win you some games with his calls.
Ocho, no se ven de CM, no,
Not just being able to call a good game off the momentum of how good your individuals are playing, but at the moment, that's not a problem that G2's had to overcome. That's the level individually that G2 is at so deep into this roster at the moment.
¿Qué pasa, Black? Tenemos Uy, ronda número 5. Otro Uy. G2 que quiere clasificar a la gran final.
Straight through, past elbow. Just disrespecting that initial smoke and not continue with the play forward.
Electronic's the only one here, so he wouldn't stick around for the fight regardless, just spotting for information. Nico with a little bit of a pre-fire, on point, but nobody home. And so the first steps are successful for G2. They force back the mid defense, they've got control of middle. Nico's taken away any aggression in towards Jaguar. And now he's got to spam into the bomb site in almost a second.
No para, Nicolino. No sé si murió en realidad. No tengo tiempo todavía de ponerme a verlo, boludo. Llegué de viaje.
He's back. He is back for a second.
Estoy terminando a partir de las 8 de la mañana. Me estoy durmiendo tarde porque va tarde. Estoy durmiendo bien. Pero termino, como, corro. Entonces no tengo tiempo todavía de sentarme a ver, boludo.
Forced away from his initial position, he'll have to fall behind the smokes, and this is not exactly what VP would have been hoping for. It is a great execute for G2 into this bomb site. Both VP defenders held behind smokes, and here comes from the back. Oh, it's perfect.
Mató Nico, planta la bomba.
Good timing, strong position.
Confía en el pick,
James realizes that they might just have to fade away.
4-2 igual, G2 que se lleva la ronda.
5 rounds in a row for G2.
Live from Rishad.
You give G2 an inch, you give him that opening kill, and they're going to make the rest of the round really painful.
No. Estoy durmiendo bien.
So strong at the moment.
Pero digo que no tengo tiempo porque me estoy levantando a las 8 de la mañana a streamear. Termino tarde porque el evento está haciendo, o sea, el counter termina tarde. O sea, termino tipo 8 o 9. De ahí estoy corriendo, estoy saliendo a correr, estoy corriendo en la cinta. Y de ahí ya me como, me cocino, me baño y me dormí. Y ya llegó esa hora, pero con la pera en el suelo, sin ganas de sentarme en la compu.
You have to remember, like, the start for VP, they won, what, the first 3 rounds, and then there was a Monacy.
Está con todo, Nico,
Free
kill. Mató 2 sin verlos.
This series for Virtus Pro, they have disappeared.
It's been an 18-1 run going back to the first map, which is crazy to think about. Just how long it's been since Virtus Pro had anything to be happy about.
¿Cuántos kilómetros y arranque corre hace poco, amigo? O sea, ayer fue mi segundo día. No, tercero me parece. Ayer corrí 4 kilómetros en la cinta. Que fueron media hora, 30 minutos.
Pushed up is electronic. This position can be strong, but it's all about finding these quick kills in the
Bien de electrónico.
He is certainly going to do that. Monacy has to trade it out, but
ritmo por kilómetro, no sé bien. Una vuelta lo busqué en la tabla como era, pero ya me olvidé. No sé bien cómo es en la cinta. Arranqué corriendo en 7, unos minutos. Uy, linda. Chao, no, está en la mierda, Pepe. Ojo. Arranqué con 7, después lo pasé a 8. Tuve hasta los minutos 10 en 8. En la velocidad 8. Después le puse creo que a 9, 5, 6 minutos. Volvió a bajar a 7 y terminé con 9 los últimos 5 minutos. Así. Fui variando.
And knowing it's the AWP on the other side going against them, there's no peaks. They're going to hold for James move and Monacy's
lo reventó Ilia. 6-0. No sé, la verdad, bien. Tengo que ponerme a ver los ritmos y todo eso. Ahora de momento arranco a correr y corro. Estoy intentando correr media hora y voy variando. Pasa, bueno, hace mucho no corría y por ahí no me falta. O sea, el aire de momento está bien. Esto corriendo en la cinta. No sé si corriendo en la calle cambia algo. Yo creo que sí, igual. Pero de aire vengo piola. Lo que me mata es la espalda, las piernas. Me empieza a doler la espalda. Cuando corriendo rápido me empieza a doler la espalda. No sé, honestamente. Yo siempre ando en bici. A mí correr me hace mierda. Yo tengo pie plano. Y para mí es algo por ahí, boludo. No, maratón. Nunca me gustó salir a correr. O sea, yo siempre fui de la bici. La bici es algo que es como te lleva más tiempo, porque un buen entrenamiento en bici capaz son 3 horas, 4 horas. Y entonces te lleva mucho tiempo. Pero correr, no sé, boludo. Siempre me llamó más ir a andar en bici.
Increasingly likely that they're going to be able to challenge for this title overall, and I mean they're going to be in the final if they just close out the next set of rounds in front of them.
Sí, me he hecho. Cuando jugaba al básquet me las hacía, boludo, pero no sé. Tengo que ver de vuelta a ver si nos puedo hacer.
Nico outside of B, but the rest of the squad.
Y la bici está muy buena, boludo. Nosotros entrenamos entre semana y los sábados íbamos a hacer más kilómetros, íbamos a hacer 60, 90 kilómetros. Ahí eran 6, 7 horas tirando en bici. Chao. G2 está intratable, quiere meterse.
Flit is the next player up, and he's only got a UMP, and there's nothing that SMG can do. It is gone. It is 7 rounds in a row for G2.
Mouz was quiet on Dust 2, playing a low active, I mean, wasn't really needed on the CT side, didn't get a whole lot of attention over at long, and when he did, Nico was there
en la gran final.
Kills, but now on Ancient, you're seeing his impact on this T side. Confidently leading the way in the pack, confidently taking middle. Now this time the A bomb site. And G2's hitting critical mass.
No, donde vivo hay mucha gente andando en bicis. Yo vivo cerca de Nordelta. Y todas esas calles por afuera está bueno para andar en bici. No sé si es el mejor lugar porque pasan por ahí muchos autos. No hay subidas y bajadas, qué sé yo, pero hay mucha gente andando en bici acá. Así la tarde, los sábados está lleno de gente andando en bici. O sea, una rutita bastante piola igual. Que es tranca, tampoco que está lleno de autos.
There's even a sign. There he is. There he is. Finally, a face to the voice.
Pero bueno, lo que tiene la bici es que eso te lleva mucho tiempo, boludo. Y yo hoy en día no tengo tiempo para eso.
Yeah, get loud, baby.
Go and catch it.
Está muy sólido lo que da el chavo. Sí.
Thanks for coming out, Dad.
Se cae de risa.
He's looking for that initial.
Lo que sí, Hunter, que no entró a jugar todavía. 7-0 no hace falta. Oh, no, todo ciego. Esquiva la flash. No, no, Mones. No, Mones. Está jugando muy bien, G2. Otra flash y lo mata Fame. Muy prolijo. No, lo están garchando, amigo. Se los están garchando.
Peek from Jaguar that he has the advantage over Snacks, and just as he's making the peek, a flashbang pops and he's blinded. Same thing over towards A ramp. Another peek's coming out, and Monacy's just able to do a 180. I mean, individually, VP's been knocked out of their games, not as sharp as they'd like, but everything is going in the favor of G2. All the timings. And it's given them so much confidence. Terrorists win. 21-1 run for G2 since round 4 of the first map.
Those aren't pretty numbers if you're VP, but beautiful if you're G2 at the moment. Here we got to see it again. Just that flip down onto flip.
No, acá la otra que se da vuelta. Es ahí, tac. Y a ese le cayó la flash a Fein también.
So clinical.
Nada, Valde está diciendo, me invitaron a un lugar muy piola, Me invitaron a un lugar demasiado bueno, dijo Mouz. Qué lindo, merecido igual. Para estar donde está, ha destacado en todos los equipos, siempre. Pero, qué lindo que te caiga un invite así, Y para mí, ese invite se lo gana él. No sé, obviamente, el trabajo antes, pero Mouz jugó contra G2, contra M80, que fue un Ancient, fue una serie que creo que no sé si se habían cruzado 2 veces. Y no me acuerdo tampoco el torneo. Pero Mouz los cagó a tiro. Para mí ahí dijeron, che, ojo con este. Me acuerdo una play en Ancient, acá en este mismo mapa en B, que pivotea para corto, para largo, para oscuro y los tapea, tac, tac, tac. Para mí, esa fue la play que lo pone en G2, fue un ace, es más, hasta fue un ace. ¿Qué torneo fue ese, boludo? ¿Fue Blast? No me acuerdo.
Two players taking middle. Snacks and Mouz. VP don't have the resources to fight for mid. They're worried about an A.
Pudo haber sido...
They're worried about everything.
They've got the op over
no, 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 no. Si lo buscan va a estar ahí. Es uno de los últimos cruces de M80. Pero le... No le puede ser.
It's done, man. Someone throw in the towel.
Ahí les pongo para que vean. Pro League. Se lo estaban garchando encima.
10-5 on Mouz. 10-1 on Nico.
Ahí le pongo para que vean lo que le digo.
For Nico so far in Ancient.
9-0 G2.
There's one single opening kill in this half on Ancient for Virtus Pro, and it was Flit in the pistol round. That's it. That's the only time they started a round with an advantage.
Nico is 36-7 overall.
On the series?
Vai estar ronda até terminar já.
E fazer 10 e olha no que deu, Napa.
E olha no que deu,
Esta é a play que eu chamo isso.
2 no perfil oficial.
Disfrutem.
Das cadeiras vermelhas. Pode procurar.
Olha o Kaique, olha o Kaique. Ei, terraplanista.
Terraplanista. Mouz.
Pode procurar.
Junto.
Então...
Dá pra kill.
RJ, né, no caso. Ele falou, depois que entrou esse negócio aí de terraplanismo, acabou tudo. Porque antes não acontecia. Antes...
No, bueno. Lo tenés que puto pedir, Lo tenés que puto pedir, ¿Quién editó el video? ¿Quién subió ese video, hermano? ¿Quién mierda subió ese video? No puede notar ni nada. Mouz Ace versus G2, no hay nada.
Flashbang is up, Norbert. Inside the smoke. Desperately trying to get something going for his team.
Man.
Fame is alone at this bomb site. Utility is out. He's looking for someone to slide into the cubby. A little bit of utility usage to drop the counter nade. Smoke deployed over at the A bomb site. G2 taking this one a little bit more slower paced. Virtus Pro is set up for a late mid take. But James is forced out of position into the open.
Finally, an opening kill in favor of Virtus Pro. Electronic, in fact, does a little bit better than that. He gets 2. So he'll back away. Damage has been done to Snacks.
And this is a little bit weird now for G2. Maybe the first kind of obstacle, well, definitely the first obstacle they've had in this half, considering the bomb has dropped all the way towards middle. That was supposed to be Hunter or Mouz to pick it up after something. And there goes Snacks.
4-2. Suma la primera Virtus Pro.
Go towards the bomb, and now he's got to come back for control.
It's Nico and Monacy left in his clutch together, and Nico is just erupted back in with a chance for G2. A 2v2 off the back of the initial 4. G2 advantage for VP. And now suddenly just Monacy, but 20 seconds is the problem. He picks that bomb up, and he's got to get a sprint on. He's got to run so fast. Unfortunately for G2, he is the flash, and he goes right into Jane in mid, who realizes he needed...
Hey, there he is. There, he's back.
Well, good spray transfer. He gets a third here. Mal spots him, couldn't adjust. Good work, good spray transfer as well.
Very difficult. That Molotov way towards the B bomb site.
Still worried about mid. Monacy still worried about A. There is a three-man hold here.
Loco es increíble.
Go on, Rek. Gets himself in. Long is the threat. Turns his back on Nexa and is punished for it. Now all onto Mouz. He's done well. Very well. Monacy left in the clouds.
No, una locura. Esa play fue una locura.
Monacy can peek. I don't know. There's just a little bit of stone protecting James from that one. And this time, the shot will ring out from James AWP. It's Nico that falls. So another opening kill here for VP, and back-to-back rounds they've got it.
Good information.
Ahí anotaron.
Fame. He's going to shift over. He saw 3 in middle.
Ahí anotaron, eh.
Calls that out to Electronic and joins him at the A bomb site. James AWP comes to take control of Red Room, hold the angle, deny access if they can.
And James is waiting. Here's the swing. Mobs gets past the scope. Dishes a little bit more damage out to James, but the Ulper will stand. And he will get another opportunity to take out Mobs, one that he will take this time. G2 starting to get stalled out.
9-3 en esto. Ojo, ese 9-3, no le debí a Virtus Pro.
That play, and James is just getting easy 1v1 fights, just walking into a sniper. That's 3 in the round for James.
They've been coming at him one by one. Nobody's been there to trade these kills. When G2 steps up to the plate, Monacy decapitates Flit. Hunter as well. Oh, it's starting to pan out real well for G2.
Switch to the AK as well. So Norbert might just swing and think he's got an AWP against him, but he's going to wait around that corner. Monacy's going to clear him with the AK. And fortunately for VP, Norbert able to get something done with the MP9, and Hunter, well, he's not ready for Electronic. It was ever so patient on his flank. Eventually gets his reward. So 2 rounds in a row now for VP. They're looking to secure 3 rounds here at the half, which is exactly what they had over on Dust 2.
Bang. Beautiful job by James in this round. Good mobility getting back towards middle as well. But yeah, first time they've maybe been given some easy kills here and there. The one on Nico is a nice shot on the jump, but for Mouz, that's James in his comfort zone. Little bit of life, 2 rounds in a row. I expect this round to be way more aggressive from G2.
Yeah, Mouz just sent out mid, sent out to brawl and battle. And Electronic, because of the utility, is forced back behind that donut smoke. At least he's still alive. Here comes a fight that Norbert might fancy himself in if Monacy was to step into the open. Monacy has no intentions of doing that. G2 sending players through donut. Snacks and Mobs currently occupy donut itself.
Se la devolvieron a Nicolino.
Rounds here.
Well, that's Flit getting him back for the first gun round. That's exactly how Nico got the entry on the B bomb site. So, you know, fair is fair.
Missed timing there for James. Unfortunate to unscope, and Monacy is going to punish the repeat. Now that's a gap, an opening into the site to try and attack, but it's not worked out here for G2 right at the end.
Bueno, 9-3. Termina recuperando un par de rolanitas Virtus Pro, pero me parece que no le va a alcanzar. Me parece que no le va a alcanzar. Para pam 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 pam. Se viene el cambio de lado. Ta-ta-ta-tam. Pasa Kodak. Ya estamos de vuelta, man. Pam, 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 pam. Guachines, métanse al Telegram, loco. Los que no están en el Telegram, métanse. No se van a perder absolutamente nada si están ahí. Van a poder jugar por premios en las diferentes actividades que hagamos. Vamos a poder interactuar más directo. Métanse, loco. Métanse al Telegram. La primera cuando no pasa nada, obvio, ya me pasa lo mismo, boludo. Yo llegué a un punto en España que estaba haciendo cosas, pero decía, qué gana de estar sentado en mi pieza viendo Counter. Obviamente mucho más manija por lo que se viene 9Z, por ver por ahí los equipos nuestros, RMR. Pero que ya arranque una Pro League, ya arranque una Cologne. Que arranque algo eso y estamos flama,
Sound muted.
Nine-3 half, G2 lead the way here on Ancient. They're one map up in the semifinals, and they're very, very close to a grand final showing on their first run out with this new roster. This is an impressive showing from G2. There was some life, at least, from Virtus Pro right at the end there. They put an end to a 9-round streak. Were able to collect the last 3 rounds to at least have something to play with coming into this T side.
More importantly, they shut down G2's run dating back to the first map. It was 22.
Bueno, comienza la segunda mitad.
Dust 2 early on in Dust 2, and just to stop that.
No suelo salir, últimamente hace mucho no salgo, pero siempre tuve momentos. Nunca fui gran salidor igual, pero hay veces que por ahí salía más, que salía cada un finde, o que salía por ahí todos los findes, o... Después hay veces momentos que no salía ni un finde. Ya está, igual nunca fui tan fanático. Siempre me gustó mucho más juntarme, bro. Hacer algo, o ir a tomar algo. Bueno, pistol para G2. Nosotros cuando yo vivía en Córdoba con mis amigos, o sea, mi amigo de la secundaria, que también estaban viendo ahí, por ahí íbamos un miércoles, íbamos a un bar a tomar unas birras. Después de ese bar pasamos por ahí un bar más bailable. Y después de ese bar pasamos otro. Pero así full lugares chicos, ¿no? No una boliche. Después obviamente que sí, hay veces que íbamos mucho, no sé si conocen en Córdoba la barra del boliche, la LBB. Ahí hemos ido bastante. Que eso es gigante aparte. Eso estaba lleno siempre. Pero a mí me gustaba mucho más eso. O juntarse en una casa a escabiar y a ranchar. O después ya así un poco más sociable con más gente, ir a un bar a escabiar y ir de bar en bar. De bar en bar. Eso hemos hecho también bastante. Por ahí era un miércoles 6 de la mañana, estábamos saliendo re dado vuelta de tranca, de un bar, o sea, ni siquiera. María no fui nunca. Bueno, fui una sola vez, pero nunca. Yo vivía al frente de María, boludo. Ya cuando gustaba salir de mi casa, mi mamá, igual tampoco era tan lejos, ¿no? Pero hemos ido también ahí cerca de María hay un Porto, es el boliche. Ese Porto también hemos ido. No sé si era Porto igual. Pero que hay que hacer que María, que era también cerca de mi casa. A 2 cuadras. No, la jarra loca, amigo, era asquerosa. Nosotros pedíamos jarras locas. La jarra loca la pedíamos siempre porque era barata, había mucho y pegaba. Y bueno, cuando hay poca plata, te buscas caviar como con lo que tengas. Hay una que no sé si han probado, Séptimo Regimiento se llama. Mis amigos cuando no tenían más plata iban por ese. No, qué duro que era, boludo. Fa, boludo, qué duro que era eso.
They've even got a resmoke coming in just as VP wanted to go through it, and coming through it might be the best option for them with a distraction set up over the top of Heaven, and Jame actually gets a couple out of it. Suddenly it's a 2v2 and there's weapons on the ground, Jason, so there is options now opened up for VP.
I think both players of G2 in that situation were a little bit too hungry for that kill. They turned
Y lo más lindo de la noche era ir al burger.
They're going towards Snacks. I was going to say had a weaker gun, so perhaps they can take
Toda
it.
vuelta.
MP9 gets away with it, gets back behind the big box, and now Flit has to worry about different angles, but he sees the knee of Snacks. Snacks now knows his threat is in front of him. Flit with limited time. Oh, Snacks, he's just going to play with it right to the end. Allow Nico to come in from Donut, and he secures it right there.
Smart veteran play from Snacks, just stalling him out, knowing the timer on the round is in his favor. 9 seconds left. Flit had to do something to
El momento más fuerte que he salido, o sea, más fuerte no, el momento que los últimos momentos que he salido fue acá en Buenos Aires cuando se liberó la pandemia. Ahí salimos bastante con Luca, con la casa, con los pibes. Ahí salíamos mucho, ¿vale? Ahí estaba un momento que estábamos saliendo mucho. Y después yo me cansé, boludo. Bueno, después el choreo. Después cuando me entraron a robar, ahí no salí más. Puse a streamear. Pasa que después cuando me entraron a robar, yo empecé a agarrar todos los torneos y ahí tampoco tuve mucho más tiempo para salir. Pero gracias a Dios soy alguien que no me... Tampoco me llama mucho, o sea, no es que estoy perdiendo una locura. No, por lo general no me gusta salir. 11-3 para G2. Está con todo G2,
Monasim starting to make his move in mid. Will it work out in timing? Flit temporarily
Flit.
Ay, cayó puto la flash. Monasim's head provides itself. Second chance now on Mouz, and oh, good trade from Mouz. Snacks unleashed now out of cave. Nearly wins that fight versus Jame, but doesn't, and the ball now goes down.
Sí, igual. Yo creo que depende. Si te gusta la joda, salís a la edad que sea.
There's no money left, so they're going for a save call.
Yeah, and it's a smart call as well. Even with this kind of a lead, it'd be easy to be overconfident and kind of go for this, but still playing some smart counter-strike and saying, you know what, let's just use this lead, see what we get in the next round, save some money. We can buy up some weapons around this. We can still make it dangerous moving forward.
Acá lo que tiene también, que yo siempre fui medio pajero. En Belleville, por ejemplo, si vos querés salir, vas a pata. O sea, o te llevan a un lugar tus viejos, o llegás como sea a un lugar y después el boliche te queda en la ruta y vas a pata. Vas y volvés a pata. Y eso entonces te da menos paja. Acá tenés que salir, tenés que ir con el auto, o tenés que tomarte un Uber y viajar media hora. Eso también es... Yo que soy muy pajero para esas cosas, ya le suma una carga que es jede, boludo.
Mouz, who knows? It's going to be a real good close semifinal.
Mouz is such a good team. It was like I said yesterday.
Tengo un buzo de Williams. Bueno, en Córdoba también nos pasa lo mismo. Córdoba yo salía de donde vivía y tenía María al frente, o sea, el frente literal. Porto a 2 cuadras. Y los bolichos donde salíamos estaban ahí, o sea, era Güemes. Estaba todo ahí. Eso es lo bueno también, Bañarte y ya estás. Te juntás con un amigo en el patio Olmo y caminás a donde quieras. De última te tomás un Uber o un taxi que son 10 cuadras y ya está. ¿Surfamiento Globa? No. Yo cuando llego de Barcelona, yo alquilé. Saqué un hotel que era cerca del hotel de Globan, o sea, el hotel donde estaba alojando la gente de Globan, que de ahí salí una combi. No saqué yo ese hotel porque estaba lleno, qué sé yo, ya saqué uno a 2 cuadras. A 3 cuadras. Y yo cuando llego a Barcelona, voy para ese hotel, pero para ese hotel tenía que entrar a las 2 de la tarde. Y yo llegué a las 10. Y del lugar de trenes, caminé hasta la catedral, para digo, bueno, voy a hacer tiempo. Entonces caminé hasta la catedral. Y caminando para la catedral me crucé al stand de Williams. O sea, pura y mera casualidad. Yo ni sabía que estaba eso ahí. Sabía que habían hecho un lugar así, pero no sabía dónde mierda era en Barcelona. Y caminando me lo crucé. Y entré y compré y seguí caminando. O sea, pura casualidad. Ahí me di cuenta que el fin iba a estar bueno, ¿entendés? Porque Las cosas se dan, man.
Jame, is he going to check for him? He is. Snacks is going to lose this fight against Jame again.
Yeah, they need to hustle back. There is kind of a missed smoke from Virtus Pro, so that's a resource they would love to have because they've
Me
got
parece que Virtus Pro está haciendo esto un poquito más largo, pero
It's only Monacy who's rotated over with the FAMAS. He does have some nades to work with, but this is
sí, no sé el lugar donde era, bro. Cholo, no, hombre. Era literalmente llegando a la catedral. 3 cuadras antes de la catedral era. Vi todo azul y dije, epa, lo conozco esto, me parece.
The closest you can, right? He's 1 HP left on Flit.
This is another beautiful round
No,
tactically
amigo.
from Virtus Pro.
Yo cuando estaba en Córdoba, qué locura. Estaba recién surgiendo. Luego cuando yo viví en Córdoba no fui a muchos bailes, boludo. No sé por
You
qué.
have quiet in the mid round. You have plenty of time to work with, and you get to start throwing those little fakes, those little bits of utility from middle, those bits of utility into the B bomb site to take the defense away, and then G2 has to scramble to get back in.
Yeah, Monacy has to think about getting out of
No,
here.
no fui a Plaza de la Música.
Oh, AK now picked up.
O sea,
by
creo
Jame,
que
already
sí
had
fui.
him, and that is 5 rounds for VP, so
Pero no me acuerdo igual, no me acuerdo. Yo cuando era más pibe,
getting into this game
o sea,
for the first time.
mi tío es el sonidista de todas las bandas de cuarteto. Va, no sé hoy en día si de todas, pero ha sido de Ulises, ha sido de Damián Córdoba. Tiene mucha banda de cuarteto o labura que en todos los festivales hay de Córdoba. Y por ahí iba yo con él, pero muy de pibe. Lo acompañaba y no sé si habré ido o no, no me acuerdo. Pero cuando yo... Pero así de grande, cuando yo vivía en Córdoba, no fuimos muchos bailes, boludo. También yo en Córdoba tuve un año, no tuve mucho. Tuve un año y medio. Pero no, salíamos, pero nunca fuimos a un baile de cuarteto, boludo. No me acuerdo. Y nosotros siempre fuimos muy corteteros, Pero no sé, no pintaba o no sé. La verdad no me acuerdo, porque no hemos salido mucho cuarteto.
He's actually headed to the side of the map, 3 through donut very, very fast, just playing contact, waiting till they see somebody.
Estudiaba así.
Mouz with the deagle.
Hacía que estudiaba. Uy, mal.
And they won't know numbers, but now they will. Norbert has seen the push coming. VP have an indication of where the stack is, so they should be able to dodge all the danger.
Después cuando iban a Belleville, sí. Ahí Damián, Ulises. Una vuelta fue No Te Va a Gustar a Belleville, también fuimos con mis amigos. Fuimos primera fila, todos fanáticos.
And we're now at that point where we can get the full buyout again for G2. There won't be an AWP for Monacy. He had enough, just enough to get a glass cannon and nothing else, so he wants to go to the rifle. And we're very aware of how capable he is, even with the rifle in his hands.
Have we seen the AWP on Monacy yet in this half?
El Duco fue una vez a Belleville. Igual cuando fue el Duco nosotros no fuimos. Que no pudo tocar. Yo cuando lo conocí el Duco le conté que una vez, o sea, le conté que había ido una vuelta, pero le conté que yo era de Belleville y que él fue una vuelta fue, a ver si se acordaba. Y se reacordaba y hasta tenía fotos de lo que pasó. Porque no pudieron tocar porque no había salida de emergencia, no sé qué había pasado.
Virtus Pro early into this round. Electronic and Flit already through Jag. They want to apply pressure to Snacks. They
Maña,
know
pero
they're
cartera.
aggressive multiple times.
Soy de madera yo bailando a mí. Cuando estamos ahí en el cuarteto, en la joda, tiramos paso de cuarteto, pero vaya a saber cómo se ve uno de afuera, ¿no? Completamente duro, pero tampoco hay que saber bailar mucho para tirar los pasos de cuarteto. Nikito, sólido Nika. Norbert también lindo. Snacks, que lo borra Flit. Quiere empezar a cerrar esto, me parece. Snacks se da vuelta. 2 de vida quedaba Norbert.
Yeah, but look at 2 players chunked down very low. Fame half HP, Norbert 2 health. And now they're getting stalled out by Flashbang. So James steps up to the plate with this up, looking for a peek.
Oh, he's got a good angle here. They cross into him, but a missed shot from James. You don't see many of those.
Ciao. Ladies and gentlemen.
And VP now have to suffer elimination point. G2 1 round away for the grand finals here at the Esports World Cup.
Virtus Pro scraped together
Match point.
what they can, and it's a pretty solid buy. AK-47's up and back in James' hands. Monacy gets a freebie from this round. Good job from Nico and Snacks. Going 2 for 2 to ensure control.
Quedó a una rondita de con su nuevo roster meterse en la gran final.
Now they must win 6 in a row, fighting for overtime.
Rondita número 19. Y voy por NaVi. Estaría bueno NaVi quedó en la final, ¿no? GG es. Se podría decir que GG es.
He's not trying to get any further than Cave.
Nax.
He's going to grab that opening fight. Flit was persistent. Now the peak. We haven't seen Monacy sniper, and now we see what it can do. Electronic falls down on the T side. VP diminished to just 3 players.
Ay, se cebó ahí, Quiso tirar chicha ahí.
He was in a couple safer positions, but decided to get aggressive. Still a tall task. Fame is going to have to open things up.
Nalps.
Gets cleared. Fame opens up perfectly.
No salían glireando en ese ángulo. No tenía la ventaja.
Ay, swinging this shot he will nail. It does not look like this is going to be a G2 finish unless Nico and Snacks can create magic on this retake.
Presiona el DCT, juega Nico, le está clavando Fame. Juega Nico ahora. Se fue deleteado y el clutch es para Snax. Ojo que este hace esta, No tiene balas, boludo. Ahora sí.
He's got a kit, but he has no utility. This is not going to happen for Snacks. This is not going to be closed by G2. The VP stay in the fight for a little bit longer. Snacks away.
12-7.
And well worked towards that A site. And it does feel like if Monacy was maybe slightly more disciplined, they could have closed it there and then.
Yeah, a mistake out of Monacy to take that. And again, I think it's a lot of confidence, obviously, in himself, a lot of confidence in the scoreline of G2. But again, like no matter how much you've beaten up Virtus Pro, the players are going to take advantage of those mistakes. And he really wanted to flex on Jame with that repeat. So 12-7, and Virtus Pro call a timeout after the round win. The AWP advantage down the stretch of that round. Jame holding angles with impunity.
This is the last timeout in regulation. The VP can decide to call.
Bueno.
Great spot for G2.
No, not at all. I mean, but again, every time they've hit, the nice thing for them is because they've been so dominant in the first half, every time they get to a low economy, they have like they just look at the scoreboard and it's like, we got rounds to play with.
Yeah, that's true.
Obviously, you don't want to give them up, but you don't feel panicked making the decision to save.
Yeah, safety net catching them.
¿Lo cierra acá o no lo cierra acá?
Split down low.
Well, that's usually how these kind of rounds start. Nico with a deagle.
Nico with a deagle.
Snacks has a rifle.
Ooh.
Nico jumps on by, gathers info.
Yeah, but now he's pinned against the wall, and they know this position. And the M4 is still sitting in cave, so it's just the pistols trying to defend against this.
Well, they're going to be focusing on Nico, but the threat is still there. It still
Nico
stands
querido,
until Norbert finally gets rid
muy
of
cerca de un buen highlight.
And it really doesn't look like there is
4K, 3K con deagle.
Snacks, he could create one. He's coming in with that M4, but ends up getting caught in an awkward scenario that leads to absolutely nothing. And Monacy,
I think he heard the footsteps from Monacy coming up and maybe got a little bit tweaked out, a little bit scared.
Yeah.
Vuelvo a 3 para Monacy.
Monacy says, I'm
Se viene el highlight, muchachos. Ahora sí. Para cerrar el map y para pasar a la gran final.
There is maybe one down on Snacks, but it is going to be a headshot straight away from Monacy. But now it does have a kill.
Erró.
Now it does have a kill. Absolutely.
¡Ilia! Se lo canté. Ah, bueno, tiró. Ilia Monacy. Junto a G2 está en la gran final.
You can hear the crowd chanting his name. So many engines on this team, so much power and strength on this team at the moment.
Eliminado Virtus Pro.
Across the series. Hunter with a good series.
¿Cuál tira? ¿Cuál tira?
Obviously just styling. And delivers another highlight reel to bring G2 into the grand finals. Virtus Pro, they talked about how well they're becoming balanced, how well this team has improved. They've got a lot of lessons to learn from today. G2 showed up in their honeymoon on a different class.
Lightning when it strikes. Brings an end to them all. VP knocked out here at the Esports World Cup. And G2, first time in the new roster, and it's a grand final already. And they are looking like they are capable of winning this trophy. They will play the winner of the semi-final between Mouz and NaVi. And they have got to think, no matter who it is, they've got a shot at taking it.
I mean, look, they just won that trophy in Dallas, and it was the same kind of feeling, obviously with a different lineup in a stand-in situation, but building to that critical mass, building to that momentum, and knocking down everyone who steps up to them in the playoffs. Looking good while doing it, and let's go down to the stage to hear from them.
G2 está en la gran final, amigos.
I mean, at times that was the Simpsons meme, wasn't it? Stop, stop, they're already dead. We talk about a honeymoon period. This is more than a honeymoon period with this team, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It just everything clicks this event, and everything is going our way, and hopefully another day tomorrow it's gonna go our way. So yeah, keeping high hopes up.
I spoke to Taz yesterday after you won, and I said, were you expecting this sort of play? And he gave me a smile and said, yeah, we're looking good. Did you expect to be this good this early on with this new team?
Honestly, like, I had a very good feeling going up against it even yesterday.
Monesi says I'm
Se viene el highlight, muchachos. Ahora
we
sí.
have a very good chance of winning, and I even told the guys we're going to 2-0 them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on and what is still going on, but we are doing very good now as a team, and maybe it is a honeymoon, but honestly, we don't really care at this point. We just have to take it map by map, event by event. We will see what's going to happen at Blast or Cologne, but for now, we want to enjoy this honeymoon.
So great fans you got here as well who are cheering for you. They were going wild at times. You've been around a while. I'm not saying you're old. I'm saying you've been around a while. When a game goes like that, when it's all going your way, what is the feeling like?
I mean, it feels great. It's been a while since I played this good. I mean, I don't think I played this good in CS2 yet, so it feels good to come back to my form. I don't want to jinx it, to be honest, but I felt very good at the start of the season, even at the boot camp, so we will see. Hopefully I can keep up this form.
We can hear everyone cheering for Monacy right now. I mean, how he ended the map was ridiculous. Is he the best player in the world? I heard Jason say that.
Yeah, for me he is. He is definitely, I think he has everything that he needs. I just see him way more versatile than Dunk, for example, and for me, yeah, he's definitely the best player in the world.
It's great to watch him play, it's great to watch you play, it's great to watch the team play. Let's bring over the key now, because obviously, because you've bested them, you get the key. This will be given to you with a handshake, I'm sure. There you go, a fabulous moment. Somebody will now crush this on the other stage. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do the crushing?
I mean, yesterday it was Snacks and Mouz. Maybe today I'll give it to Ilya for the last highlight that he got for us.
Mate, it's a pleasure always to chat to you. Congratulations. You guys, I think, have gone from a team we wanted to see to a team that's possibly, maybe going to lift this trophy. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Nico and G2. They're through to a final.
Anything like it.
Well, what a showing here from G2. And obviously, I guess maybe the key to success here for them is to just continuously change lineups, because that would appear to be what's working.
Terrible, amigos.
An oiled machine here, and it obviously should go without saying, but G2 go into the grand finals, VP, recalculate, recalibrate, and hope for a better day.
I mean, what more can you say? Very, very dominant performance coming in for G2. You knew it was going to happen. When you're up 9-0 on the second map, your own map pick against VP, dominating the T-side like G2 were. Melp sitting at 7 kills, I think, after the first 2 rounds. Everything was just going up in a higher end for the G2 boys. Again, would be foolish not to say that VP didn't show up today. Would be foolish not to say that VP didn't play great Counter-Strike, but I think it was more so G2 playing way above expectations. It was
me voy a poner los videos porque voy a comer. No sé si esto se va a demorar, o sea, si esto se respeta el horario y se adelanta. Pero bueno, pongo los videos y vamos viendo.
Those guys, according to them, and I'm talking about the HLTV.org crew, Nico dropping his highest map rating in CS2 and second highest of his whole career in the first map of this series. So does that bode well for VP? Don't look like it.
No, this is definitely not a win condition if you're VP. And I really like that you mentioned Nico, because that's a topic I think we have to hone on in. The fact that he himself says, you know what, ever since CS2 came around, I never felt that comfortable. I never felt that good. I don't want to jinx it. Well, my take is that it isn't just up to Nico. It's not that just Nico woke up one day thinking, I'm going to go back to my extraordinary level. I think that in this system, he doesn't have to overcompensate. I think he gets to focus on what he is doing. He gets to pick and choose his fight. Doesn't have to push for too much. He has balance in when he decides to actually get stuck into the fight. And so what happens is you build confidence. You have less frustrating moments. You have less moments than you regret on the decisions you made. And then he accumulates that confidence, and we get to see the monster that we knew that Nico could be. And if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, whether or not you're a fan of G2, if you love Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike is better with Nico exceptional. It's just a fact. He makes the game special. He defined a style of rifling that he and only he himself is capable of doing. And finally we get to see it again, because damn, I missed it.
Got nothing more to add.
Okay, how about this then? Give me a comment here about what he just said about Donk and versatility and versus Monacy. Because that's an interesting conversation, isn't it? And I would love to hear your hot take, Jacob.
Donk and Monacy?
Well, yeah, you just heard Nico say what he said, right?
Yeah.
Didn't mention Zywu either. Didn't take that route.
No,
Not here.
That's true. I don't know. I think Monacy right now is making a great case, obviously, for being one of the greatest players we have in the game. I think Donk is a different conversation. He has slowed down a little bit as of recently. I believe this event for him was probably the worst he could have imagined. So I think that whole conversation in terms of who's the best player in the world right now, we can have that throughout the rest of the year. I don't think there's going to be a definitive answer, you know, to begin with. So for my money, that duel is completely up for the grabs.
I mean, the argument also relies heavily on team's result. We know how it is. Whoever gets the further, the deeper in tournaments, whoever gets their hands on MVPs, well, if this is going to be a G2 that is reliably at that level, hell yeah, Monacy's going to have his name on that. Because, I mean, granted, Nico doesn't go into extraterrestrial
I was just
level.
about to say, the problem is Nico is stealing frags now. So what does Monacy do?
You think Monacy's going to go Nico and be like, brother, listen, could I just like get the MVPs? You know, I have my own horse in that race.
And since Mouz is new to the team, he hasn't quite got comfortable enough to ask the same exact question.
Oh no, he cannot quite yet, you know.
Hey man, stop taking all the...
Mouz is like, in the contract it says, Mouz, you're not going to get MVP in the first 2 years, just FYI. Like, no, there's a pecking order here.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But obviously to end the game out in the fashion that Monacy did, like,
no,
kind of crazy.
I mean, there's an argument to be made for the versatility. And honestly, really, maybe just Zywu could hold the candle. And even in terms of flicks, I don't think that's the case. But tell me, what department of the game can Monacy not do?
Yeah.
What can Monacy not do currently in CS2? Can he clutch? Yes, he can. Can he play with the pistol? Yes, he can. Can he rifle when needed? Absolutely yes. Can he open rounds? Absolutely yes. Is he a good T-sided player? Yes. CT-sided player? Check. Is he mobile? Check. Is he versatile? Check. Can he be impatient? Check. He's got everything. What do you want me to tell you?
Can he win the Esports World Cup? Can he win the major?
Well, find out tomorrow.
That's true. I mean, they are in the grand final. What's up, Jacob? You look.
No, I'm just like, there was a lot of checking.
There's a lot of check. My list goes pretty long.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Monacy is fantastic. I mean, if I were to build a team, I think the player I'd pick firstly out of everyone right now in the world would be Monacy. So speaks volumes.
But again, Mouz. Let's not forget about Mouz, right?
Sure.
We can't forget about him. Did this showing look better than what we've seen on them in Ancient with the utilization of Mouz?
I think Mouz so far in this tournament has been doing more than we could expect from him. I think he's still coming into new roles. He's still coming into a new team. Again, he's coming into a new world where he has to accept that he's now the favorite in most of the matchups he's going into. He's playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike. He's playing for an organization that has ambitions and aspirations of winning trophies. He's no longer an M80. He's no longer in 0-0 Nation or wherever he has been before. He's not a Tier 3 player. You know, Mouz is here to win trophies. He's here to make a difference on the server, and so far he's done that way earlier than I expected.
I agree with you. I don't think we've seen him tested truly. Like, just think about the last maps he's played here in playoffs.
Yeah.
You spank Spirit on 2 maps, and then here you've lost what, a handful of rounds against VP, and that's it. No team has really put him in a position where maybe we get to see the weakness. Like, maybe you force him into one of these very high-pressure situations alone, isolated on the bomb side, on the CT side. He doesn't exactly know how to anchor that position. He gets exploited. None of that has happened. Very clearly, on the T side, he's found the rhythm. Yeah. He knows how to fit into that system. He's comfortable. He's so comfortable taking like 50-50 duels or 40-60 duels. The duels that aren't easy, he takes them. Doesn't matter what. Takes a little bit of space, go for the duel. He can do that. Maybe on the CT side, there's going to be a learning curve. Nobody forced him to learn that yet.
And that's the issue, and I fully agree with you. It's not his fault, though. He's only being presented, you know, these easy wins against teams like Spirit and, you know,
how dare he
yeah,
that easy?
it's like, no, that's the problem. So I agree with you, and that's why I look forward to Cologne as well. To see G2 with the way they're playing.
You gave up here on the pressure here.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, even in the final, that's going to be a different one. I think at Cologne, if we were to see G2 at this stage, if we were to see him play, you know, inside that arena after they potentially win this event, they would instantly be one of the favorites to go into the playoff. And can he perform on a stage when the pressure is at the highest and when he's playing a team that, I guess, shows up on the server, then we can start having more checkmarks on matches end.
So you're saying VP didn't show up today?
I'm saying VP went nowhere to be found.
No, that's fair.
I'm saying it was obvious.
It's not a hot take.
It's not a hot take.
It's a mild
set me up right there, yeah?
One doesn't simply... No, I'm kidding. What we can talk about, though, is our MVP. Guess who it is? You guys want to take a shot?
Nico.
Yeah, imagine that.
Do you have any other hard question that you want us to answer on the fly? Like
Square root of get out of my face. How about that? 43 and 17 again. Breaking some of his own records there in the first map of the series, and then they didn't look to slow down in the second.
I mean, we had the conversation many times, you know, peak m0NESY within G2, it would have been so nice if that would have been together with peak Nico.
I know.
Is there a world now where we're heading into the second part of the season where Nico slowly but surely is ramping up to become the best version of himself again, and m0NESY continues to be peak m0NESY? Because if that's the case, you have 2 of the 3 best players out there.
Yeah, listen, it's about to happen. At least it feels like it's happening.
Yeah.
If you're looking at Dallas, if you're looking out here in Riyadh, you're having a Nico that is once again rising to the incredible level he had in CSGO, and truly this makes me feel that the issues before were first of all systemic. These were systemic issues that Nico were trying to fix, and this isn't to take any responsibility away from him. Like, I'm not saying that when Nico wasn't performing, he was just a poor victim of circumstances. It's not what I'm saying. He probably was overcompensating, he probably was a little impatient, he probably was frustrated, all of that came together. But now, within this system, ever since Huxi left, you make the links you want to do. This is turning into something quite special from Nico, right? Dallas, Riyadh, sample size here.
Honestly, if you want to try to explain it, I think sometimes when you're a star player that has experienced as much as Nico, it's about new motivation sometimes as well. You know, you're changing your in-game leader, you're bringing in Mouz, there's a lot of new projects, a lot of moving parts. I think he's highly motivated right now. We know what a motivated Nico can do, what we saw right here.
Yeah, and it shows. And I'm talking about setting them up and lighting them on fire. Well, that's what Nico did. However, a little bit lukewarm over on the other side. That's Virtus Pro, and we're talking about Electronic, who's been gracious enough to give us an exit interview with Freya.
Electronic, I know moments like this are never easy, so I really appreciate you giving me some of your time. First of all, just want to go back to the map veto. You guys picking Dust 2 against G2, who've looked, you know, pretty decent on that map as well. What was the thought process behind that?
I mean, we did a lot of mistakes on Dust 2 as a team. So it means that we didn't deserve win today. It is how it is. I mean, we made a lot of mistakes, I will say, even like this, you know. But anyway, we have to keep our heads up, you know. We have Blast like in 1 week or maybe less, and we have to fix our mistakes. And I hope at the Blast we will play better in those stages, you know.
Moving on to Ancient, obviously the pick of G2 in this series. You guys starting off 9-0 down. Can you give me a few words as to kind of, you know, the vibe, the atmosphere in the team at those moments? Because we could see, you know, some of you guys getting frustrated on the cameras.
I mean, it's always frustrating when you lost 0-9, right? The vibe in the team was on point, I will say. Everyone wanted to do a comeback, but we didn't make it. It's all right, I guess. At least we make a fight. After 0-9, you know. There is no words from our side, you know. We just lost, we just got smashed. That's it.
Speaking of, you know, some words that James gave before coming into this next part of the season, he said you've kind of got to, or the team have kind of got to restructure a little bit around your arrival. In terms of the first taste of that in this event, how much change do you think the team has made? Like, how satisfied are you with the direction the team's going?
I mean, I feel like we do a lot of work. We do it pretty good. You know, in the future, we will really strong. I can feel it. You know, everyone wants to be on top. So, yeah, we will grow as a team.
And as you mentioned, Copenhagen, Cologne just around the corner as well. I want to give you a moment to say anything to the Virtus Pro fans at home watching you, cheering you on.
I'm really sorry for that bad game today, but as a team, and cheer for us in the future. We will do everything that we have for the next stage.
Electronic, thank you so much for your words, and yeah, see you in Cologne.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, rough exit there for the side of VP, and you can see the frustration, or rather not frustration, but just, it's a loss. It's an L, and you can see it there in Electronic's face.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than a loss. It's a helpless loss. Right?
Yeah.
It's one where you feel, I've had a couple of these in my career where the game is over, and it basically just happened.
Yeah.
The game, it just existed. You feel like you can never really grab it. It kind of flew away from your hands, and it wasn't really representative of the progress that we had seen VP kind of showcase early on. This is frustrating because we were hoping for a better fight. I'm not overall really worried for this roster, but I'll just say this. Fame who was an incredibly exciting player when he joined VP, is apparently suffering massively right now in this very constellation. Last 3 events that he's got, all in the red, very complicated for him. So whether he's lost space and decision power within the system, I'm not exactly sure, or if he's got to call his own numbers just a little bit more.
Yeah.
He is going to be someone that's going to go under scrutiny very soon, because he's supposed to be a much stronger anchor than he is, and it's been complicated.
I think that's what we have to dissect it, because I agree with you. This game, it just flew by without really being able to do anything, and it's arguably one of the worst ways of losing Counter-Strike games. You just feel like you're sitting there and there's nothing you can do about it. However, for the tournament as a whole, I think for VP to be in this semi-final, for them to take down Vitality and play the brand of Counter-Strike they've been playing so far, with Electronic being activated, with Jame being a little bit more assertive as well. I think there's a lot of good signs coming out of the VP camp, so I'm not too worried. However, I think it's more so the case of G2 really hitting the strides today. You know, playing some absolutely beautiful Counter-Strike, and for VP, I think coming into Cologne, coming into the rest of the second part of the season, it's going to be just fine. There's still a team that is moving upwards in my book.
Trending
upwards, moving. They're doing it.
No, I get it, yeah.
Stonks.
Yeah, now I get it. Okay, that's what all I had to say was stonks. Gentlemen, I just want to ask you, I know we're getting rid of you here shortly. Is there anything you want to put a bow in this one?
No, I feel like
you've done that?
Contributed enough to the conversation. It's going to be great watching you guys work. I'm just going to sleep in under cover. You know, I'm going to make myself like a green tea. Maybe put some pouches under my eyes and chill, watch you guys. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
And we'll be working, so.
Yeah, per usual. Look, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We've got another semifinal staring us down the barrel right now of Mouz and NaVi. Of course, that'll be coming up just shortly, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Are we?
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ya venimos, amigos,
And you can see that we picked up Mario, and I'm like, hey, how do you feel about entering? And he's like, yeah, I can do it. And then like we went through it, we were talking a little bit, we went through some players or like, you know, maps, how I see it, and I think he's doing really good, right? And when it came to Yana, it was about like, I knew what I can expect from him, definitely on CT side. Like I know that he's the type of a guy who will get you time. I know that he's the type of guy who can play op, can play rifle, can play max 7, like he don't care what he has, like he will always try to find a good timing or like space for him on site. And we needed a guy who will be like playing the small sides, right? When it comes to T side, I spoke a little bit also with Jan, not even a little bit, but even more. And it just felt that it can work really well with the guys we have. And basically, it's like listening to players, listening to stuff, and you know, having your own idea how you want to mold it together. It's really hard how to explain better. Like you have different type of teams. You have very young teams where a coach basically can have a full, you know, full say, full word. But also sometimes you have teams that are more, they have core. And when there is a core in a team, you also need to listen to players because you want to build a good chemistry, good machine. And if you not listen to every piece, it will never work.
What does that actually? So it's interesting to think about like the vision and how things slot in. I know with G2 as well, you guys have a sort of a more built out structure. You have, you know, Pesa, the general manager, you've got your manager who travels with you as well. You have that core that's been together for a long time. So what does that voice of input look like? Is that you leading the conversation, or is that you saying, look, I'd like to do this, and then making sure that everyone's on the same page with you?
I mean, I think that this is a little bit going inside the kitchen of how things work in G2.
Sure.
I don't think that I should, spoil everything.
You don't want to tell me the recipe?
But hey, we will see if this is the recipe soon,
It's a
right?
secret sauce.
But definitely, like, it's always a conversation. And I think if you try to do something on your own, it's way harder than when you're listening to everyone, like people around you, because I believe that G2 have a lot of smart people in organization, and not only staff but also players, and I just think that you need to always hear the voice.
Okay. Now, obviously, you guys had a bit of a strange end of the season, winning an event, but with a stand-in, winning Dallas, having that moment, kind of a fairy tale run, it felt like, in the middle of it. Did that change your thinking about how the roster needed to move forward? Did that crystallize anything that you felt about what needed to be done?
I would say yes and no. I mean, definitely winning Dallas with a stand-in put a lot of pressure on organization, and not even from outside, but also inside it you could feel that maybe a change is needed. And I just felt that this team was on fumes, and we just needed to, let's say, reinvent ourselves.
Okay. Now, coming into it, you're a guy who stood in Dallas before. What, looking at this G2, right? What they did last season, what they did last year, what about this roster appealed to you?
Actually, I don't know fully how to answer this question. What should I answer? Maybe you help me.
There you go, coaching. Get the input in there.
I mean, is there any question?
It's sort of looking at this team.
Imagine this, you look at the team,
sure.
You know the pieces.
Sure.
Hey, there's Mouz, there's Nico, there's Hunter. Hey, we just dropped in Mouz, and hey, do you want to?
It's a good-looking bunch.
Do you want to lead this team? Hey, there's a lot of people who would say, no. I don't have, I don't have the guts to do it.
Yeah.
And I think this is the biggest challenge, how are you as a person? Because obviously, people think that it's only about CS knowledge. If it was about CS knowledge, there is plenty of people who can lead the teams. And fortunately, CS is not only about that. It's also about how are you as a human being. How are you around people off the server, on the server? How are you when there is a pressure on you? How will you react when things go wrong, right? Are you the guy who be able to change the state of mind of the players? And then, are you good with tactics, right? But what sort of tactics? Okay, are you the guy who's building structure, or are you the guy who's more of a default person? Do you like to call strats mid-round more? Do you like to have this set stuff to finish the rounds? There's so much things that players can be good at, right? But it's I think that you need to be, first of all, really good at the human level to lead the team G2. And not only G2, but you need to inspire players.
I mean, the question is also hard. I'm here kind of for 6 days, I would say. The practice, we had only 6 days, so what I can tell, coming here to be as IGL for those guys, obviously a nice thing. I would say, it's a dream to, for example, win a major or just tournament with us again after such a long time, and with Nico and Mouz, Mario, and Hunter. Yeah, it would be really such a nice thing to achieve again. I would say, like I mentioned before, I don't feel any pressure. I feel those guys are. They know what they are doing in CS, so I felt instantly that it's not gonna be a hard task. I hope so. We'll see obviously on the tournaments, but if it came to experience as well, I would say I'm playing for quite a lot of years, already in CS, and before I have this a little small thing, this thing, in the IGLing role, so and to work with people, and I feel Also, after the VP times, I already know how to like work with some people, you know. Also, like to work with psychologists help me to understand like everyone is like a different person. So that's what I said. Like I don't know like instantly how to answer this question because you know it's hard. Like I just feel like it's gonna be a good journey in this team. I hope I'm gonna do the best to make this team like happy, be like outside on the server, on the server, to feel good in game, to feel about the strats and everything. I feel like it's not gonna be a hard task, like I said, like I mentioned already, but I just hope that for the best.
The season starts tough, right? There's a lot of events back to back to back. You've got EWC, you've got Blast, you've got Cologne. What's the expectation for that ramp up? What does that look like in terms of, you know, how much practice you've already had, how much time you expect to have on task here, when you expect to be like full fighting focus, you're happy with where this NaVi is?
I think this tournament kind of a little bit ruin our schedule, usually because it pops up. If you see like for like last 3-4 years, you can always have kind of like Blast and then Cologne, and you have time for vacation, and you have time for little bootcamp. This time like you fit in this schedule like this huge tournament that basically demand from everyone like good results because it's a kind of elite tournament with like kind of World Cup, they call it, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we want to succeed here, but I expect us to peak in Cologne because this is how I have an experience of seeing like team evolving after the vacation, kinda for like last 5-6 years, and we had a good prep, kinda in terms of what kind of how many days we had. Not a lot, I think 7 or something, 6 practice days, and 3+3, and it was. The way how we used this time was pretty productive, let's say. And but still, I would rather like if you want to peak on the tournament, like we did, for example, before Major, we had kind of 2 weeks at least, and maybe like 12 or 13 full practice days before Major, right? And that was huge, and it was like full prep. So we would love to have this kind of prep here, but it's important because we need still to rest a little bit. So that's why I think like it will be good this tournament and Blast, and things that go like one after each. For me, like Cologne will be the time where for sure this lineup will play the best out of these 3 tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean we will play bad here, but it will be, I'm pretty sure it will be much better in Cologne than here.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. And I think the thing about going back-to-back tournaments, momentum and how you perform in different tournaments is important for the whole team, and like how hungry are we, and if we have a lot of confidence going from tournament to tournament. And I think the most difficult part is that you need to practice within the tournaments, and all the little time off you have, you need to do repetitions and make sure that everything is flowing well, but also learning about mistakes you make previous games, and then going through the whole season, you obviously have a major building up to everything, and you need to fill a boot camp to some time that you might have off these tournaments. So I think the schedule is going to be pretty hectic, but we're trying to make the best out of everything, right? And you have to be focused on this, but obviously making decent results and setting up goals that you can achieve, I think goes a long way for everyone's mentality.
With respect to like hitting that peak, finding that form, what do you think are the biggest challenges for NaVi this season? I mean, at this point, you've had a season with this full 5, right? You've had a little bit more than that as well with Wonderful. You have a better understanding, I guess, of each other, of who you are and what you need to succeed. So what do you think is going to be the big challenge?
Yeah, I think
paddling.
Yes, yeah,
the best challenge will be
team building. But as I mentioned already, I think it's to make sure you try to hit your goals.
Sure.
There's gonna be more expectations of us individuals in playing in NaVi. NaVi is a organization that we all want to represent, and we know that we need to meet a certain level. And we're trying our best this season. And as we spoke already, it's going to be a lot of tournaments. So you can't expect to maybe win them all. You know, other teams are trying to fight as well, but you need to meet your goals. You need to feel hungry and motivated, and you need to feel this as a team for a long period of time. And then during those practice days in the middle or boot camps, you need to find that extra hunger. And I think it will be challenging for the whole team, and I think we need to, you know, keep each other in check and keep each other like as good friends during this whole time, you know. And I think we have what it takes, and we have a good schedule. We've been speaking about how to try to manage everything, but yeah, at the end of the day, obviously tournament results and everything will matter. Mm-hmm. You cannot feel good if you know, keep losing and you're not meeting your goals, right? But yeah, I mean, it's the first tournament of the season, and we feel confident.
Yeah, I think that is correct, and I actually expect us to be more like in semifinals, finals this season, from this tournament till Shanghai. And for this, you need like a lot of strong mentality that we were actually working on bootcamp or started to speak about this. That you change the status of players, status of team, and you feel different when you go inside the matchup. And because I learned that from our previous lineup, and a lot of mentality will matters in these matchups. And the schedule is much harder than previous one because there's RMRs in China, and you need to do like to go back or stay there. Like if you stay, who you're gonna practice? A lot of like different obstacles will be. But yes, I think schedule first is mentality. Second is schedule is things that we need to focus a lot, because that can kind of be a challenge for us, like you said. And if you notice, like previous season, I don't remember like one team winning 2 tournaments in a row. If you speak about elite tournaments, yeah, something like EPL, Katowice, Blast, all this, like when you have like top 10 teams, most of the like top teams in the tournament. And considering this, just imagine how hard it will be. Like if one team will win 2 in a row, it will be already like strong. 3, it's huge. Yeah. So you need to admit like that, like I said, you will not win all of them. You will not be will be in the finals in all of them. And now mix it like with the schedule also, like because it's very, very tough. It will be like, we checked, it can be like 3-4 days at home, and then you insta go to another tournament. So this is, for me, can be a really strong challenge, hard challenge, because we didn't expect something like this or experience something like this previous season. We always had a time like to reset, and in my kind of system, like how I saw it from the beginning when I came to NaVi, I said instantly, well, guys, if you want to succeed on one tournament, specific tournament, you need like to have at least 2 weeks of nothing before. So because minimum, because you need like 1 week to rest after that tournament, and then 1 week for prep for next tournament. In perfect scenario, 3 weeks, because now you have 1 for break. Imagine like you're winning Katowice. You need 1 week for break, maybe 6 days, then 2 weeks for prep, because you need to change a lot of stuff, because people will learn how you play. Also reset mindset like of players, that more enthusiasm you need like to win tournaments. And how you can have this like 3 system from like my point of view, not possible. That's why for me it will be a hard also challenge.
I think you're sort of notorious, famous in the scene for the level of prep that goes in, you know, the packets, this whole aspect of things. So when you're moving on the fly, I mean, not having that time, how much do you have to adapt what you want to do in terms of the system? How much are you still trying to enforce like that level of, I guess, preparation and control versus maybe shifting a little looser just because of how much time you're going to have?
I see it now like as a pack of tournaments, like I said. Now,
yeah,
it looks good like this tournament, Blast, and Cologne. This looks pretty solid, like in terms of how you can prep. And specifically Cologne can be really nice one. But after, I didn't see yet, but the main question will be, I think, the main question always how much time you have. That's all. And speaking about Shanghai, RMR, it depends if you're Legends or now it's not Legends or like elimination stage, open is like last stage, I think it's elimination, right? First is opening, then elimination. So if you're elimination stage, you have more time. Maybe you can come back home. If you have opening stage, it defines a lot. And just imagine, like, for us, every year, Blast World Finals was the last tournament of the year. Now it's just I think 2 weeks before RMR. So it changes also a lot of because, like I said, it depends on time. After this will be EPL. After this, coming Cologne. EPL, then I think Blast World Finals if you qualified, Rio World Finals. We don't know where yet. In Major, yeah. So it depends how you manage all these tournaments and find in the schedule time for prep to reset. I think prep is like you said,
like 6 or 7 tournaments that sound crazy.
Yeah.
And then you need to think about like a lot of them are like we're gonna be away for a lot of time. So then you kind of like need to instantly travel to a boot camp. And obviously, having also played for many years now, you know that it's not possible to keep someone's focus. Of course, if everything is going according to plan, maybe it's a different story. But sometimes you need to reset. And it's not too long. You need to reset. But then when you want to make like 3 days for people to reset, you're already like reaching the other tournament that's coming up. So it will be tough, but at least we have good hands, you know. Like they're looking at the schedule and trying to find out the best possible.
There was also a joke about Valorant. Now compare this.
Yeah, season's already over.
Yes.
Looking at next year as well, right? I mean, 2025, everyone's kind of anticipating that we've already seen what the calendar is going to look like. There's going to be a lot going on. It's almost going to be what we have this season, but maybe even like on steroids, that next level of just...
You mean 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, 25 is unknown territory. I don't know. I expect like a lot of burnouts at the end of 25. Because this is something I wanted to avoid always. I think it's very, how to say, and not even... It's very heavy problem. It's not something you can fix. If it happened already, you need to change a player, for sure. And for the player, it also, he will basically say, I don't want to play. I don't want to compete anymore. And because I don't have motivation, have energy, and all this stuff. And that's why we for sure must focus on this. Like this mental health is very important.
Is it something where you're looking at the calendar and you're already anticipating, like, we're going to force a break here? You know, we're just going to decline invites, decline tournaments because we need this time?
Yeah, but we don't know the schedule yet. I just know that there will be still Blast ESL and this tournament also. And other tournaments want to fit in.
Yeah.
And we need to speak with our like esports director and to sit and to see the schedule basically.
It's hard to think about the schedule that's coming up when you have all of this ahead of you, you know?
Yeah.
So, but it's good
on what's in front.
At least us players, we try to focus on what's ahead of us. It's always crazy to think about what's happening next year when you know the next 6 months is going to be pretty hectic.
One more thing on the team focus, and then we'll shift into some more general questions. You talked a lot about, you know, meeting your goals as a big emphasis here. What are those goals for this season? If you're at the end, if it's, you know, December heading into player break, what does a successful season for NaVi look like?
I mean, I wouldn't look at the whole season yet. I think, like Blade said, like, think about it as blocks. And we've been speaking about Cologne a lot. So I think for us, this is the opener tournament, and this will dictate the preparation and everything, what's going to happen in the next tournament and in the next tournament. So I think that we all know that this tournament we're here to deliver. We tried our best to come from the vacation and make a productive boot camp. And full focus on this one right now, and then we're gonna look at other goals. But obviously, the block now is until Cologne, and obviously the goal is to perform the best in Cologne. But also we need to focus on this tournament as well. Like when I'm here now, I don't want to think too much about Cologne. I'm thinking about this one and the opening match and everything. Like super important, because if you drop into the lower bracket here, it can be chaotic playing best of ones and only one team gets through. So just focus on this now. That's the goal.
Yeah, short-term aspirations.
Yeah, but I think you always have two perspectives. One is your achievements already. For example, take Beat. Like he has already Grand Slam, 2 majors, right? And one thing is like your team, like what you want to achieve as a team. Another one, like what you want to achieve, like as another step, or like in your trophies or something. For sure, it will be great, like to have one more major for us, which is unbelievably huge. Will be for sure. Like it will be like write our names instantly, like in history, to win two majors in CS2.
Yeah.
It's only started like CS2. People will start to speak maybe something like, you know, like CS2 is broken game. I don't know, but still, like that's a dream come true for sure, and we'll work really hard for this. It's at the end of the season also, in my opinion. But if you think like another perspective, like as a team evolution, we like work a lot now like on quality CS as our like team goal, and for sure like I want truly to achieve this, to see like how we play with a bit good quality CS.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Now, with over 500 teams competing here at the Esports World Cup, you're probably wondering where they come to relax. And I have just the answer for you. Of course, it's here in the Player Lounge in Boulevard City, where I think we're starting off at the most important destination over my shoulder, the coffee station, of course. Now, I was here yesterday, and I did see a certain Virtus Pro, so I'll give you 2 seconds to guess Fame's coffee order. That's right, a cappuccino. At 6 p.m. I can hear the Italians crying already, but I think we should move on over to where the fun and games are actually happening. No pun intended, because we've got plenty of arcade machines for the players to be playing on, to be gaming on, to be letting their hair down. Of course, we've got the classic. We've got Pac-Man over there for your veteran gamers at home. Of course, we've also got the foosball tables. We've got a game of Tightrope. I'd never played this before, but I saw VP yesterday, and Electronic looked like a bit of a fiend on this machine. And last but by no means least, the air hockey station as well. Now, I need a teammate. Well, I guess an opponent. So, Trace, if you can hear my cries, please come on over, because I think I'll absolutely smash you at this. Aside from the coffee station, I think the second most important part of this player lounge is the juice bar, which is over at the back corner, where we have a certain bartender Brandon, and I've got a very important question for him. We've had lots of players coming in here. I've seen lots of amazing faces. What's been the most popular juice order?
By a mile, mango.
Very good taste from our players, but I think we should move on over upstairs, because that is where the players actually get to watch the games going down at the Esports World Cup. And as if by magic, we find ourselves on the second floor of this beautiful auditorium, where the players and teams can come and watch the other players and teams competing in the other different games going on simultaneously. Of course, we've got Dota 2 at the moment, PUBG Mobile coming up in a couple of days' time. And as you can see, plenty of screens to be watching the action unfold. And just in the distance there as well, some ping pong tables. And I know on good authority that G2 fancy themselves as a bit of a ping pong masters, specifically back at ESL Pro League. So interested to see how Snacks and Marbs are going to be integrating on that side of things in the team. But that is it for our tour of the Players Lounge. I hope you've enjoyed, and tune in for more tours of the space around Boulevard City.
Yes, indeed, Freya. We got the keys, and that's because Snacks and company have delivered the proverbial Gogoric over there earlier, just in the series prior in that semifinal. So now we look forward onto what's going to be Mouz versus NaVi in our last semifinal, that best of 3, one which we've got to send one of these teams in there to play against G2. And of course, joining me in the studio, not going to try to do this alone. Hell, I don't think I've ever tried to do it alone in my entire life.
You could pull it off, though.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. But what I do know is Yanko is joining us now. We do have Pimp here in the middle. So we got one Serb, we've got one Dane, and then I'm just me. So don't worry about me, worry about yourselves. Guys, welcome back. Next semifinal, huh?
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, right? Mouz versus NaVi haven't played this year at all, which is a bit strange considering the amount of tournaments that we have, but that's just the way it goes. And, you know, both teams that are on the way up, so to speak, both with something still to prove. Mouz that they can bounce back after sort of a quiet end to last season, and NaVi that they are able to actually be a contender team and lift some of these trophies.
Yeah, they're trying to continue the first part of the season they had. Obviously, winning the major was a big surprise for all of us, getting into the final in London as well, and now they find themselves in a glorious position, and I think that speaks for everyone who's left in the tournament still. If you're Mouz, if you're NaVi, obviously if you're G2 in the final, you're pretty happy that some of these top dogs over here on my left didn't make it that far, because right now this tournament is up for the grabs for every single team that still remains in the tournament.
It is. It's right there, right? You know, we're talking about the Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown, which is our last semifinal. That upcoming showdown, again, featuring Mouz versus Natus Vincere. NaVi for short, and for both of these teams, how they come in here can be a threat on any given day.
I think NaVi yesterday played some good Counter-Strike, and I think NaVi have, I don't know about you, Yanko, but they keep surprising me in a way where I look at this lineup and I kind of want it to be less good than it is. Every time they join the server, I feel like they're playing good Counter-Strike. It's cohesive. There's certain players popping off once in a while. Obviously, JL have had his moments. Now, Bit at this tournament is doing well. But it doesn't make sense to me that they continue to play so well.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's why we're going to take this second to go ahead and thank Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players arrive safely at the Boulevard, Jacob. That's what we're doing it for, the Jamil Motorsport arrivals. Now, You'll see Mouz trying to wade through the crowd. There's a lot more people outside now than there are during the day. I wonder why. Probably because it's really hot.
Because the sun is down.
Yeah, exactly that.
This great ball of fire that's just, causing tremendous heat. But yeah, I think for NaVi, the thing is that their floor is pretty high, right? That comes from the structure and Blade and Alexi setting it up, right? And not making too many mistakes. But the question is always, how high is their ceiling? Because that's what determines whether you're actually able to lift some of these trophies. Like, that's why we see them, final of Blast in London, playoffs here, playoffs there, but can't really do it and go all the way. And on the other side of things, you have Mouz, who is similar in a sense of also a high floor, also a very good team, but they also shown us a pretty high ceiling that when things come together for them, they're actually able to win some of these tournaments.
Yeah.
He agrees. I think that goes without saying. Jacob does agree. Let's talk about some of those pieces within the Mouz camp. Let's start around the IGL and Shuhei. Tell me about this man.
Yeah, I mean, he's taunted to be arguably the biggest in-game leading talent we have in the scene, and I'm not even sure we can call him a talent anymore. I think pretty much any team out there would love to bring Shuhei into the team. I think Nico said in the interview leading into the VP match that Snacks was one of the few options that they had available. I think could G2 pick from any in-game lead out there, they probably would have pointed towards Shuhei and thought, let's bring in that guy. He's fantastic. He's done a tremendous job leading Mouz and leading this team into a glorious position. And we cannot forget that he's also surrounded by a lot of young players in Jimfad, in Torsi, and some of these up-and-coming guys who haven't really matured fully as players yet. So I think the way Mouz are playing right now, especially going up against NaVi, it's bound to be an interesting matchup.
They're definitely a unique team in the scene, Mouz, in terms of their camaraderie, in terms of the chemistry that they have. I mean, you have Shui, Exertion, and Torji together from the academy team, right? So it's been a long time, and then obviously the addition of Yimpat and Brolan, who have both done tremendous work for this team, has meant a lot. But I think really we have to talk about Torji, because up until Shui came back and Dexter was the in-game leader, he was really struggling, one of the weak links of the team, and then it seemed like ever since this last lineup was formed, it bred new life into Torji, and he's been one of their best players. I mean, every game, especially against the best teams, he finds impact, he's annoying, and he's always in their opponents' faces.
And I think that's an underrated fact we also have to address. Obviously, when Frozen was in Mouz, we thought to ourselves, Frozen is world-class. He's a player out there that makes the difference for them, and we were all thinking to ourselves, when Frozen is leaving this Mouz lineup, can they come back to a high level? Can they find a replacement that is good enough to come in and pick up the spades, basically? And yet they've been able to play even better Counter-Strike without Frozen. So it is really a team that is the sum of the better parts, I'd argue, and they're doing so well considering what they have to work.
And that's a testament to the system and the structure that they've built, right? It's not dependent on one player, even if it's such a great player like Frozen, and also props to Roland, who's came in and done a terrific job of filling that gap. So yeah, Mouz just one of those fun teams to watch, and because I like the answer Torji gave. I think in HLTV confirmed, where they asked him about FaZe, and they keep losing to FaZe, and FaZe is this big brother almost, and he just said, well, we have time on our side because they're so young, they're just going to grind them out sort of and do it, and that is on their side, and they've been gaining that experience and getting better in some of these stage games and all of that. So for Mouz, yeah, you want to win some trophies, but you also understand that you're in a really good position with the roster.
They're calling them what? The sort of academy, not academy team, but like a feeder team, right?
Yeah.
The idea is that international lineups on international lineups, and both of these teams have found a rhythm for the success.
Yeah, you could argue so. I think even more impressive for NaVi in that sense, going away from obviously playing with Ukrainian and Russian players over there. They've been transitioning into a European lineup, and as I said, looking at the lineup that is behind you, Trace, right here, I don't really consider NaVi to be a team that should contest to be a top 4 team in the world, which they are right now. They are getting into the playoffs. They are in a semi-final. They did win the major a couple of months ago, so I'm very impressed with how well they've been able to transition into becoming an international team, whereas for Mouz behind me, I feel like that was always prone to happen. That was the whole system that was built up with the academy team, some of the players progressing into the main team, etc., etc. They've done it on a budget, both teams, and I think that's impressive.
The biggest question for this NaVi roster is, who are the stars? Really, who are going to be the stars consistently? You've had at the major, obviously, JL played on an MVP level.
Se ven, amigos, segundas semifinales. Y también ya la clasificación de Canapino.
here and there, right? And that's what NaVi, even Blade said in one of the interviews. We have some tier 2, tier 3 players that we're trying to figure out who can make that leap into tier 1, and that's what your floor is determined a lot by your coach, in-game leader, structure, protocols, and that stuff.
Coach, game leader,
and their individual skill, right? That they can perform at the biggest of stages, in the biggest of moments, and deliver you some of the crazy stuff that we see, that we've just seen in the G2 VP game.
Yeah, a level of just control, which is what we get. What we can't control in this moment is looking our head-to-head. And you guys identified, who'd you get?
Who'd we get?
Oh, that's a good question.
Como pijos quedó,
There we go. Bit obviously.
Mamita.
Bit having a fantastic tournament so far. And you posed the question, who are supposed to be the star players of NaVi? And I think
Mamita.
2 years ago, you'd say Bit, obviously, when he was playing in the first year within NaVi together with Simple, he was owning it up, posting great numbers. And then for some reason, he slowed down a little bit. At this tournament so far, he's again firing on all cylinders. And then obviously going up against Sertian, a player that I think is constantly developing and maturing as a player. He's finding consistency. He's finding impact pretty much every single tournament. Of course, he's not the type of player that is poising a 1.2, 1.3 rating every single tournament, but I feel like his consistency and the way he's playing on the server, being super aggressive, always involved in the moves, and trying to be a catalyst for Mouz is definitely a step in the right direction. I hope they can do him the honor, because they need that when they're not.
Yeah, Exertion, a very cerebral player, right? Understanding, when he's able to take space, and he does that really well, puts a lot of pressure on the opponents, which opens up the map for Mouz and makes it easier for Shue, to call to end the round.
Se viene.
A bit on the other side of things, more of a mechanical beast when you think about it, right? Just the headshot percentage, right? Like we saw, is always you don't get a lot of time on his screen, and for him it's a little bit about developing that and developing his game and growing as a player, right? Because the talent is undoubtedly there.
Yeah, it definitely is, because he's one of the last components of that former NaVi era that we were looking at, Jake.
He is, and he's the lone man standing together with Blade, I'd argue, right? Still within that squad. For Bit, I feel like, I don't know, it's slightly annoying to
was
see
hot,
like
basically.
That's a less good Bit, and that's been the case so many times where we have one tournament where he's popping off, where he's having a series that is fantastic. The major final, the final map on Inferno, I believe, against FaZe Clan, where he was going absolutely nuclear. You think to yourself, all right, we got our Bit back, the Bit that we saw 1 year ago, and then the next tournament he's just bang average again. So I don't want to get too hyped around Bit in terms of the long prospect, but for this tournament, so
Marito, no Baracus.
I think this matchup is also interesting because, as we mentioned, they haven't played each other, and you look at NaVi.
¿Quién gana por ustedes, amigos? ¿Mouz o NaVi? Yo, si me tengo que inclinar por alguno, creo que voy por Mouz.
They also had a really good track record against FaZe, right? But they couldn't do anything to Spirit.
Creo que voy por NaVi, quise decir, perdón.
Was the cause of their demise at
Marito, nato un vincere.
So, where's Mouz going to fit in for NaVi in that equation? Is it going to be a team that's super comfortable for them to play against, and then we see NaVi being able to dominate the matchup, or is it an uncomfortable one like the Spirit one?
So my question's going to be this to you guys. We're going to get into our vetoes. We're going to get
NaVi
into
toda la Marita life.
What this series constitutes. But I want to ask you guys, where all these positive things stop. Like, where do these teams fall off when it really matters? So what are their kryptonites?
Well, for Mouz, as soon as they leave Europe, they get into trouble. No, I mean, for Mouz, up until Dallas, they were impeccable in group stages. They haven't lost a single game in the group stages of tournaments, which is just insane. And Dallas was a one-off because they took time off. They didn't practice before the tournament, came in, bombed out. So that was a lesson learned. I think it was some right, big crowd playing against an opponent like FaZe, who is more experienced, or like G2, and here, yes, we have a stage, we have a crowd. It's not just as massive and as loud as some of the other ones, so might not be an issue here.
Yeah, I think experience is what we are looking for when it comes to Mouz, and there's only one way of gaining experience, and that's by being in these situations. Luckily for Mouz, they are so good in the group stage that they always find themselves in the playoff, and over time they're getting more and more experience. I agree with you, this stage is not the most frightening one, but it still is a stage, and there's still a lot of money at stake.
La quali di indicar también, amigos,
that Mouz could hoist here potentially. So I think that pressure is going to leap in at some point. Whereas for NaVi, we spoke about it, the ceiling of that team, that's perhaps a little bit lower than some of the other top teams that we've seen here, but fact of the matter is that Spirit is out of the tournament, FaZe is out of the tournament, you name it. So I think right now NaVi are quite happy with their ceiling.
And for NaVi, I think the issue is the firepower, in terms of like the individuals, the key ones,
Firepower.
as we pointed out, don't always show up when it matters, right? And sure, you have structure, you have things to fall back on, but that can only take you so much. If you have on the other side of the server, you know, if Jimmy's playing well, Torji, Exertion, right, you need JL, Wonderful, Ima or Bit as well to do the same, right? And then it comes down to outsmarting each other and who can be better in the clutch.
Se está durmiendo.
And in this clutch, we're going to clutch this moment, rather. We're going to grab this one right by the horns. Vetoes.
Ah, están durmiendo todo, man.
Maps, strong suits, you know, weak suits. I want to know where you're at.
Despiertenlo. Despiertenlo.
All night crunching the numbers.
Porque se viene, se viene. La segunda semifinales ya está en la gran final. El equipo de G2, amigos. Con un Nico imparable, con un Monesi descomunal y con un Malvs que acompaña junto a Hunter y un Snacks que ha entrado muy bien también. Y está haciendo, no solamente está matando, sino que está haciendo rendir por lo menos a este equipo con mucho firepower. No tuvo chance Virtus Pro, no tuvo chances.
Depends how confident they are on the dust too. And that's what their pick is. Mouz played it only 3 times, all 3 times at Betboom, and you know, won all 3 times, but that was right after it was released, so maybe not a lot of information then for NaVi on that map. I don't know for Mouz. Maybe Ancient.
And that's maybe Nuke, maybe Mirage. I think there's a lot of different maps in the pool right here.
Esta es la curva número...
La 8, la 8.
8, sí, exactamente, la misma de Russell. Y sí, seguramente estaba empezando a llover ahí, porque
yo creo que
hemos visto ya
muchos... pero
muchos...
no debería haber problema. Vemos que se levanta y todo.
Sí, no, lo que pasa es que habrá superado el impacto, las portaces. A Russell le quitan la vuelta, y Russell ahora mismo 14º. Pérez fuera de combate.
Sí, fuera de combate, pero ha pasado.
El Cheito Pérez está complicado, Necesita revivir de las cenizas. Necesita ir a Spa y ganar.
In a semifinal, but neither of these two teams are wavering with the idea of roster changes and uncertainty. You know, they're not going through the same dilemmas that the other teams are.
Yeah, and I think these are 2 of the more prepared teams for this tournament. Right?
¿Quién canta esto? Fito Páez. ¿Cómo? Fito Páez. Ay, no, Celia Cruz. Nicolás.
Fito Páez.
Tu canción.
Yo soy la tierra de tus raíces, el talismán de tu piel lo dice. Yo soy la tierra de tus raíces, lo dice el corazón, el fuego de tu piel. Yo soy la tierra de tus
Nicolás. ¿Cómo? Luis Miguel. Luis Miguel. Rosana.
¿Cómo puede decir Luis Miguel? Amigo, no digas nada para eso, hermano. ¿Cómo puede decir Luis Miguel? Yo soy la Ah, 15:40 la clasificación. Nah, pensé que era ahora, me rebaití. Igual no era ahora, se retrasó, ¿no? Me rebaitió, man.
Explosivity to his play, I would almost argue. Not on a Monacy level, probably never will get there. Few people will, but still a player that can make the difference. And when I look towards NaVi, it's harder for me to pick one player. I feel like it can be all the players on different maps. Obviously, Bit has been the guy so far in the tournament. Wonderful. We used to talk and praise a lot. I feel like he's slowed down a little bit. Still playing at a high level.
Se viene, amigo, del primer mapa.
Yeah, I think for me, Torji as well, because even in some of those losses on the stage, he's been the one bright light.
Sport is big here in Spain. So, yeah, no. I'm not here for no reason, my man, you know?
Too big for him. It gets a bit trickier for
Judging by what we saw maybe a week or 2 ago in the Infinite.
Ima is playing Yard on T side, but Alex is playing it on CT side, right? So I think that's sometimes it hinders the ability for players to have continuity in terms of roles because it's mixed on some of these maps, and yeah, I think it has to be Wonderful.
Y no me pasa, pero sí, acá oscurece re temprano. En España les di todavía de día.
That's gonna have to happen for NaVi on a consistent basis if they're going to be lifting any more tournaments.
Well, let's do this then. Let's go ahead and let you at home have your say. That's right. It's going to be stcplay.gg. That's how we're going to get those predictions calculated from your end, and then we'll jump into our own at the same time. My next question for you guys is going to be about this, about Shuhei and Alexi B as the sort of drivers of these buses respectively. What can you tell me, I guess, or the audience, what can you tell the audience about their styles and their approach to leading teams? What does it look like and how does it translate into the server?
I feel like they're kind of similar in a lot of ways they approach Counter-Strike. I think Shuhei is more like a modernized in-game leader in the sense that obviously he grew up with an academy team, he grew up with, was a gamer leader at a certain point, and now he's moving in back to Mouz where he gets to infiltrate the team with the way he wants to play Counter-Strike. He's also the old school kind of in-game leader, despite being from the new generation, that likes to create space for his star players around him. He's centered on the map, he's involved in a lot of stuff. Same could be said for Alexi B. He always puts himself out there, almost like the old MSL style or Kerrigan style, where they were the first point of contact and then the teammates around them would create and
Dale!
So I feel that kind of
Dame mapa, bro!
on the server.
Is that because it's easier to watch the radar when you're out of the round? Is that why, or?
I mean, it used to be a theory.
Yeah, could be, you know, but I think now everyone helps with that, and I think, you know, for sure, maybe there's a little bit more momentum calling, and just it's a little bit pacey. We've also seen a little bit inconsistent, right, from his individual performances at times, and even he put it all on himself. The loss on Mirage that he called a terrible game.
He did have 2 kills, you know.
Yeah, and then for the side of NaVi and Alexi B, you can tell that it's maybe a little bit more structured, and there's more default play, which is also the way Blade likes for his teams to play, right? Like take map control, take zones. There may be abuse some of their reactions from the CTs, because nowadays every single team does a lot of reacting, a lot of proactive play on the CT side, and just a little bit slower maybe for NaVi compared to Mouz.
Yeah, and you know, without even having to say this, I'm just going to remind you that we are going to be going to that stage here real soon, gentlemen. So don't
Bueno,
we're not going anywhere.
Estamos a la espera, amigos, todavía. Estoy corriendo y me duele el gemelo. Como si me hubiera, no sé.
No, and I think it also adds additional pressure to both these lineups that they know G2 is awaiting in the final. Obviously, the way G2 have been playing so far in the tournament have been absolutely stellar, but it's still G2. It's not Spirit, it's not Face, it's not Vitality, it's G2. So if they can win this game, there's a possibility of hoisting a trophy.
I mean, the way they've been playing, I'm not sure you want to see them in that honeymoon phase, but yeah, first they need to take care of this game.
Yeah, taking care of business. Who's going to do it first? Let's find out. Let's get them on the stage now.
Now. Bueno. Se va a venir.
Welcome everybody once more to the stage. The Esports World Cup.
Se va a venir Mouz NaVi.
We go on to our second semi-final.
We certainly do. We got one finalist already. G2 looking absolutely supreme, but it takes 2 teams to make a final, hence why one team will be playing for this. And there is another broken key inside of this little window here, this little aquarium of broken keys. Although I have to say, I like the fact they were out before, but considering I was very tempted to steal one of the keys, that's a bad idea.
Absolutely, and at the end of it all, once the winner has won, they've put their key in the middle, they're gonna take 3 of those broken keys and put them into their own trophy to keep.
Do you know, I was talking to Taz about this, and he was saying it's such a great idea, and I do agree, it's such a great idea. I asked him, who would you put in? This is Taz, the coach of G2. He was like, I'm not saying, but believe me, there's a team. There is a team that's going to go in there. Absolutely.
I love that.
So then, let's get our 2 teams out here onto this stage to play for you for this, the second semi-final, the second place in the
Gracias, Elian. Gracias, papá, por el sub.
It's Mouz.
Quiero que estoy teniendo que correr. Hoy vi Fórmula 1. Y ahora a las 3:40 clasifica la IndyCar. Que me habían puesto la transmisión 14:55, pero es 3:40. Mouz.
By Yimfat. Exertion. Shuhei. Brolin. And Torzi. That is Mouz Sports on a lot of people's minds, the favourites until the last match for this trophy.
Absolutely, an uphill battle for any team that goes up against Mouz, but even more so for Mouz's opponents.
Es Artevisa. Muchas gracias por el sub.
And here they are once more to the stage. NaVi enter, starting with Ime. Wonderful. JL.
J Legend.
Alexi B. And Bit. They are NaVi.
Todo con el mismo conjunto es muy bueno esa.
Do you know what? I think we've got a game on our hands here. If you listen
Zapatillita, color
to the
amarillo.
who's winning this? Is it Mouz Sports?
Los Mouz también.
Is it NaVi? Yeah, I love a game of Counter-Strike. So a place in the final is up for grabs. Someone's going to get there. Someone's going to get their keys crushed. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Well, of course, OJ. Let's get it on, but not quite yet. We're almost there. We are just almost there. Obviously, we've got to let them take a seat, put their in-ears in, and then
bueno,
sound canceling on top of it.
Se viene la segunda semifinales. Espera G2 al ganador. Para mañana duelear por la gran final.
Alexi, probably?
Probably Alexi. Well, I mean, what kind of speech are we talking about here? Like, hey, guys, here's how we're going to do it. You know, here's how we're going to approach the game. Or, hey, let's pick our heads up and really get into the game.
At that point, it's just more hypey. You know, it's more just.
Todo listo, todo preparado, todo ready para que se empiecen a dar más a los muchachos.
So tell me this: there's Jimfat on the other side, right? And then you've got Bit. Is Bit the answer for a guy like Jimfat?
I mean, two very, very different players. I think Jimfat right now is making the case to be
todo ready.
Anchor god of the game. I think he's playing absolutely beautiful.
Hay mapa ya, a ver, HLTV, HLTV. Das 2 picado por NaVi. Nuke picado por Mouz y Mirage. Es el decider en caso que sea necesario ese tercer mapita. Y está todo por comenzar.
Yeah, because it's such a tough position since you need to be a complete player, right? Like you need to have the mechanics to be able to win a 1v1 duel. If someone's testing you, a 1v1 fight, or just trying, you know, searching for a frag, that you're able to punish that. You need to be a very smart player to understand what's going on in the actual round. You know, not just on your side of the map, but on the entirety of the map.
Situational awareness.
Yes, exactly. You know, because sometimes the best decision is to just stay and fight until the end. Sometimes it's to run away and buy time for the rotations to come in, and it changes a lot based off of the economy, the point in the game, you know, the round itself, what's been going on, and it feels like Jimmy has all of that.
He's one of those players that is always playing on intuition as well.
Cuánta maldad.
Few players out there where you can pinpoint towards.
La predicción es 70% NaVi, 30% Mouz. Creo que está en lo cierto.
In his peak, you know, but it does feel like if you were to ask Jimfat, why are you doing what you're doing? I don't think he'd be able to translate it and tell us why exactly he's reacting in the way he is. It's just something that he has a talent for and an intuition for.
Sounds like you, Trace, when you play.
Like
anyway,
alive.
Guys, leave me alone. Anyway, STC Play results. We asked and you answered, which is exactly what you did when you headed over to stcplay.gg. You gave us your prediction, and now I want these two, one of them, to put their foot in their own mouth.
Go ahead, Yanko.
I'm going to go with Mouz. I think they've shown a little bit more. We talked about ceilings. I think their ceiling is higher, and I feel like they're the better team.
I 100% agree with that, but I think NaVi's going to win.
Okay, so a house divided. I'll take that. I like that. I also like when we play the game and we listen to the Twitch chat when they're saying, stop talk, start match. Guess what? We're going to do exactly that only because you asked so nicely in the Twitch chat. That's right.
Todo listo, todo preparado, todo ready.
Mouz taking on NaVi in a best of 3, where in which we will crush one of the last keys remaining here in Riyadh. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out with Alex and Chad.
Thank you very much, fellas. It is a big one for us here, the semi-final, to find G2's opponent. One side we have Mouz, the other NaVi. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned, and G2 have earned themselves a spot in that grand final. It's time to give them an opponent. Chad, is there a clear frontrunner for you coming into this one?
No way in the world, as the desk highlighted. These two teams haven't faced each other in 2024. These two rosters have never faced each other, and we're about to learn how they tussle, how they tango, and well, to see Dust2 as the pick from NaVi might be looking to exploit that small sample size that Mouz are running with. Last time they played this map was 63 days ago. Dust2's only been reintroduced to the pool for 85 days. We just had a 4-week break. Mouz were essentially on a 6-week break because...
Las dos, primer mapita. Y va a comenzar. Estamos ya dentro del mapa. Estamos en las segundas semifinales. Espera el equipo de G2. Un Nico, un Monesi, un Malz, un Hunter y un Snacks. Con los colmillos llenos de sangre. Con una sed de más todavía. Y ahora se va a jugar entre Mouz y NaVi. ¿Quién va a ser el que va a duelear con el gran G2? Chinfat mete la primera con UCP. La serie para mí va a estar más peleada. 5 de 4. Y se estaba el medio.
Now, surely a heavy advantage here for Mouz. What do they need to prioritize to lock this down?
Well, time is going to be the biggest issue for Mouz. You had them exactly where you wanted them, but you've just discussed Bit rotating back, so can he find them a way in? Long looks like it'll be the porter call, as Alexi still shows leg towards lower. Bit has to find an escape route, so this next duel against Brolin is going to be key if there's anything to be said in this round for NaVi.
Nice from Torji. Steps in front of his teammate's aim, but rewards himself with a headshot. Imma trades.
Imma.
Not out of the woods yet. Mid under control for NaVi.
4-2-3.
Brolin starts to concede that long space in pursuit of bolstering the numbers towards the A site. We've got 30 seconds where they need to find this.
Ojo que Mouz está 2 y 2, Van a pasar 3 barandas. Puede ser una ronda potable. Es una ronda potable para NaVi. Pero acá está Siugi con un SP que puede ser sólido también. Only head de momento. Busca la primera, no la encuentra y se come la bala de ahí. Pegan head en Brolan. Comía head también. Bit, bueno, le sacaba mucho en realidad. 3 vs 2. Da vuelta la tortilla. Y quiere recuperar la pistolita NaVi. Una vereta de Sartion que insistía. El que también insistía pero moría era Imma. 2v2 ahora. Pelea Bit, se prende fuego, mata. No, bueno, como trovió NaVi. No le entró la bala final cuando habían jugado bien. Le faltó conectar la última balota. No lo escuchan a Wonderful.
I feel that NaVi, once they got into the site, they could have played that post plan a little bit differently. Had some advantages, 2 players both coming up from CT spawn. Didn't play the bomb, took the fights, lose the round. So NaVi, they get the bomb down, they get themselves into a force bind position. It's likely to have the same CT setup from Mouz that we saw back when they played it last. I said 63 days ago, that was at BetBoom. They came straight off an EPL best of 5 dominant win, went into BetBoom about 2 days later, and had to play Dust 2 as their first map without any practice. But they're still 100% on it, so might be a comfort map for Mouz. Mid control already taken, swarming towards tunnels. 3 players essentially leaning towards B with Torji's scout in middle currently. They have early info with Brolin long, Shui playing towards short as well, so they will be able to find out the pressure points early, but they're set up well.
Nice find from Exertion early. Lexi B cut down by Torji, and he swaps out to the USP comfortably. This heavy investment from NaVi, and just as I thought, it would have been a clean one.
Sin vida ya.
Imma and Wonderful both managed to do some damage. Unfortunately for Imma, he's taken a boatload of that himself, down to 8 HP. And unable to really do much more with this. So Mouz have weathered the storm of the NaVi second round force, and it does seem from the pistol and now their second round that B does seem to be the name of their early affections. Best case a plant here, but it would be baffling to see that happen. Torji currently looking towards mid, but just a quick glance towards long. If his internal timing is right.
Well, if we could take a look at the B defenders right now, I think that would tell a little bit more of the story, right? Because they're scared that he's in the site. You can see here they have absolutely no idea that Imma is actually completely evacuated. Now, they are giving him the rope. Essentially, he said, yeah, a plant seeming baffling. Now Torji addressing that fact. They're investigating B, so the pennies drop. The biggest gap is short at the moment, but there it is. The scout comes through. Torji with a very impactful round. No bomb going down. Sure, a couple of extra casualties towards B, but pretty well handled from Mouz. Should be a full eco from NaVi.
Lovely handling of business there. You can see JL, it's a tough one to run out, especially with the smoke. A hard 90-degree choice to be made. He chose incorrectly. Happy start for Mouz, and this one should just be a bit of fun, sending Xertion up to go farming.
It's a good round to do it as well. I know it seems risky against the pistols, but if you can start putting the fear of God in them that you are going to go for these aggressive maneuvers and actually be able to manhandle them, I think using the spawns to harass lower dark is something that you should be seeing a lot of, and should be there using that Xbox smoke against them. But yeah, look, even if you drop that mid-door smoke on the CT side, just pop it a little way through, you can use that to path in towards lower, not be seen by the AWP. Just throw a nade and get out. It is going to slow the T-side default down and force them through some utility.
Yeah, JKS throws that. I've been watching his POV. Throws it all the time when you're in your games, Chad.
Oh, yeah, well. Wonder what he's up to now. I think there's a liquid boot camp going on. We'll see how he performs.
You've lost your buddy.
And the other one too, so it'll just be me once we get home. But all right, first gun round. AWP's out for both Wonderful and Torji. Can be an Orpa's Paradise Dust too. Pulling for the pedestal.
And when you're up against a good Orpa in the server, as Wonderful most definitely is, mid becomes a terrifying prospect on both sides of the map.
Interesting again to see this immediate response. So they heard double mollies long, so that tells you that they're normally starting pretty heavy.
Right?
Two players up close and personal, one player traditionally flashing. They might just get put in a vice here.
Man, tocó un
Vision from
¿Cómo
Mouz.
anda?
It seems ahead of the play.
El link. Que tienen que poner un X4G. O 4GX. No creo que te diga que anda o no. Una vez lo pones ya está. O te registras con link referido. Primero voy, amigos. Nadie que llega a pasar. Pero el código se pone cuando creas la cuenta, no una vez está creada. Eso es cuando creas la cuenta nomás. No es en promo code cuando creaste la cuenta. Es cuando ya te la tenés creada.
A lot of pressure on this fight from Imet. He has to do some damage. Shuey trying to kick up a fuss. Act bigger than he is. Look at the bomb.
4-3.
Half gone now. Pressure applied to Mouz despite the number advantage. Imet looks away. It's working wonderful in a spot of bother. Tagged up to
Poco tiempo en el reloj.
Time against the Mouz players though. If he could just hit the one on the defuse. God, it's close.
4-0.
And Mouz will make it for very
fechó el pop, no menos, pero con que maten a uno, al primero que avanzaba.
I think there's some trickery going into that as well because you saw the CT smoke. I'm questioning.
Ya le complicaba la ronda. Erró Im, erró Wonderful.
Trying to smoke tunnels because they had a HE left as well coming through tunnels. Were they going to try and pop it open then bust in last minute? Regardless, they do stick the landing on this, but yeah, it feels like there's no room for error in that type of a retake. But trying to subvert the expectation, you see that smoke there just to one side of the upper tunnels, and they brute force their way back in. So, yeah, Mouz not wanting to have to funnel through doors or window. They called that to happen quite quickly. Alexi overextending out middle after his teammates got in towards B. He was a bit of a free kill, giving the number advantage for Mouz to be able to set up for the man advantage retake. So very well handled from Mouz.
Yeah, a couple of discrepancies right now. JL, Bit, and Alexi yet to frag 4 rounds deep. Saying that, we saw JL yesterday. He was quite low on the scoreboard, but he was the one to close out that map with some heroic Deagle plays. He's certainly got that superstar, major MVP, the only one on the server tonight.
Yeah, and also Yanko touched on that as something that NaVi are going to look to have to replicate, right? This team, towards the end of the season, with a good showing, getting into the finals in London. Clear of the smoke. Torji says the same. And okay. You take that one, won't you, Brolin?
Oh, Bit chased him down, though. That's a valuable one back. And oh, JL asleep at the wheel. Zershin's going to overlook this from Imet. 2 towards the tons, and these just trading back and forth. However, Alexi B and JL still don't get the chance to play around. Bit parks the bus in long. And that will allow the others, Imet and Wonderful, to try and find another port of call.
I think the push from Exertion, when they were out long and they killed Brolin, they assume it's a bit of a classic long 3 to 4 players would be there. So by finding what he thought was the lurk in tunnels onto JL, not ready for the second piece of that of Imet. The bomb being able to swing back, there's still U2 on the likes of Imet and Wonderful. Now, do they want to try and contact in or do they want to use their nades? You can already see information being garnered. Giving up long is Mouz. Good timing on that block smoke from Torji will make them probably second guess if they did want to try and finish towards B. Jimmy towards back Plat and the AWP in a really good position to be a nuisance.
If you want to cross, you're going
to
one of your 2 remaining.
Recordemos que esto pique NaVi. Se está yendo para baranda y cierra. ¡Ay! Se movía justo Torsi. Va a aprovechar Im. Para la tier medio. Siuji ya sabe que es parado, por eso empieza a trabar, a tirar un mosaic, que a poco tiempo. Buena kill de Siuji y esta es la ronda. Esa quiere la ronda. 9 segundos. La segunda quedó tirada. No, la perdieron. 5-0.
I don't think that could have worked out any better. I'm pretty sure that kill
Arrancó fuerte,
dropped
Mouz,
the bomb down towards CT spawn. So at that point, as they were flailing, looking for the fight, they really had to be dipping for the bomb, and then that put them in the line of sight of Jimmy rotating from B. So Shui did so much there with the limited utility, and it looked like they had them regardless, but Torji with that flick away from the doors, he gets punished, so the leader steps up.
Huge from Shui.
Yeah, that's it. You see the bomb there spill over.
So grateful he had that smoke to change the game, change the round. NaVi pieced together a threatening half investment. Torji, you don't see AWPers go for this one too often. Alexi B, though, warded off by the AWP shot. Smokes and departs. Quite quick at it. This is a different pace from NaVi.
Well, when you hear the AWP rattle off through the mid doors, obviously you can rotate back unless you just want to hold W, but then you give them the sound cues. He has been able to reposition over to
3 pistolitas, Scout y AK, Se está cayendo.
So I guess we'll just see the bridge smoke, and then these flashes have to be potent. They have to be perfect to push Torji off of the line. But he still has full utility himself, and there you go, another well-timed piece.
Ooh, he hits the shot onto JL.
A lo mejor de 24 sería en realidad.
As well. Look at the damage onto Alexi B. Torji holding the fort, doing his best, nails another quick one up close. And personal.
Llega a 13 ganas. No se dice el mejor de 13.
Mouz, they are cooking with gas right now.
This is dominant stuff, isn't it? I didn't think we could have it quicker than what G2 handed Virtus Pro to start the day's semi-finals. That was a really quick series considering how long yesterday's Virtus Pro game took. And G2 are in hot form. Mouz, you could have come into this series arguing that they're the ones who have shown more struggles so far during EWC. They lost a map in both of their series to the likes of Sashi and Furia. Whereas, well, NaVi beat Furia 2-0. Oh, there you go. Okay, an opener. Wonderful. AWP on AWP action.
Torji was feeling aggressive. He's been feeling himself, and can't blame him. Bit now hit headshots. He's brought down after one.
Buscando dominio fondo. Un NaVi que de momento no le sale nada. Y necesita sumar, para arrancar a ganar ronditas. Es del típico, entra una y entran todas. Si gana este NaVi, puede terminar un 7-5, 6-6 tranquilamente. Mínimo, si gana este, mínimo 4 rondas saca. Wonderful. Bueno, presa de esto. Era muy bueno el pico en la ETA, Lástima que no podía matarnos solo. Shinfat 1 versus 3. No se tiene que confiar Mouz porque se le va a venir NaVi, J-Legend. Entró el mapa oficialmente NaVi, muchachos. Agárrense.
I hope when you get that AWP head-to-head opener over towards middle, so good stuff from Wonderful, but bit.
Agárrense de las manos.
Looking for that fight, taking down Shui. Here's the opener, and Torji didn't even really have the gun in hand, ready for that fight. This could have gotten out of control, especially if Zershin gets the double up there. Maybe a new conversation to be had in that round, but money available for the Mouz buy, but Cyclone will call an immediate tactical timeout.
Timeout.
Want to make an adjustment of his own.
I also don't think he's probably going to give Torji a slap on the wrist for that, because it's a sign of an AWPer who's, what, 10-3, feeling himself, trying to just throw something new into the mix. It's not going to work every time.
No, I think it's also a pretty good junction within the half to opt for that timeout, to have the conversation of how, you know, you want the next flow of rounds to go. If you can win immediately back here, you're already up to 7, half's won, and hey, how many more are you going to be able to put on top as the icing on the cake?
Wonderful's going for the decoy, going to try and peek off of the decoy shot. Hope he gets an advantage in the AWP head-to-head, but nothing going to be delivered his way.
Some misutil for Mouz towards long as part of that control. The corner smoke putting a bit of pressure on them and keeping some eyes for down. They're looking for this gap. Like
JL? Casi muere JL, tío. De peor humo.
Blocked it. Body blocked that smoke, so no lurk smoke won't work against NaVi. That does actually alleviate a lot of pressure on these B defenders. But look at the real estate out middle. See Mouz more than happy to play Shui through short, but right now they're not in position.
This angle that Torji's holding, though, it's designed for Wonderful to peek into him.
Bueno, medio NaVi.
Oh, he was, excuse me. I thought he was on the boxes. He's actually above. So Wonderful can post up on this angle.
Juega la P.
How's his setup? They acknowledge and have conceded this space. Albeit impressive to have found it so early from NaVi.
I think the key for the B defense right now, with the time trickling off the... Oh. Okay, straight into him.
Nearly 2 from Wonderful.
Well, the util's still in play. Jimmy had a smoke. He just used it. Still an incendiary to try and stall this out if it is a mid to B play. Looks like they're changing their tune because the AWP is in the dirt. Good call.
Yeah, Brolin's going to have to get himself over to Shui as fast as possible. Crossing past Imet is a nightmare, though. That deep corner. Xerxon walks through unannounced. Held at bay by the smoke. Time again becoming a factor. What is this from Shui? Pushes in through the smoke, flashed in by his teammate, and his teammate only gets the one. Brolin down to JL. JL not ready for another. Xerxon
Y uno. C4 tira. No, no llega. 14 segundos. ¿Dónde está el C4? ¿Está arriba?
He's hoping for the fight on CT, but I think Jimmy, just by living, has won this round. The clock is NaVi's worst enemy right now. Nothing for you here.
7-1. Y para mí pensó que estaba abajo y bueno, no tengo tiempo para el C4.
That's 2 rounds in a row. Torji's been picked off. Just drops down to his demise. The pivot, yeah, you understand the call. Okay, the AWP's not going to be over towards mid-long. It means we should be able to sprawl into the site. But as they go up, that smoke's in play. They're covered off. And then Shui, with the chaotic maneuver, is able to take down Wonderful. Sure, JL's there for the trade, but there's more bodies. Brolin for the fight. This slows it right down. And the rotation had already made it through that CT smoke. So well handled from Mouz. That was a pressure situation.
Yeah, their rotations are looking really
7-1,
really good.
No, completamente
How many times have we seen a NaVi player just not expecting there to be another? Always in the right place at the right time, using their util to facilitate efficient rotations. And for Alexi B, I bet this is a nightmare to try and call yourself out of trouble. Smokes the doors.
Yeah,
keeps that info blocked, yeah.
Brolin really hasn't been tested long early, right? I think that it was, one round where they've popped out. This is going to be late. And you can see the position, called it reverse back when I was playing, but that was many days ago, just above pit. And this is a difficult clear.
Yeah, you get a bit of a shadow advantage here. And he still profits with one. He's out. It's lovely from Brolin. A double kill in defense of his position.
Tough position.
Not always the most glamorous. But he's played it to perfection. Now he can just dig himself into the pit. You don't want to be over-committing to that if you're Wonderful.
Oh, there's a couple of kills for Xerxon here.
Yeah, you think so. Sees him.
5-3. Mete el primer tap. Mata después. Wonderfully aim.
Living priority for Xerxon. Gets himself out of dodge.
Pone las cosas un poquito mejor para ellos, pero ya corta medio. Shinfa que lo revienta Wonderful. ¡Qué locura!
Mouz looking like an unbeatable CT wall right now. It's that lovely blend of some solid anchor work and some necessary aggressions for some info.
Yeah, and that's great that the players are reading the game on such a high level that they're seeing these. Doesn't feel like they're forced. There's no times where like, well, how come they haven't pushed? Seem to be making the right calls throughout Mouz. So absolute dominance right now on NaVi's map choice. And again, I'll return to some of the stat lines that I was discussing. Oh, that's a hefty amount of bodies crossing over and wanting to fight middle. So this is a bit of a change. We will have some early action.
Shui up to the plate. This is terrifying. This is terrifying, but he's not scared. He is not worried at all. Bombs delivered to lower tunnels. Thank you very much.
That's sólido.
So the last time we saw Mouz play this, they've only played it 3 times since it's been reintroduced to the pool. It was reintroduced in the pool 85 days ago. Right, that was during Pro League, the last season.
Crazy to me,
right? Yeah, but that's because we had 4 weeks worth of a break.
Sure.
So there's a big chunk of your days, right? There's 30 of your days at least. And also Pro League, it wasn't because we were mid-tournament. So you had to wait until Pro League ended. Then it was Bet Boom, and that's where Mouz went and they played it immediately, I do believe. I think it was just a couple days after. And they played against, it might have been Bet Boom themselves, and they picked it against them straight away. Because they had been able to practice on it while Mouz was focused on the current map pool that still had Overpass in it at the time. So they'd only played it at that event. They didn't play it at Dallas, the event they didn't practice for. It's a bit of a scoff in that one. And then that was their last event of the season. So Mouz have been on ice for quite a while, but they were boot camping in Hamburg in their new facility before coming here. NaVi were boot camping in Spain. So both of these teams wanting to get a good kick going into the second half of 2024. But that's one of the problems, right? Both of these teams would be pretty comfy with the map pool that we have in front of us right now. Dust2, Nuke, Mirage. Mouz have had a lot more time to practice on this map.
Anda siempre bronce.
Was this really NaVi's pick?
Yeah, we're going to Nuke next. But that's a map that NaVi could easily just do the same as what we're seeing right now. So, hey, this series could have legs, or it could just be domination. Right now, the conversation's one way as opposed to the other. And the long corner smoke respected, right? You see Doors and Bluebin Molly forcing out extra util. Corner smoke always had a bit of fear. Crowd would like to see NaVi started to get activated. We just want an entertaining game, really.
I'm entertained by just how incredible Mouz are playing right now.
Look at this, they've left nobody anchoring long. They're so ready for something mid/short centric.
This is a real hard setup to break. Torchy should just be able to get one and drop off. Saying Broline up for any cleanup. Look at this setup. You are not getting through this.
Torsi. Oh, qué fino.
Shot and a half from Torchy.
Qué fino, man.
Just the tip of Imez follicles. Pokes up from the staircase. Nice work from Wonderful, reading the re-aggress. They go off of this. JL pokes his
0-9, Alexi.
to mid. Shui re-aggressing, and they're not expecting that lovely angle. And another headshot, this time onto Alexi B. Does he finish the job? Hits him even lower through the staircase. We've yet to see Alexi with a frag contribution.
Oh dear.
Jimmy's well aware of
Still
where
you two left. Come on in, boys.
Brutal. Everywhere they go, there's a nade. Oh, and this could be perfect. Alexi, on your head, son. JL swallows it. No HP for the rest of them. And it's clean as that. Shui, right place, right time, multi-kill again.
Yeah, there's a few little details that is impressive.
Completamente farmeados.
The Mouse just playing fantastically well and not feeling the pressure. These B defenses, they've always had util left late. So that means that their setups, right, the way that they're using their util, the economy of that is fantastic. That back shot Torchy, isn't it? Has been having a good game. Was cool enough for the last couple of rounds. But the other one is,
Mapa NaVi
have never given NaVi the staging area of Cat to execute onto A for free without disruption.
I see you.
They've always been in that limbo area or harassing, flashing forward. Here's Bit, been out long with a fight, won a couple before, but
para.
just denies 2, and that could be 11-1 on the half.
My God.
Para.
Who's throwing the towel at this point? A CT side. I'm sure NaVi will remember.
¿Qué vas a comer? Ya comí fideo, man.
Grief. Could they really close it out clean? 11-1 on the agenda. Alexi 0-11. And there it is, locked in at the
11-1.
speed running this
Con un Alexi
Esports
0-10.
World Cup 2024,
Comiendo pasto,
and
Alexi.
Mouz in pursuit of a grand final.
Comiendo pastizal. Bueno, amigos, se viene la segunda mitad, 11-1. Guachines, no se olviden meterse al grupo de Telegram, donde compartimos información, hacemos juegos por premios. Métanse al grupo de Telegram. La Tomás. ¿Pone Imperial Paint? No. No. No sé, amigo. ¿Estás jugando Imperial Paint? Uy, podríamos ver si pasa que... O sea, termina por el primer mapa, pero después hay otro mapa, bro. $11-1.
you ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic?
Sound epic.
You record it on a Sony.
Clasifica Canapino ahora en un toque.
So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Shishiote. Está más claro que el agua, tío, esto, O té de acá a la China. Ta 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 ta.
In Riyadh, as Mouz have taken NaVi to church. One round is all NaVi as we come back into our second half. This is NaVi's pick as well, Chad. I think we might just want to start talking about map 2, or?
I think Mouz are wanting to buck the trend of the 2 AM finishes. They thought, all right, guys, let's get everybody home, well rested. It's grand final day tomorrow. The least we could do is get everybody in bed nice and early. Mouz versus G2, that sounds like a pretty tasty morsel, especially if Mouz are going to play at this form that we're seeing right here, right now in the semi-final. And it's a nice step up, right? These guys are considered studio merchants. Well, there's a crowd.
There's a crowd.
It's a step up, and I think Yanko was even talking about the continent. Well, they're on a different one at the moment, so look, a couple of big ticks going in their favor if they can pick this up, but still a whole nother map and a half ahead of us before we can get there. Exertion, mid-doors smoke safely.
I've been missing that one in my repertoire. Long-range Glock, oof, puts bit on notice.
Can't get luckier than that, can ya?
Let's see if Wonderful can pass his test on long. He does flick back nicely, and that's
On seguro.
until Brolan takes the fight. That was brave. That would have completely squandered their smoke for the cross. Instead, he's managed to find the equalizing frag. Now they want to come and test Jimmy. A two-man push into the fin.
Glock good at this range, though.
Yeah, I'd say
Glock just good.
He's crouched into the angle and does deliver the double headshot. Just like that, the round crumbles for NaVi. A is lost. Now you have to get past Jimmy if you want to get in. And he's already chipped away at JL on the mantle up the Xbox. A flash, this could be good, but Jimmy's already out of there.
Estoy para cagar en la pista el Mouz y termina en 0 el mapa, Si no haya matado, sería increíble,
Getting back in, it feels like a impossible ask. Impossible task. Legs are broken, bits hitting some heads.
O sea, pierden este y es una ronda más.
Not the second though. 12 secured.
Sí, el 0-12.
In pursuit of that magic number in the second round of this second half.
Yeah, well, put a fork in it. This one's looking like it's done. It has to obviously be the NaVi force buy. They're going to take their third of the tactical timeouts and see if any resistance is possible. But at the moment, it looks futile. Wonderful gets one, a good trade from Brolan, but it's the double from Jimmy. And it looks like he's having a bit of trouble when this fight first starts. But the Glock in CS2, I don't know what it is about it. It just feels like it's had a bit of a buff.
It does, doesn't it? Just put your crosshair in their vicinity and keep on clicking.
And NaVi haven't even warmed up.
Chichiote, amigos.
I feel like they've been in this game at all. There's been
0-12
rounds. And you go back to the pistol where they had no advantage on the first half of play. Then they battled their way back in, and then they gave up the number advantage retake. And you have a hard time discussing rounds where it's felt like they could have closed. Even rounds where they had number advantages and they tried to go for finishes. Now just made the perfect play.
NaVi's frag total
is
less than Jimmy and Shui's.
¿Quién era ese?
He might finish the game with no kills, Alex.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a contributing factor. I've been missing this smoke. I wanted to learn it from Torji, but we are...
Well, Exertion didn't throw out perfect last round, did he? Because you could see above it.
And JL is going to be on the warpath. He's caught out Jimmy.
Muy bien, muy JL, chao. Ay, tiene dos locos muy tocados, Tiene dos locos.
Jimmy's in fine form at the moment, isn't he?
Tiene tres locos muy tocados. ¡Ay! Agarra Scout.
He can get a kill, Alex. Come on, Alexi.
Come on, Alexi. ¡Ay! Esa pistola era kill, Está cagado, está cagado, está cagado. O sea, está jugando a farmear, a matar uno porque ya sabe que perdió. 5. No se la den, no se la den. ¿Lo festejó el gasto?
Picks himself up an AK-47. Roland makes light work of it, and here comes Alexi B
Opa.
with his second as well.
Nah, gana la ronda, me vuelvo loco.
Bullets all he needs if he can find the head of Roland, and he does.
3. Mirá cómo maquilló, amigo.
Come up huge. His first 3. And now it has to be an ace clutch. It's not to be. Torji denies.
Mirá cómo maquilló, amigo. Se llevó 3.
On NaVi's pick, no less. Mouz.
Cambio de lado.
Sprinting towards the grand finals, a map to the good already.
Absolutely dominant stuff to kick things off. 2-1 against Sashi, 2-1 against Furia, and a whitewash against NaVi. Right now, they are in the driver's seat, and talking about NaVi, doesn't feel like they're warmed into the game. They need to go and switch themselves on because Nuke coming up next.
Se viene la cual y Lindicar, amigos. Gracias a Deus.
Has anyone checked to see if NaVi is here? Do they have a pulse?
They are tracing. It started here. 3v2 post plan.
Quali del Indigar.
And you let it slip away. Some unnecessary peaks, unnecessary aggression. All of a sudden you lose pistol. Second round again. First gun round, right? Then Mouz gets into the swing of things. They start playing with confidence, and it's all over.
And that's it. And that's it.
That's it. Go to break.
No, you're not wrong. You know, I remember the pistol round. I think it's Emma standing on the bomb side, fighting CT spawn for no reason at all. And at that point, it just completely crumbles for NaVi at that point. Gotta say, though, that Mouz are looking like a well-drilled machine when it comes to...
¿Cuál es el Indigar?
Super hot, super much in control. We spoke about some of the players, you know, coming into it. You had Exertion playing well. You had Torsi firing on all cylinders. Roland shutting down long a couple of times. They tried to fight him. Jim Fed as well.
Pijazo de Mouz,
It felt like everything was just
Dije, va a estar más parejo. Dije, el ping va a estar más parejo.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about everything going right. There's also evidence of everything going wrong for some people in this game. Who was missing here from NaVi? And I'm not talking about him specifically.
Okay, Alexi got rounds in the final round of the game, his first kills, but it didn't even matter at that point. And it wasn't necessarily the fragging and failing to find kills that lost NaVi this game. It was constantly being out of position, right? And being at disadvantageous situations, whether it's a man down or just Mouz having all the correct information and being one step ahead of NaVi.
It is crazy that you can pick a map like Dust 2, come into a matchup like this in a semi-final and then show absolutely nothing. At no point did it feel like
absolutely nothing.
I even feel, I know when the score is 12-1, but the very last round you see them double push in towards upper tunnels, and that kill they can't even get. If you can't get that kill, you may as well just leave the server, quit the game, and just go home.
And style points to Jimmy for it too, because you know he did have to do some maneuvering around.
He could just not touch the keyboard, not touch the mouse. They still would have found a way not to kill him.
Facts. Let's go ahead and run round 8, Yanko. What did it tell you in your heart?
Yeah, I think for me this was an example of like a round where NaVi just is too slow. They find this kill right now. You can look at the time. It took them 30 seconds to sort of group together, and they only have 2 players on Cat now. Roland is having a field day. JL is here. Now it's 20 seconds left. He dies. The bomb is down, and the fights just keep happening. They keep happening, right? And in the end, Bit runs out of time. And I think for me, the problem is, why does it take you 30 seconds from when you get the kill on Torji to organize yourselves and sort of say, okay, we killed the Opper, let's just go away and win out the fights. Like, sure, you're blocked on Cat, but if you believe the call, right, there's 2 guys there at most. So, break the smoke. I don't know if they had a nade, maybe they didn't, but you had a flash. Like, at that point, you need to trust the call and just go. You can't wait out for all these things. A guy needs to run long, because if there's one player on long and he dies, then you guys are 4v1 against the one guy standing behind the smoke. Like, you need to trade that, plant the bomb in a 5v4 if that's what you think is the best call. Instead, They're spread out around the map. Brolin is able to get some kills. Shui gets a kill and creates chaos running through the smoke, right? And they run out of time. This wasn't the first time it happened either.
No, and I'm curious to what it is, because they're just cramping up on the server. They're not utilizing the few opportunities they had in this first half to do anything, and I don't know what it is, you know.
It all it's the pistol. I'm telling you, it started with the pistol, because if I'm an in-game leader, man, or a coach, or as I was, and I'm sitting there, and like we're starting a game on stage, and we have a 3v2 post plant in the pistol and we're throwing it away, what are we doing? Because you're playing a really good team on the other side. They're gonna make some good decisions, good moves. You're not going to twos every single round. So when you get them, you need to take advantage of it. And now you're 5-0 down. And if you're Alexi, you're mad a little bit because you can't kill anyone. You don't get good opportunities.
That's 5-0
down, and you could have just won the pistol and at least had one round, right? And if you convert, it's a completely different story in the first round.
He's a little upset over here.
Lo banco,
No, I mean,
Esa pistol que pierden ahí, 3v2. Que la hayan jugado bien.
Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what sort of Counter-Strike is this, you know? And then all of a sudden you're down 13-1. And that's the only silver lining is it's 13-1. So you'll go outside and say, guys, we just played like shit. You know, like, let's just forget about this. It's just one of those games. We're better than this.
La combinate.
So that's actually something they can have in their pocket, Jacob.
Mira, lo está firmando acá en el cero.
Many times.
Le puso el cero y lo está firmando.
Yeah, I'm used to losing 13-1. At that point, there's nothing you can use this game for whatsoever. You have to reset, readjust, and just accept the fact that you're now going into a best of 3 where you have to win 2 maps in a row. At no point did NaVi show up right here. It makes it even worse that they were the ones picking Dust 2 into this matchup. So not too satisfied with that. You know, I like your little rant right here, Janko, but I don't really have anything to add. It's a 13-1 game where NaVi couldn't get anything done, and you know, credit to Mouz Sports for utilizing all the opportunities they got.
Yeah, that I'm just drawing back to that this sort of disjointed cat approach right there. It is rather frustrating to see the game be played or lack thereof playing in that.
It's true, and there was many mistakes you could find out. Pistol round, you know, round 8 that we just had right here. I also do need to...
Momento de la clasificación de IndyCar.
Every time they were presented an option to punish NaVi for a mistake, or
even
some of the rounds where NaVi couldn't even get long control, they couldn't get in towards the B-bomb side. You know, they were caught in the rotations where I think it was Alexi B and a homie trying to go catwalk. All of a sudden, they have to go back into dark, and they're stuck behind a Molotov, and the round is over before we even see the round unfold. You know, you can just see how it's just completely gone wrong for NaVi, and that is Mouz playing well, that is Mouz rotating correctly, that is Mouz being, you know, on top of the game right here. So as much as I want to jump on the NaVi train and saying their shit, which they were, it was also Mouz.
But also first gun round, I just remembered, you know, NaVi, okay, they're 3v4, but they're inside B bomb site, and Ime is playing big box, and he's not watching tunnels.
Yeah,
like, he's watching exit door. Your 2 guys are in the side. Who's gonna watch tunnels, bro, if not you? They come it's a retake with 3 guys from tunnels. NaVi took the site and had 2 more smokes, and I said this round is over. Like, they're gonna re-smoke door 2 times. You know, that's it. Tunnels is a narrow choke point, and all of a sudden they retake without losing a single player.
It's just that one moment he moved just across there, that's it.
Where your individuals need to show that they know what they're doing and they're good players and they can play these situational rounds and play good Counter-Strike. Every single time NaVi didn't do anything and fell apart.
Fell apart, or maybe even never got off the starting line, Jacob. That's an unfortunate reality for the map pick there of NaVi. So, silver linings. Do we want to pick any up if we start talking about map 2 of the series in Nuke?
Yeah, I mean... Mouz is a strong team. You talk about closing down ramp, likes to be a bit aggressive with that one as well. I think Torsi is very underrated on that CT side. He's roaming a lot with the AWP. He's not very static.
Pasa, no arranca el IndyCar, mandale.
He likes to go aggressive. So I feel like if you're NaVi right now, with the way you're conducting yourself on Dust 2, with the way you're playing, you have to mentally reset, but you also have to hope that Mouz are going to go down a level. Otherwise, I'm afraid this one is going to be over and done and dusted in less than an hour.
Just a good start. Just gets any momentum going for NaVi, right? Like, because it's not just that they were losing round, they weren't close to winning some of these rounds, right? Mouz was always one step ahead, and trust me, when you're in the game, you feel it as well. It's not just that you didn't win the round, it's like they were exactly there, they knew what you wanted to do, they're, you know, you're eating nades all the time for 40-50 damage. It's just very difficult to play against. So for NaVi on the CT side, winning a couple of rounds, sort of the players getting some of that confidence back and remembering what they're capable of.
So that's hypothetically what maybe Blade says out there in the parking lot, right?
Y sí, me gustaría, pero bueno, yo con la visa, viste, no tengo. Soy medio pajero para ponerme el hacer.
What do you tell your team? You just got absolutely bamboozled on map 1 of a semifinal.
Es complicado, man.
Well, this could very well be it.
good question. I'm not being paid money to do that, so I don't really know. Never been in the position either. Yanko can probably testify to that, but I think at that point you just forget all about Dust 2. Like, you speak about Nuke, you go through your preparation. Obviously, you talk about what if there's any glaring mistakes, or like, let's say there's an individual who's not communicating, or there's an individual causing a trouble or acting out or something. You address that obviously, but then you just focus on Nuke. As you said, starting on the CT side, hopefully Wonderful comes alive. Hopefully LXB gets more than a kill in round. What was it, 13, 14?
The last
at that
one.
point, the very last round, right? 3 meaningless kills whatsoever. So there's only so much you can do as a coach if your player decides to not shoot anyone.
It's funny you should say that, Jake.
Complicado, man, es complicado.
The semi-final of Beijing. First map was Dust 2, our pick, playing against Prime Astralis, of course. Lose 16-0, right? We're outside, we're talking, and it wasn't like this. We didn't really have a chance. So, okay, guys, screw it. Who cares? It can't get any worse than this. You know, it's over. We weren't really in it. It's map 1, whatever. Let's just get into the second map. Remember a couple of things, blah, 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 blah. It was way better. We lost 16-2.
Awesome. And we're never
Awesome.
gonna forget that game, right, Jacob?
That was a great game.
You're never going to let me forget about that game like I could.
Well, not now in the confines at which you've given it to us. Of course, I can't forget that. Gentlemen, I want to ask you if you think NaVi's going to be bringing us to a third map, but I can look at least on Jacob's face, and I can't tell if that's just like a normal smirk of sorts, or you think so.
I'm jumping ships. Mouz is going to win.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, thoughts about that, right?
I think it's just very hard to make such a big turn after map 1 if you're NaVi, and also Mouz playing really well. They have all the confidence now. They're good on Nuke. Starting T side, I think they close it out 2-0.
It's not looking good. But either way, we do have a break in front of us so that we can find out what happens in that second map. And, well, if you're NaVi, perhaps showing up into the server today, this would be a good start, and this would be the time to do it. This is a semi-final, and you don't want to get your keys crushed. We're going to go to that quick break, and we're going to come back. We're going to jump right back into this series. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. Okay?
Esports World Cup. Bueno, amiguitos, ya se viene el segundo mapa. Mañana tenemos la gran final a las 3 de la tarde. Y ya cada vez falta menos para la vuelta 9Z, para que arranquen los torneos Tier 1. Estamos picados, Vale, es un torneo Tier 1, pero no hay presencia argentina. Pero estamos malditamente picados. Estamos malditamente picados, boludo.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تعيش الوقت بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Para pa 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 pa. Tenemos G2 y la verdad es que yo dije dudaba de Snacks, pero por ahora viene cumpliendo. Hay que ver cómo evoluciona el equipo, pero de todas maneras el firepower que tienen está bastante fuerte, bro. O sea, para mí el cambio, por lo menos de Nex a Malvs, es muy bueno, digamos. O sea, yo siempre hateé que hayan traído Nexa, bro. Cuando ya estaba Hoxie. Y Nexa venía geleando, entonces. Pero bueno, rajaron a Hoxie, que también era lo. Era lo que tenía que pasar.
We had a pretty good break before this tournament. We had around a month off without playing Counter-Strike. Coming into this tournament, we already bootcamped at our new facility. It was a good experience, and also I think the practice was pretty efficient. I would say that I was pretty happily surprised with my team, how quickly they were able to get into shape from such a break. Maybe we don't have a written objective as to what we want to do here, but...
Che, no sé, no arranca la IndyCar. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Se está demorando por algo? Vamos a poner en Twitter IndyCar. A ver qué dice la gente. Ah, calificamos para comenzar. Un pequeño atraso en un reparo en una tabla de vuelo.
In a way, although we already did feel that whenever he was even here for just alone. Personally, I believe that we've never really had a major issue with communication in our team, despite us being an international roster. The language barrier is not there as much as it would be in other teams. I definitely like the direction that Valve may be going. Right now we have like 3 maps that are pretty new, or for example Dust 2 is new to us, or it's now back in the active map pool. I was actually pretty surprised with EWC. I think there's a lot of benefits coming to us players or the esports scene in general from them. One being is that they are helping organizations come into the scene.
Ahí está, había arrancado ya. ¿Qué pasó? Uy, se pegó uno ya. Mira, se me había re bugueado el coso. No sé qué pasó. No, habíamos sido hecho solo.
Una situación que venimos viendo desde la primera práctica, esta última curva que le está trayendo dolores de cabeza a más de uno. Ayer la lesión de Rossi, en este mismo lugar. También Nuke en la práctica del viernes.
Claro, lo que pasa es que Rossi quiere esquivar hasta el último momento el golpe acá contra
bueno. Sí, en la cual IndyCar, man. Dale, Canapa, por favor. Una fechita y no vaya bien. ¿Qué hace personal? ¡Dale, Canapa!
Esa cinta que ustedes ven en pantalla es una cinta transportadora de fábrica. O sea, lo que uno ve en cualquier fábrica a nivel mundial es la misma cinta. Es una cinta transportadora que tiene 1 metro de ancho, que son los requerimientos que ordena la FIA.
Y esto le pasaba justamente a Alexander Rossi, acá lo vamos a ver. Pega en el final
y a la pared.
Y ahí se golpea contra el airstream, el sacudón del volante. Miren, no larga tiempo el volante. Y ahí se termina fracturando el pulgar de la mano derecha, ¿no? Ahí lo vamos a ver, ya se quita el guante y ya sabe Alexander que algo tiene.
Ha sido muy fuerte el latigazo.
Mateo Porcher preparándose para tomar su lugar.
Vamos a ganar.
Que tuvo que, como ya le contó Mati Sánchez, hacer una logística impresionante para llegar aquí y salir directo a la clasificación en esta cita.
Comienza, amigos. Segundo mapita.
Big form that he is in. Bit about to be tested towards ramp. Here they come.
So what you've got for us, Bit just falls away, concedes the ramp control. And they're jumping to chase. Broland shows himself that he is looking to commit. There is support behind the side, though. They may overlook it, but Bit doesn't even need assistance right now. He's taken another head. Can he get another? That's the bomb. Should be staring at the floorboards to try and escape. And now very separate. Look at this from Torji. He might be able to catch him as we clear out the lobby. He catches a glimpse and hits the goosh. Headshot provided, but the bomb now lost. That's a big round from Bit, who's been having a great tournament up until this semi-final started. Let's see if Torji's got anything left in this one, or is Bit about to leave with 4 frags in this one. Looking good. Torji, though, better. Takes his head off, and JL going to be swinging out on the timing. Wonderful. Ready to receive on the low side. Wonderful, still moving, and JL spots him. Distraction and execution. Wonderful, converts it.
Saca la primera NaVi.
Get a necessary pistol.
Would have been some insane shots necessary there for Torji to close that one out, but that is what you need to see. NaVi not fumbling the number advantage on the pistol round, setting themselves up, likely going against a Mouz eco. No bomb going down, no extra cash injection. I'm sure they'll just take the save and get the buys coming into the next with the AKs and the util necessary. And we were talking about the map pool before we got into this. NaVi pretty comfortable on a map like Nuke, so I'm sure they're not feeling too out of the water having to play this.
Yeah, looking good against FaZe yesterday on this map.
Oh, the manual door
Alexi, mató ya.
doing it with that nade, and now it's being closed again. And open once more, but the other way through. In there. I'm going to take a couple fights. You heard from Yanko there saying, hey, screw it, can't get any worse. From his coaching days. Well, maybe take a couple of fights, and that's what we're seeing
Hay 2-3
now.
buenos nomás en esa clasificación, boludo.
And done, Torji.
Están todos en la otra, está Carapino. Mala suerte.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a little bit more liberally, aren't they, NaVi?
Yeah, JL's having a field day, isn't he? Just running around.
4 rookie ahí.
Not letting them get anything close to comfortable. Sounds like Riyad's happy with that one. Definitely crowd favorites are NaVi.
I think in terms of viewer base, whether that be here as well as at home, I think if we had the NaVi versus G2 final, that would garner the biggest fan bases. I think in terms of the most exciting Counter-Strike that we could get, and maybe I'll be eating my words come the end of this series, but I think it would be Mouz versus G2, or at least what we just saw from map number 1.
Yeah, that Dusty was very impressive. Nuke, perhaps a different story. We'll find out as the guns come out.
Fast from Exertion, stalled out by an incendiary right in front of his face, going for the standard smoke wall. They're going to be able to break through. Alexi, let's play this yarn position, peeks out.
Primer buy, amigos.
The clear as well, so that's big from Xerxes. Gets himself across.
Imma's down here.
The cross.
Hits, takes the fight, converts it.
Bitardo.
Position. There is a walk though with the bomb on shoes.
Nadie está jugando bien, igual. O sea, no sé si es el campeón del medio, el mismo ritmo, porque como dijimos antes, está muy parejo el juego y todo cambia, pero tampoco está tan mal. Van para arriba un mapa. Puede pasar. Están en las semifinales del evento, hijo de puta. Le viene a FaZe. Nadie que FaZe también está ahí. Uy, Brolan.
Flies off of main roof, deletes the fin.
Sí, está medio lag, pero son ellos, boludo. Partido F5.
Takes back lobby, surges into it, concedes the sight. Oh, that would have been nice, but doesn't quite nail it. Trajectory hits the smoke. Good headshot back. Jimmy gone. Torji, despite the low HP, could be on for another. Wonderful alone. Torji should be an easy frag, and he even makes it costly. Shui. Mouz back on the board.
Primero voy para Mouz.
According to the kill feed, Brolan's feet were on the ground there, but you could have fooled me.
Yeah, that was crazy from Alexi's POV. Sometimes I do prefer seeing the kill from the death POV. They look good. Yeah, I'll have one. Bon appetit.
You do everything a little bit later here. I had a 7 p.m. coffee.
Yeah, no, honestly, the mall is open until I think 8 a.m. I don't know.
All right, well, that's for your late night entertainment. Ooh, okay, well, NaVi not forcing back immediately. They are just going to take the save with a lost bonus of 1900 coming into next for the buy. Brolan will get an easy one. Swept under the rug by Bit. Swings out with the MP9, but there's more fights as far as Jimmy's concerned.
I'm concerned for Jimmy. Perhaps not so much anymore as they flush them back into the sights. Tetris to be cleared, looking good. Shui individually has been looking like one of the most dangerous players. Multi-kills just every round they come his way. Every time he's tested, he seems competent and capable.
Yeah, he is, I think, in terms of the way that the team is approaching the game. It allows the in-game
pistolita.
and he's going to take a few more of these risks as well. As far as in-game leaders are concerned, he's one of the younger in-game leaders for sure. So mechanically speaking, we're not putting him in the same bucket. But you look at it. You look at Carrigan yesterday. It was Carrigan versus Alexi tussling on that first lap of play between FaZe and NaVi. There you have it.
Bueno, empate de partido y se viene otro.
The momentum going to shift immediately.
All the in-game leaders have been having a good tournament. I think even Snacks has had some top scoreboard moments. We're talking about Blitz, the Mongols.
Aprox 25, no está confirmado igual la fecha todavía. Pero sí, el próximo evento, la CCT. La exclusividad que lo anuncian estos días. O sea, el 23 creo que anuncian ya los equipos. El evento arranca el 24, así que 9Z puede jugar el 24, 25, no sé. No sé si está el doc. Estaba pensando mismo, Black. Tengo ahí jamón, queso y...
I might not have been expecting the AWP so quickly. Just considering the way that the finances have fell. That one's been dropped across from JL, so only made possible by donation.
That MP9 getting a couple of kills. Extra cash.
No, se ve un poquito como trabado, pero es problema de ellos, boludo. Ya tiré F5 yo.
Timing.
Es del stream de ellos.
That's frustrating.
Ay, la veto. Murió. ¡No! Si no moríamos una con la una, moría con la otra cosa. Otro Uy que va a sacar Mouz, 3-2 se pone en su mapa del lado de T. Y el panorama en NaVi empieza a ser completamente oscuro.
Confidence on display yet again from Mouz. Beautiful stuff.
It's not like it was a sound cue, really. Nothing. No sort of misplay from the Hut player other than getting time. Shui walks out. By the time JL's into the angle, he's not expecting someone so far out so soon.
Especially when it's not telegraphed.
Right?
Sometimes if your main player is looking towards yard, there can be a time when you have to patrol between Squeaky and that hut door, and normally people aren't just walking out hut because it's one of those angles where you can get your feet spotted if they're up in the rafters. Worked out quite nicely. There's other little details, right? Because we are functioning looking at different things at the start of the rounds. It tends to be more stuff towards outside, right? Okay, do you see the deep molly? What type of a fight are they going for? But your lobby player gets there early enough, you'll hear the drop on towards the heart, that information being communicated and then potentially executed upon. Unfortunate for Immer there on the clear was already very low, and well, I guess lucky to stay alive with that nade. NaVi will use their first tactical timeout. Blade to get back on the mic. He probably just feels like he was having a conversation because they would have been outside discussing what went wrong with map number 1 or focusing on now map number 2. It would be a shame to have back-to-back blowouts in our semi-finals if you missed the G2 game just moments ago. Well, it feels like it. They gave us a nice extended break, didn't they?
Does that say more about G2 or does that say more about Vitality, the result we saw?
Virtus Pro.
No, sorry, I'm just the way in which because we were watching VP versus Vitality.
Sure.
And it was like a...
I think...
where I'm going with that?
Yes, no, I do. I think one of the things is, and again, at the start of the season, you're always going to put me in this point of conversation where you look long-term and you can look in the microcosm of this event. And in terms of the honeymoon period and the type of Counter-Strike that G2 are playing, you can't argue with that. But then if we talk about long-term G2, honeymoon period, how will things track over...
Otro Uy, amigos.
...tape on them, etc., etc., etc.
Hello. Another opening for Wonderful. Didn't make a difference in the previous. Yep. Roland.
Arbitardo. Oh. Ay, mamá.
Levels us out. Shui working his magic once more.
Ay, mamadera.
TB will not have anything to report. Certainly that there is a possibility. They're loud into the lower side though, and Imet's got a lot to do with only a FAMAS just outgunned. It hinges on JL now, and he's done well. And he's done very well. Finds himself the AK. Gets away. Back turn. Shui poise. Converts the spray. And Wonderful.
No way.
Him. How has he done that? Well
No,
aware
el
of the
Siugiro.
possibility. Alexi B.
Sac.
Shui, he's already got his feet planted for a
Sigue 0-4. Es que el problema igual no es el YouTube, no, boludo. Es su stream, digamos.
Feels like Mouz are everywhere.
Sí, era así en todos lados.
Again with the AWP, but the next minute there's 3 guys walking out ramp. Bit having to take the heads-up fight. Brolin wins it. They're leaking in towards the lower side. There's multiple NaVi bodies there. JL stalls them.
4-2, se lo estaban tombeando.
That was magical. And it's always scary in the back. You can see to just take that additional time to make sure that frag comes through. But ready to pivot onto Wonderful as well. And this looks quick.
Pistolita, rápido para el side A.
It could have been scary.
0 and 4.
Siuji se apoya en el humo, por eso da directamente a mirar el side. Ojo. Quiere revivir el equipo de NaVi. M4 giro, pistolita en el side A. Buscó el rush Mouz. Y no le sirvió, no le salió.
They're already tracking, making sure Torji can't save. Spotted 1, Alexi. with the information, is just going to pivot away immediately. They know now that he was heading towards spawn for the save, so multiple avenues to try and take this gun away. Keep this round quick.
What a horrible position for Torji to be in. There's so much time on this clock. So much time for the CTs to be finding a different angle.
But that's a way back in some way. The fact that first fight's happened, now he's actually starting to have a little bit of a look.
Respeten los putos rangos. ¿Cuál es?
Not far off, actually. Solid attempt, but they try and change up the pace, and it's punished. See this one again. Now, JL, we didn't catch it immediately, but he charges into Hut, takes down Brolin, and that awakens Inma and Alexi to find themselves some frags with the sidearms.
Yeah, and those two MP9 kills that he just got in that round previous, facilitating a little bit of extra cash for him to go for that type of a fight. It's a bit of a bonus there for NaVi to bounce back immediately, especially after 2 rounds in a row. Wonderful getting opening kills in the AWP and rounds not converted. So that is a lifeline to keep their head above water on their CT side. Mouz would have already been looking at 5. A quick little tech issue. We'll get that one sorted for you ASAP and get back underway. But a free AWP for Wonderful is going to feel exactly that. Still money for Mouz to purchase, no dramas there, but getting to the end of the finances if they cannot set the winning ways back in action. That was pissed around with conversion for NaVi. First gun round, Mouz were victorious.
Se viene gana
on the trot until we do see NaVi posting their 3rd.
Here we go, round 8, second map. Already NaVi have put up more of a fight.
Se viene canapa, muchachos. ¿Cuál es?
Presented with a smoke wall. Information on the cross, no longer a possibility. They'll throw their HE, nothing behind it, but just Zershan trying his luck, and Wonderful on the second clear is good for it.
Empieza a aparecer Wonderful, quiere carrear. ¡Ay!
Shy of the mark, the flash obscures him.
Quiere ponerse el equipo al hombro, Wonderful.
Already good rotations from NaVi. With this man advantage, they can hold on to it. Crossfire established. Bit and Ime to be tested.
Ya van a rampa abajo, Mouz.
Bit with an AK is
no tienen que jugar con eso, Mouz.
Prospect for anyone up against him. Jimmy working his way into the angle. Ime ready to receive. Ahead of the players, Bit goes hunting for Roland. Does a lot with that. Jimmy, however, is kicking up fast. That could have been a
Parecía
disaster.
JL.
Commits to the spray successfully. And Torji, I would say unwinnable. This is Torji we're talking about, and he has time, and he has damage on the Wonderful. Glock, a burst, and not enough.
Para mí pensó que le pegó más con el AP, tío, Salió con el free burst.
Likely thinking it was the leg shot, right? So the burst fire should have finished him, but the fact that it was through the wall, you can see his reaction in the cam. He would have really started to heat up with that one because he could have pivoted wherever he wanted. There was time to work with on Torji. The trade work from Jimmy, especially focusing on that second. Yeah, look, it was only chipped into just below half HP, so still had some work to do.
Yeah, wanted to catch how much Jimmy put down towards JL there, towards control. That's his reaction to his death. Felt like a labored spray from both of them.
4 iguales y pistolita para Mouz, el equipo completo.
That far forward. It was JL, you know, once he's that low on ammo, he was in trouble. Well, we're just down to the pistols here. Jimmy with a Deagle, the rest with Glocks. Should be showing more than a bit of shoulder. Will be removed from Bit, who Bit's been challenged a couple of times over towards ramp. Keep searching, keep farming. Bloody Glocks.
Good one.
Oh,
very awkward one.
No vaya a ser cosa, ¿no?
That's two guns. I know one of them's only an MP9, but still, that's 2 weapons
oh!
pick up. Not another fight with the Glock at range. Come on now.
Let's pull our jets here, fellas. Wonderful realizes he should probably get away. I say that. No, he doesn't. He pulls out a deagle and starts looking like he wants to fight. Zershan gets that M4. Ime's not shy. He's not scared.
They've already got more than they were worth in this round, Mouz. So if they do somehow manage to get a plant out of it,
imagine.
There's no way.
Yeah, especially with this rotation, it's very well done. NXTB's heard all of this. Wonderful's going to be coming through ramp. Door opens. Zershan trying his luck, seeing if he can get away with another kill. He's in trouble.
Oh!
Does transfer into one. Immer down.
Ah.
Okay.
Where the hell was Emma looking?
I don't know. He's on his own little adventure. He's on a side quest.
Well, wasn't any secret of the position of exertion there.
Loud as hell.
Yeah, couldn't have been
De fondo se usa el indicar.
All right, well, 3 kills with just 1 Deagle invested. You'll take that if you are Mouse.
Gracias, Fernández Tomás.
Time out there, 30 seconds of the conversation. It's been 3 back consecutive from NaVi, with the bomb not going down in any of them. So, would look to change that as the first key. Hey guys, let's try and get into the site. Let's see if we can put ourselves in some post plants. Juggling the guns across, we'll make sure that everybody has everything they require.
Si un 4 pasa a ganar NaVi, se recupera un poco, Está por clasificar Canapa, amigos. Por eso estoy mirando mucho el segundo monitor. Y si escucho lo de fondo también es eso. Wonder. ¡Oh! Y lindo tiro. ¡Oh! ¡Wonderful! Te la canté cuando todavía no haya matado mucho, Se quiere poner el equipo al hombro. Se nota ese model hiperactivo yendo por un lado para el otro con buenos tiros. Quiere la gran final Wonderful. Quiere poder comprarse la gran Ferrari negra con la que sueña. Si es que no es la de él la que subió la foto.
It's reminiscent of the simple CT side AWP we used to talk about.
And I think if the rationale is, hey, let's try and get Wonderful to get these picks early, it
4-3.
doesn't allow Mouse to go for mid to late round executes, right? It really just unravels them, and now they're in the mid round. They're having to piece things together on the fly without any space, thanks to Wonderful.
They're coming for Jimmy. This is a Lin angle, and he doesn't get a thing from it. Wonderful, a quick scope.
Otra de Wonderful, la triple.
Jimmy as well knows he could have done a lot more.
Yeah, down the vents, JL lets him know.
Sure he has a smoke.
Wait, we could be on for an ace here. If he can punish with a clear,
buena Veto. Buena Veto. Está arreglo Wonderful, Y Alexi para cerrar la ronda. 4K de la rubia Wonderful. Gracias, Felopa.
It's going to feel nice for Wonderful heating up in this fashion. Already at 15 kills. We're 10 rounds deep, but no matter where he goes, he's hitting absolute bangers. This second one to top silo without X-Ray, just a little head poking over the top. Punishes Brolin, who was looking to get him as he scampers away.
This half is just a frag movie from Wonderful. Seems brave to be taking the majority of your squad, in fact the whole team.
Pistolita de mano nuevamente.
Towards Wonderful's domain. Alexi will throw out the initial clear. Flashes, and despite all of that, does miss the shot. Miss the info window. Shubi tries to wrap through main. Oh, ahead of them. There's a lot of Tech 9s running your way here, man. Now you've gone down. Your rifle falls into enemy hands. Put that into someone healthy.
Ojo, que parece que todo va bien, pero se te puede complicar, Sertion. Wonderful. No, lo apagaron.
Lays down the law with that AK-47. How funny, how quickly things can go wrong on Nuke.
Yeah, and you could see that it got ahead of 2 players there. Emma as well with the rotation. He was late on it, and then he just gets overwhelmed. And then the same for Bit. They heard him jump down ramp, and Exertion was already pushed up. So ahead of schedule, but right on time for Mouz to get their 5th, and they can still tie up the half at 6-6. So now, as far as the rounds are concerned, right, we are looking for a Mouz great T-half 5. That's great. You're happy with that. You're more than happy to go into the halftime break, big smile on your face, knowing that you've done more than enough. And that was without the pistol.
6-5.
We will hold on to a couple of rifles. There's money to buy. Wonderful's AWP can come out. A drop can go over to Emma. Bit could buy himself, but they can also hook him up. Just make sure everybody's full on the util. But this was just a lighter investment from Mouz. Pistols in the hands. Impromptu smoke wall towards Yard. A bit of a distraction from Shui. You can see Bit frustrated with that one.
Yeah, understandably so. Just a half investment from Mouz, and they managed to pull across that 5th round. Will it be 6? We'll be looking for an edge into that second half. Wonderful indeed. Again, best Torji.
Wonderful. 16-5, Wonderful.
Overlooked by Wonderful.
Pobre ronda pasada, no pudo tocar con ninguno.
Flushed out by the flames. Down goes the Lexi. He's done everything he can. Zershan, however, has managed to get away with that. How is he still alive? Wonderful. Couldn't finish him off. A tag onto Zershan, the double kill. Now they know that top site's theirs. Molly stomps a bit up the ladder. I'm bringing that bomb through. Nade can finish him off. 4 HP gets the frag. Element of surprise, but traded. It's up to Wonderful to come up clutch. 16 frags, but this one has a round hanging in the balance of his decisions. Zershan looks away.
¡Lo vio! ¡Lo vio! Se lo cantaron.
Pre-aim is perfect. It's 6-6 at the half. Mouz, spectacular turn of events for them. The last 2 rounds of that half of theirs. They tie us up even Stevens at the half.
A ver, Canapa. 4 minutos, tiene que meter a un buen tiempo. Sí, le dio la cabecita. No, bueno, y cagaron la vuelta. Dale, Canapa, dale. Dale, Canapa, dale, dale, acelera, hermano, acelera. La otra semi la ganó G2. Lo pigió Virtus Pro. Dale, Canapa, dale, Canapa, dale, Canapa. Si nos pegamos, Canapa. Vamos, Canapa. Vamos, Canapa. Vamos, Canapa. Vamos, Canapa. Vamos, Canapa. Mantenela ahora, No sé si aguanta ahí, Oh, no. Y ahora. No la casa Ward. Nah, está palo, va a pasar alguno, sí o sí. Chao, lo sacan a Canapa. Dale, Canapa. Dale, Canapa. Una más, una más, una más, una más. Una más, Canapa. Caseñeri. Acelera, Canapa, una más, dale, hermano. Oh. Cagamos, ¿no?
Now he looks to reposition. Jimmy the same. The windows are broken. Options available.
Nah, por lo que se queda Canapino afuera es una locura.
Big frag from Imet. Oh, loud up the ladder. Quick turn and wonderful with his 17th. Yeah, not just openings. He was just fragging in general.
Okay, both pistols starting to look like a recipe for success for NaVi. This is Mouz's pick of Nuke. We'll discuss
por lo que se queda afuera Canapino no tiene sentido, amigo.
And deciding map of this series if necessary.
1 minuto 0-0. Groxian hizo 1 minuto 0-0, 5-1-9-1. 1 minuto 0-0, 5-1-9-3. 2 milésimas, man.
With a perfect toss of the bomb and well, fast A into the force buy.
See how this goes. SMG from Brolin doesn't get anything done. A bit of damage onto Alexi B. Body shots for Shui could work, and they do. Another, and nails JL. Pinned down.
Qué mala suerte, amigo.
To rush this plant. NaVi, you have the top side. Jimmy uncomfortable. Rotations required. His teammate loud up the ladder. Got a good idea as to where
Mucha mala suerte,
Wait for the sound cue. Now the nade comes in.
Softened up. Very good nade damage. Both Bit and Imer catching that one. Torji. Well, that smokes it deep. You'll have something to work with upon the first one fading. Look at that. A misplay.
Buena clasifica igual.
Have the element of surprise. Imet staring at it, but with that low HP from the nade. Now on Tetris, re-smoke is good. Imet and
8-6.
Tidy things up. NaVi not wasting any time, just straight into the top site.
Oh, as we always say, that round's worth 2 because it was the force by now. It'll have to be the Mouz Eco. So 9, almost the destiny for NaVi, putting themselves just a few rounds away from closing this one out. For Mouz. A good attempt on the force bite. The nade damage doing a bit, but the Deagle's not able to land those shots, and they felt like they had smokes coming out of everywhere, NaVi. There was even the ability to redeploy after that missed main smoke.
Le quito el Mouz.
NaVi are chilling now.
Y el mexicano le taparon una vuelta, me parece. Lo cagaron un poco.
Oh, it's JL's SMG just farming up cash. Zershin caught out on the dismount. Another Mac-10 frag. So they're going to be flush for cash here. Triple kill with.
Se viene con todo NaVi, No se quiere quedar con las manos vacías.
JL. Oh, that's Torji. And there finishes this off. Sends Torji down the slide of Secret.
Well, Shui can drop the AWP across the
Mismo
Torji.
tiempo, le hicieron el compañero de equipo.
This purchase
literalmente el mismo tiempo.
Happened for the first gun round of the second half. 3 rounds difference, and Mouz need to respond immediately. They were able to do so in the first half of play after the pistol, their full eco, and then the guns coming into their hands. Can they do the same now that they're on the defense? That's the opener for NaVi. Early smoke ball towards yard, door blown off. Harass utility towards main. Torji's getting hot.
Lucky to get away with his life there. Very low. JL has found first blood. Rollins having a tough time on Nuke.
Está respirando aire puro NaVi,
4 and 12.
Uy, Sartion.
Zershin looks destined for success on the edge of the smoke, but it is fading.
La paciencia. Siempre le caen los dos humo de nuevo.
Does present his head. Good work from
Y ya sabe que no hay nadie afuera. Shinfa tiene que apretar el culo acá en rampa. No, Shinfi. Shinfi. ¿Por qué se volvió?
And already an uncomfortable round for Mouz. If they go down lower, you're not going to be looking at a
Pensó que le iban a explotar A.
XCB knows that.
Well, these were the moments on Dust 2 where NaVi fumbled, but
Pero
they've completely outmaneuvered Mouz this time round, so it should be looking good for the 10th. And then as soon as the site is given over, you'd be expecting Mouz to have to save, running out of rounds.
That's a bit overextended by Bit.
Still tough to get back in from where they currently reside, Mouz.
Don't even know if you're going to give it a look in. Two of them gambling towards the low side, flying up that vent to death sentence. Xerxon knows it.
We start piecing this round together. Shui can smoke off Squeaky Door from main. And then flash in and up the vent for Exertion.
Yeah, but JEL's good for it.
Either needed to be a deeper smoke or a shallower smoke. One of the two, really.
Ojota,
Run down loses everything as well, so they are going to punish as much as they
Porque
can.
se viene NaVi.
They are not done. Wonderful doesn't want to buy one. He wants to take one.
Ojota, porque se viene NaVi,
JL's on his way.
Oh, hit the brakes. All right. Well, they'll let him hold on to it.
Oh.
Well, no, with where well, I'm guessing in that sense he probably should have given it a crack.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world.
I think the thing is where you know the finances. Yeah, look at that. JL nice and deep behind that molly. But impactful kills for JL in this first gun round. But with the saved AWP and where the finances are at, you know that Mouz, if they do opt to invest, it isn't going to be the best to buy. So you think, okay, he can hold on to the ore, but what are they going to have around it?
Let's go,
NaVi. Able to whip something together that's somewhat respectable. So whether about that 25-50 on the likes of Jimmy, he can get out at A1S and armor. Exertion's been able to treat himself to a little bit of U2. I think Shui might have to operate with a lighter weapon, so more utility. They are going to juggle across the nades to work out who needs what. You need at least one to be blocking that top side. So Exertion and Brolin have been given the incendiaries. Well, Exertion and Brolin have been given pretty much all of the nades.
Comienza la ronda número 17, dice 6 gana NaVi el lado TT. Y Mouz que se está quedando, Pide ronda muy finita. No puede por ahora hacerse fuerte el lado CT. El Nuke, que es su pique encima. Pero yo creo que tiene un poco más Mouz. Bueno, agarra un tiro para la Fear Kill, tiene que retroceder de ahí. Yo creo que Mouz todavía tiene algo más. Algo más tiene. Necesita meter un buoy y arrancar. Le falta eso, el arranque le falta.
He's moving quite quickly. More passive stance from the lobby hold.
Nice.
Sweet.
Nice.
Goes out a well-placed nade.
Very deep.
Playing nade. De a poco NaVi.
Oh, she's searching. He's going to be cleared. Left eye.
Muy bien, Wonderful. La Molo, atento a clearear, lo ve primero. JL que mata a Siugil 2-0 y me parece que no va a haber arranque Mouz. La flash en la cara de Aim. Que revienta la click de Brolan. La paciencia. El step by step de NaVi. Ganando espacio. Avanzando de a poco. Arrancando desde un default bien marcado de atrás. Y un flawless victory que le va a dar ya el 11-6. Y el olor, muchachos, al tercer mapita.
Going to be maxed out going into the next round, right? 3,400 coming into the bank balance. Jimmy loses everything. Emma takes it away. So what? You take a partial, and then you full buy, and the scoreline is 12-6. You need 6 consecutive rounds just to take it to overtime. Now, obviously, this is not as dominant as map number 1, a 13-1 scoreline, but this second half, it's been dominant indeed. Not a single CT-sided round for Mouz. And as long as they haven't been trying, Torji's had a couple of attempts at going aggressive towards lobby looking for these fights, but he has not found the opening kills in the same success that Wonderful did within that first half of play. And opening kills, they are few and far between within this
Táctica.
map. Within the first half, only one that was for Brolin. The rest were all for NaVi. In the second half, you see here, they're even struggling.
Cyclone focusing his attention towards Torji there. You could see even after his death, he was started to kind of give him some sort of hand signal. Now takes his time. Look him in the eyes.
I can't believe they're actually shoving. Okay, well, it makes sense. Obviously, when you're 12-6 down, you can't make a single mistake. But it's not like you're able to break the bank of NaVi anytime soon. You're going in ill-equipped, worse weapons, worse util. And another opening death. Brolin down to jail once more.
Bit flies into Xerxon.
wrecked.
Yeah, this is just unbelievable pace out of NaVi. It doesn't feel fair.
Se queda con las manos vacías Mouz.
This T-side, these individuals are just shining. Bro, look at that 1 minute.
¿Esa ganapino? Sí, ya terminó, amigo. P7. Larga 14 mañana.
Torgy wondering what on earth he's supposed to do with the FAMAS invents. 5 alive for NaVi. You pushed all of your chips to the center of the table in this one. And you haven't even got a kill to celebrate.
Yeah, this resets any of the concerns that we may have had after map number 1 being such a blowout. Maybe these two teams should change their map picks.
I think so, yeah. It's been a while since we had this where both teams look better on their opponent's pick.
I think this is one of those factors, though, right, that we haven't seen these two teams lock horns before. Right. So going into it, you're going somewhat blind. They would play each other in practice and maybe have a good idea how things look, but coming out of the break, haven't played each other in 2024, have never played each other with these rosters. So a lot of unknowns. Something we definitely know that it's been two dominant back-to-back maps to kick off this semi-final.
Cosita Forji, chicos.
Greed, a deadly sin. Going for that M4. It cost him his life. Not that it was a guarantee he was going to survive. The swing was coming. But will they have the perfect E-side? I mean, this has been 6 on the trot. You know, we framed that first half saying Mouz would be happy with 6, and they should have been. That's under the impression that they were going to put up a fight here on the CT side.
Yeah, they did more than enough on their T half. This CT side, they've just gone completely missing, and these constant buys. You're feeling under pressure, sure, but you look at these rifle rounds, they're not really rifle rounds. It's just cobbled together the best you can offer. Someone needs to provide an opening kill, or at least hold on without giving the opening death within the first few seconds. JL, he's been abusing Brolin. Now he's been able to source through an absolute massive gap. And the round can't get easier if you're NaVi. Get that bomb across, down secret. You've already got the vent rotation. Okay, there you go, an opening.
Yeah, but they have no idea about the JL descent.
2 players rotated down, however, for Mouz.
So long as they don't opt for vent, they're not going to come back to haunt them. They already know it's a...
¿Lo cierra o no cierra, amigos?
Sight is the threat. Shui hiding out clock.
Suspiciously quiet, isn't it?
Usually an indicator that the low side is about to be crunched. No exception here. Here we go. JL investigating. They didn't want to block the dark position. Shui's rewarded for his first. And no way he gets away with a double. Immer gone, finally falls. One down after 2. And Bit, he was just there to try and hold the secret stairs. Now he's got to do it all with 20 seconds.
Posta sancionada a Palou, me vuelvo loco. Le tengo acá, la tengo acá.
Así son las cosas y hay que aceptarlas, lo dice Alex Palou.
Me vuelvo completamente imbécil. Posta me estás mintiendo.
You might have to get a move on, mate, if you want to win that one. Let's see if Brolin can find himself anything better than the FAMAS. Give him a weapon, mates. You give him something. Ah, there it is. Okay. Well, Brolin finding an opening. There you go. We'll get his 5th kill. Jimmy's cooled off a little bit, only 7 kills for him as well. Let's see, are Mouz able to whir back in action, or will this just be the masterclass of the T side from NaVi? Sure, it's no longer the spotless record, but it can still be done quite quickly. And one of the difference makers being an opening kill in this one, Shui with the double. I think multi-kills for Mouz have been pretty few and far between as well.
I'm sure it must be very affirming for Brolin to be, you know, loaned out to a team and then coming back and saying, yeah, we want you full time. I'm sure that does wonders for his confidence.
¿Por qué lo sancionar? Ah, por tapar una vuelta, ¿no?
In Mouz.
Pato te revena porque le taparon una vuelta.
In the early start was the secret site. Real focus of Mouz here.
Ronda número 20, amigos. Dale, dale, Navi, cerralo, cerralo. Quiero ver la siguiente ronda porque Carapi no puede dar paso.
Double pump of this smoke wall.
Wonderful on the red container, ready to punish. Turns away the flash. He should have a nice angle onto the AWPer. Taking down Wonderful is huge. Can he get away with his life? Ooh, damage onto him. JL prime position to catch Brolin searching, and already the pieces crumble for Mouz. Drops down, loses his life.
Drop down.
He's in trouble, as is JL. It's a big frag from Torji. Alexi and Imet trying to get into this B site. This is a challenge for Imet. Can he find another? Oh, he's going to have to do it all there. Good work from Shui. Finds the angle onto the plant. Alexi B not accounting for it. And there is a round for Mouz. This is it's a big ask.
It's a big ask considering how much residual cash NaVi still has. They can buy again in this round, and they can even buy again into the next. And then every round that they lose, with 12 already in the back pocket, the loss bonus is building. So any round that they put a dent in, it gets a little bit sketchy for Mouz. The bomb goes down. They're in positions to buy and buy and buy. And even if it isn't a full buy, it can be Tech 9s with armor. So it will always be threatening. Mouz have no easy rounds for them, as Blade is on the mic for the second tactical timeout. This is going to be an extremely tough way back into the game. 4 rounds more required for Mouz, and that's just to take us to overtime.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm intrigued. So he calls a timeout. Alexi and Ime both start staring at their notes. I would like us to keep an eye
Un poquito de suerte necesitaba, mano. Un poquito de suerte. Un poquito así. Una piquita nomás. Una piquita de suerte necesitábamos.
Just 2 CT rounds so far from Mouz. 3 alive in the previous.
Early smoke wall again from NaVi. Standard CT opener. Glaive smoke deep in Sentry. Waterfall lands. Exertion forward. No AWP for Wonderful, even though he could have purchased it. This is going to flush Exertion back. Nobody top silo to punish.
Mira que Napi, ¿no? Te lo hace más rápido.
Brolin in his pocket as far as this squeaky door rotation exchange is being concerned.
That's for sure.
Smoke wall landing late. What type of rotation they're hoping to force? This forward position of Exertion.
Ahora rápido, ahora sí que está complicado pasar el Fast 6. Pero aunque sea ganar 2 puestitos, largar el P10. Ya aseguramos P12. Meter un P10. En una pista que es callejero, que es trabada. Buen cleareo, a lo Max Uge ese cleareo.
4 frags away from map 3. Shui eats the flash. Good util, but no commitment. Trying to shake up the
Oh,
CTs,
JL.
and it's again JL on Brolan. This head-to-head has been very difficult for Brolan. 5 to 16.
Dale, cerralo, cerralo que trae la clasificación, papá, cerralo.
All on Shui. Only one to defend this. The other 2 on the lower side.
Yeah, he's got to be a hero on this then.
Needs 2.
Minimum.
Cerralo que vamos a tercer mapa. Mirage, ¿no? Tercer mapa. Ah, te dormiste, Siuji.
Clears him off, and NaVi off the back of the timeout, make it look clean.
Valuable 30 seconds from Blade. The 13th round, all but secure now. We're going to have ourselves a 2v5 retake. Bomb down, 40 seconds already ticking, and Wonderful's on the hunt.
He can't quite believe his luck, but he's now overlooked Jimmy.
Well, knows where both are. Yeah. Information.
That's all you need. And
sí, no Mirage picado,
He certainly make things easier. Jimmy 1. 3 left to find, and he's down to pit.
¡Vamos a Mirage! Y nos vamos a la clasificación de Canapino. Ah, ponía la clasificación acá, me baneaban a la mierda, ¿no?
Siempre aquí, acompañándonos, el profesor Alberto Juárez, Marco Landa y Esteban Tuero, 3 grandes amigos a los que le mandamos de aquí.
Vamos, 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 vamos.
Fanáticos los 3 del Enigma.
Muy bien, abrazo grande para todos los amigos que siempre están en sintonía, que siempre nos acompañan. 8 minutos y fracción. Ahí está la imagen de Agustín Canapino, sacudiéndose el 78.
Acelera, 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 Canapa, acelera.
Por ahora pone la mejor referencia. En este momento recordamos que ahora el objetivo es quedar entre los 6 primeros.
Duro quedándose primero, ¿eh? El Fast 12.
Intentando avanzar a la última ronda de la clasificación. Tarea nada simple, nada sencilla. En este punto hay algo de viento, Sánchez, hay algo de suciedad volando por momentos en la pista. Recién lo veíamos al paso del auto de Agustín Canapino. Allí está el de Arrecifes, amigos. Allí está el piloto argentino. hasta acá en un notable desempeño en la prueba de clasificación, metiéndose por primera vez y de manera oficial en este segundo segmento. Había funcionado muy bien en la clasificación de la carrera exhibición en el Thermal Club, sí, pero esa no contó por el campeonato.
No.
Yo ya la eliminé, ya que para mí no existió.
Pero el año que viene lo vamos a tener que meter en el cassette porque va a estar en el campeonato.
Será ese fin de semana, esperemos que mejore, por supuesto, el espectáculo allí. Lo cierto es que ahora estamos a pleno viviendo esta prueba, amigos, con Joseph Newgarden y la imagen que lo acompaña. 1:01.290 para Felix Rosenwitz, 1:01.553 allí para Román Grosjean, Kyle Kirwall tercero, 1:01.7.
Bueno.
Luego Malukas, Will Power y Reijal. Carapino por ahora octavo. En este momento McLaughlin undécimo, Herta duodécimo. Todo va a cambiar. McLaughlin primero, Herta primero ahora, pero espere. Una locura cómo va cambiando todo en el cronómetro.
Respire, relator.
6 minutos y fracción. Vamos con Reijal. Mirá Carapino, quinto ahora, 1:01.398 para Agustín. Ahora entra Malukas al quinto lugar, lo deja sexto el piloto argentino.
Igual eso.
Kyle Kirwall primero.
Van a empezar a bajar los tiempos como locos todavía.
33 Sánchez.
Vamos con Reijal.
¿180 de promedio me dijo en esta pista?
Sí, y a este punto se llega a 2:90.
290 kilómetros en el punto más rápido que tiene el circuito de Toronto. 180 kilómetros a la hora de promedio en la vuelta.
1:00.0.
En las calles de Toronto.
Muy rápido, boludo.
Y fracción para cerrar este grupo de los 12. Sube al tercero Reijal. El corte está en Newgarden, por ahora sexto, séptimo Grosjean. Carapino duodécimo. Por ahora el argentino está allí en esa posición. Malukas trepando al sexto lugar. Muy bien Malukas otra vez con el Major Junk.
Sí.
Rapidísimo, Vamos a esperar ahora. ¿Qué pasó con Kyle Kirwall? ¿Le dio el muro?
Ahí nomás.
Eso,
le
dio un besito.
Con la trasera derecha.
Eso es la entrada a la recta principal.
Un besito.
Bueno. Ya están colocando el neumático suave en el auto 27 del equipo Andretti. Rasmussen, bien Rasmussen, otra vez bien Rasmussen. Va muy bien este piloto de Dinamarca.
Había pasado en Mid-Ohio también en esta parte de la clasificación. Él no corrió en Iowa, ese auto lo usó Carpenter. Y justamente este es un auto totalmente nuevo, distinto al que él tenía por el accidente que protagonizó Carpenter en el fin de semana pasado en Iowa.
Exactamente, tuvo que armar un chasis para Rasmussen para esta cita. Ahí espera el sueco Felix Rosenwitz. Ojo con esto ahora, porque nos quedan 4 minutos. Ya hemos visto que el tráfico es determinante acá.
Es un momento clave de todo el fin de semana.
Le costó a Pato Ward meterse
Y aceleró un poco más Canapa.
en esa situación de encontrar muchos autos lentos en el sector más complejo del circuito.
4 de la tarde, ya hay 21 lobbies, ¿cuándo sea? Sábado.
El punto de los 12, porque el único claramente que podía hacerlo era Pato.
Aquí es fundamental lo que puedan hacer los spotters.
Canapino corre IndyCar,
En la
muchachos.
parte más lenta y decirle a su piloto, en esta zona, levanta acá, porque si no después te lo vas a encontrar en la parte más lenta.
Claro, hay que hacer un hueco, ¿no? Hacer un espacio. Es difícil de gestionar. Va allí Marcus Ericsson, que sorprendió a Mati, porque no había mostrado. Bueno, de hecho cambiaron el motor, ellos tuvieron
Es que ayer dio solo 3 vueltas Ericsson en el viernes.
Claro, no
y ahora
había aparecido.
han logrado pasar junto con sus dos compañeros del Andretti.
Sí, señor.
Recordemos también que Michael Andretti ha ganado aquí, es el piloto con más victorias, con 7 en este lugar. Así que es un equipo.
Algo conoce, ¿no?
Claro, le viene bien al equipo y al piloto en su momento también en uno de sus circuitos favoritos.
Algo conoce, sin dudas, así. Michael Andretti, la gente de su equipo, el trabajo de puesta a punto. Miren cómo van allí en esa imagen de fondo, impresionante. 1-0-0-0-36, la referencia que por ahora tenemos de manos de Colton Herta. Ya están todos con el neumático suave en pista. 2.8 kilómetros tiene este trazado, 11 curvas en la ronda 12 del campeonato. Afuera se ha quedado Dixon, afuera se ha quedado Pato Ward, por citar algunos de los nombres fuertes. Afuera Palou, con esa penalización que lo sacó de este grupo al líder del campeonato. Unos cuantos nombres pesados que van a tener que trabajar y mucho para avanzar en la carrera. A bordo estamos allí en esta imagen aérea acompañándolo a Joseph Newgarden. Ahora vamos con el de Dinamarca, uno de los daneses que está corriendo aquí en la categoría es Rasmussen con el equipo de Ed Carpenter. Viene mejorando Grosjean, también Kilworth, Newgarden. A ver si se rompe la barrera del 1-0-0. Sánchez, usted me prometió que sí.
Y estamos ahí, estamos a 3 centésimas de romperla.
Uy, Malucas.
No.
Se pasó Malucas, puede volver. Ahí está en la parte final donde se...
Vamos, Ganapa. Abre vuelta. Bien. Dale, Ganapa. Dale. Dale, Ganapa. No me saques el crono. Viene Ganapa rápido, dale.
Ay. Bien, mirá, 59-8-18. Mejora una décima Grosjean y mejora 3 décimas.
Mejoramos un poquito más. Ganapa, dale ahí, mantente en ese. ¡Uy! Power. Mantén. Ay, subió Power.
59-596 es tremendo lo que están dando.
Nah, pero claro. Ganapa metió buen tiempo, pero. Acelera más, Ganapa, acelera más, acelera más. ¡Acelera más! ¡Ale! ¡No me saques el crono, hijo de puta!
¿Quién es este? Ah, Will Power, sí. No, lo que salvó.
Buen tiempo, Ganapa, igual,
Tremendo lo que salvó Will Power.
No, pará del replay, pará del replay. Uf, qué salvada, hermano. Dale, Ganapa. Dale, Ganapa. Dale, Ganapa, dame un poquito más. Dame un poquito más. Si nos trolamos, nos trolamos. Acelera un poquito más. Ay, se fue arriba una décima. Confiamos, Ganapa. No, se fue arriba 2 décimas, chao. Chao. Pará, que vienen rápido.
El grupo de los 6 para definir, ¿no? De todas maneras es un gran trabajo el que está consiguiendo Canapino. Ahí se
Mufa.
termina la sesión, amigos. Malucas.
Bueno, pedí 10, boludo, de lo que pedí yo.
Rosenquist primero, Kilworth segundo, Grosjean tercero, Herta en el
59-5.
quinto y Malucas sexto. Tremenda clasificación. 50.
La pedí, Pedí 2 puestitos más. P10. P10. Ahí hemos quedado P14. No, pero ya metió un tiempazo, 59-7. El Rosenvik ese es full clasificador. Después la carrera se cae. P10, Canapa, boludo. P10. Bien. Buena clasifica. P10.
Mine is sure because
Ya vengo.
he said it was his fault that
Me das un
they
sanguchito.
played terribly. He's played on a high level here individually so far in the series, so I think he's feeling good. I think that's going to be a big reason why Mouz wins.
I'm ready for an exertion masterclass.
Okay, I was thinking young Yimmy. Honestly, young
watch them all.
Yimpat. Yeah, we're going to watch them. We're going to go to Mirage. We're going to settle the score. We're going to send one of these teams into that grand final to play against a G-freaking-2, man. So we go to a break, we come back, and we go to Mirage to settle it all. It's the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
We have NaVi, the only CS2 major champion so far. And up against them, it's Mouz, the team that is chock-a-block full of the most exciting individuals mashed together and on the rise. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Chance Sponge Burchell. We're live from Riyadh for the EWC, the Esports World Cup 2024. And we are looking to crown a champion tomorrow, but here on Saturday evening, we're strapped in for a third map. We are ready for Mirage. Chad, just before we went to break, you were talking about the potential for this one, this third map delivering and being an exciting prospect. Is there a front runner on this one?
Look, you take a look at the Counter-Strike maths and use that as our way to put these two teams to the test. In this event, NaVi played Furia and they won 13-5. Furia beat Mouz 13-11. So Counter-Strike maths, Alex, would have NaVi beating Mouz for this one. But there's a couple of other things we need to look at. NaVi are currently 5 on the trot on Mirage. Whereas up until that loss to Furia, Mouz had won 12 consecutive and have only lost the map twice this year, the other loss being to Spirit. So both teams quite proficient on Mirage, and a big reason why we do find this is the third and deciding, but the fact that they've never played each other, we're going to put the head-to-head to the test. This boost for Wonderful, who was an absolute gun just on Nuke. Maybe a big reward for Alexi's defense.
Yeah, gets that smoke out in time. Zershan, he's down and out and ready to contribute. You can hear them coming. Back is turned, that boost position rewarded. Wonderful just spins around for another. A great nuke from Wonderful, and he's starting off Mirage in a similar footing.
Arranca más.
His steps have been heard.
Gracias, Pesurbo.
Aware of him and should have taken him down. Wonderful, however, has managed to find 3 in this round, and it's bit. Wraps it all up, puts a bow on it. NaVi take the leap towards starting this CT side strong. Blade looks happy with that one.
And it's Wonderful put in a position to profit, right? These B hits on pistol rounds, it's something that you see pretty common, and the fact that he's in that sleeper position, he goes overlooked. Alexi takes initial contact, they have to play over towards short, but Wonderful delivers the necessary impact. You're going to get boosted up, you're going to be the sleeper cell. Well, you need to deliver for the team, and based on Nuke, you're going to trust him time and time again. No bomb going down, another pistol against Mouz, and this will be a full eco, other than the Deagle, the $700 hand cannon for Exertion, to see if they can try and take a rifle or 2 away. With the Glocks on Nuke, they got a couple of kills. Let's see if they can do any damage and take their time about this. Yanko wanted to see if Shui would be the difference maker. Struggled. Publicly tweeted saying And didn't have the best of times on Mirage versus Furia. Well, we'll see if he can find his form again, because so far in the first 2 maps, he's definitely had his moments. Quite a forward stance towards middle. Shouldn't take too much action. Just be that Deagle top middle removed. There's the biggest threat. Wonderful hearing this.
Che, ya ganar NaVi esto.
Retreat, and as they waterfall out, it's turn to mop up. Bomb will not go down. Oof. Takes some damage for his troubles, but the cavalry on the way. Wonderful will get another 3-piece feed in the first 2 rounds of the game. So up to 6. And I think the prospect of having 2 Flary Orpers who are very happy to take fights, Wonderful and Torji locking horns as this game continues. We'll wait and see for the snipers to come out, because the first rifle round we will not.
FAMAS enjoyers on the NaVi side.
I think when your opponent has tendencies, or if they don't get the plan and you're not expecting the force buy, and you buy into a lot of SMGs, you know the rifle's coming out into the next, and you're stuck with like 3 MP9s. I know the FAMAS is inadequate, but they prefer to have that.
Right, yeah, I see you. Well, there's an early bit of friction taken. I think JL's going to think twice about sticking around, and Shui must extinguish. He wants to play from the top, but Wonderful will punish. He's kept humble, and Imet not ready for a trade of Jimmy. 2 through underpass works out for the early exchange. Jimmy evades majority of that nade. Still down to 86, susceptible to more of that FAMAS and MP9.
Looked a bit disjointed there, but I'd say it's worked out for Mouz. 1 player on the extremity, that's going to be Brolin. Just tasked with dealing with any A pushes, or maybe look for a fight of his own. But we were highlighting how he had a tough time going head-to-head with JL in that second half of Nuke. We'll see if he can bounce back. Map number 3, where this one's going to matter the most. Essentially just down to a best of 1. Bit searching and playing for some info. He came alive as well on Nuke. Let's see, can he shut
Llega a ganar esto. NaVi. Resiliencia. No, se pasó, gracias. Al 100%, El capitán mató 3, iba matando 0-16. Gracias, Rodri, por el sub.
Managing his angles. That SMG felt like an advantage, and Brolan, he's been spotted. Doesn't go down, though, to the LXB FAMAS. He is going to go hunting for him now, though. Alexi finishes what he started, and it's NaVi winning out the first gun round. They leave with the AK-47s as a reward.
Yeah, Bit putting himself in one of everybody's favorite deathmatch angle.
Yeah.
He spawned over towards that A ramp. All right, I'll catch him as they're leaving T-spawn, coming for that ramp fight. Yeah, just going back and forth. Quite comfy with that one.
I saw an interesting clip of Siren from back in the Spirit days, where he was talking about how him and Magix would play DM with comms as a way to warm up, to get used to kind of communicating and shooting. I'd never heard of that before.
That's interesting.
Maybe I'm going to start doing that.
We used to, fortunately we get ourselves very light by here. We used to have different drills, especially when you go back and play in Australia. And this was when I was even just a source professional. We would have drills that Booms, the in-game leader, would have for us where we wouldn't use any in-game sound. We would only
Mouz.
We'd even play some games where we wouldn't use any utility.
Well, that just sounds mad. I guess, what was that in pursuit?
Trading, right? Making sure you were playing with your teammates and stuff.
Wonderful's got himself.
Wonderful igual se ha puesto la casaca del 10, te digo, en Nuke.
Imet's going to steal that one. Hey, good deagle work from Mouz. They're always a threat.
4-0 para NaVi, muchachos. Crean porque hay con qué.
The guns will be coming back out for Mouz.
So what was the spread? 7 rounds required.
Not what they wanted.
All you have to do is ask. But in that second half, right, it was 9 rounds played. They won 7, I'm pretty sure. Now we're into first half map 3. That's another 4. So what, they've lost 2 of the last 15? That could be bad math, so I did that real quick.
Not going to be fact-checked by me.
Someone will be these kids. All right, Mouz, let's see if you can get on the board, start getting the T rounds rolling. This is where it's the most important.
This is a very direct call. Just fighting mid, and Wonderful welcomes it. The score insertion straight back to spawn with an aggressive but not far off the mark. Whistles one past the ear of that top.
He is feeling himself.
Wonderful.
Into Torji. He's just acting like he knows he's the best player on the server.
The repeats that he's going for and the certainty that he's taking in these angles, wonderful. This is the ceiling that we know and love from this kid.
Yeah, the molly's great for Alexi B, but he's long gone by the time that Nate clears the smoke.
Ojo.
The old Finn versus the new.
¡Ojo que se viene! ¡La navineta!
Alexi playing with his brother once upon a time. Oh, after Wonderful has started the round off in that fashion, you were going for the mid control. Again, you're left in these situations where you don't even have any space. So you have to force your way in. If NaVi play it by the book, this is a power play position. They have a two-man advantage. This isn't just a one-player, right? This is a situation where they can extremely batten down the hatches, and Mouz need a multi-kill of their own to brute force in.
I think it has to be Shui. Shui has to do something spectacular here. And, well, one onto Alexi's a good start. However,
Bien parado JL. JL muy tenso este side.
Shui.
Lo voy a pasar.
Fine from Jimmy. Maybe they can piece this together. That spam through the smoke on market window.
Bien,
to the spray. Look
quedando de vida.
Inflicted. Maybe Jimmy's got some
3-1. Chinfat con la primera. 1-2. Ahí, ahí. ¡Oh! ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! ¡Ay, para que la gane Chinfat! Y ahora más que nunca, 1v1. ¡Oh! Y los puso el mapa. 1 versus 3 para el niño Chinfat.
Outrageous from Jimmy. Swapping to the Glock is
audacious.
That is insane, that second kill. 5 bullets left after
4-1.
the first. Peeks out towards short. It's an
Chinfat,
absolute banger. And this is how the round started. Talking about how difficult, talk about how they need a multi. Well, Jimmy has been in an absolute fine form this tournament. Just went a little bit quiet on Nuke,
esta kill es increíble, boludo. Bueno, no la
This
mostraron.
young Finn, cool as a cucumber.
The box, Chad. 17 years of age.
They needed that. That's
La
going
de
to
él
ignite
es
some hope
foul,
within Mouz.
That is some stunning work. God, yeah, after everything Wonderful gave them, it's ripped away from them by the young Finn.
Stuns NaVi immediately into a tactical timeout. Plenty of money for the buy. Alexi will have the only omission as far as the firepower is concerned. Thank God they can get Wonderful his weapon of choice.
I mean, we talked about it. We know we said Mouz is just chock-a-block full of young talent, and, well, Jimmy's putting his on display. Wonderful is as well. We said Mirage could be fun. Well, that's the first bit of it from Mouz's side. And Wonderful's been doing it since round 1. And he might do it here in round 6, jumping for info. Something the new age AWPers are doing an awful lot of. Just look at Monacy, look at Wonderful. Re-clear of the smoke. He's going aggressive. You're right, Chad. He's just feeling himself. Feeling the game.
He's not caged at all.
No, his mouse is like an extension of his arm. He is simply walking around as the man himself.
Yeah, they've allowed him. I'm sure the message is, hey, do whatever you want, kid.
Get out of here. Torji. Just read like a book. AWP on AWP, Wonderful collects. He's already scoped up, ready for Xerxen to go on his crawl, and I just don't fancy his chances up against this guy right now. Gets out. A missed shot from Wonderful, but look at that repeat. You have to molly him out just to stop him. Yeah, man, elevated angle. In transition, still gets away with the kill and gets out. Roland finishes the job. Dark occupied. And bit to defend A. Here comes the rest of Mouz. Alexi B making it difficult for them. Good spam from Jimmy, finds him back. Brolan does some damage. It's finished by Shui. Only Wonderful. Has he got
Wonderful con un clutch. Wonderful, 1-1. PC4. ¡Ay, qué cerca!
Hit the flick. Brolan needs to reposition. 25 seconds. And repositions. He confirms the bomb still in front of him. Advantage heavily in favor of the AWPer now.
15 segundos.
Anticipates Brolan closing that gap. Up and elevate.
Oh! Wonderful.
Can't quite believe that one. Wonderful, ready for it. I need to see that one again in slow motion.
NaVi have the best seat in the house right now, getting to watch this through the eyes of Wonderful. Another. He just keeps adding them. Roland does a very good job from the power's position, finds the trade. Jimmy spins on a dime, takes down Alexi, who struggles. They had noted the position a bit. That was great. Shui with another. Wonderful. Damn.
5-1 para Wonderful.
Who's ready for that? Wonderful is. The face from these players. Professional Counter-Strike players just looking in awe of what their teammate is capable of.
Tough for Brolan there. Mouz have NaVi's finances somewhat on the ropes. I think that's something that's played into the contributing factor of this little partial buy. They might even be able to get it done with the pistols. We saw them on Nuke be able to do it with a fast secret round. Looks to be util over towards the B side. Now, this is meant to draw the attention of the short players, start to have that rotation come. Jimmy denied immediately. And then this mid lurk comes through. Wonderful, almost caught. Bullets don't land.
Oh yeah, Zersh's a dead man now, swinging out to back him up as JL. One bullet short, but Imez there to cover. Nothing in this one from Mouz. They try it. They try their luck.
See the idea, it even works, right? The rotation, immediately everybody took their eyes off. They go, oh wait, they're trying to exploit our in-game leader. They're heading over, but the fact that they find the opening or the push in, there's the AWP again, same line, same result.
Yeah, there's nothing in there for them. Oh, Torji. Nice shot, but it's not going to get him anywhere. There's still NaVi. Looking like a complete brick wall.
I think there's bigger concerning point at the moment is within the rounds that NaVi have been winning, Mouz haven't even been getting the bomb down. And the only round that they did win was a Jimmy clutch. And the spectacular clutch at that, an absolute beauty from Jimmy. But you can't replicate that. That's not something you can turn to time and time again and say, hey, Jimmy, just win us a 1v3.
Nah, como Bratil incoming.
Now the ramp, Shui throwing caution to the wind with an aggressive push. Under pressure, triple, nearly adjusts into Imet. But that's another opening kill, favors NaVi already. An advantage for NaVi to take 7.
We'll miss the con smoke.
Oh, mira, Wonderful está carreando demasiado,
Clear of the smoke, might have another here. Torji does pull the trigger. Wonderful not going to fire spam.
Oh, Wonder! Desacatado.
He's ascending to higher levels. You talked about ceiling, Chad. I think he has raised the roof.
16-3, Wonderful, boludo.
And now JL.
Quedó NaVi van con la final,
Jimmy left alone in a 1v4. He's done it once. I don't think he's doing it
7-1.
again. Alexi doesn't either. Finds himself an AK for the next round of play. NaVi making mincemeat of Mouz.
Look at the luxury you have on NaVi. The fact that you can just have Wonderful patrolling middle, which seemingly feels on his own. Ima, the connector player, just gets to play over towards A, be under the balcony. Shui sees the jump spot coming out from Ticket, thinks they're playing retake A. Almost takes down Ima, actually. There was a real chance for Shui there, but couldn't connect. This is going to be the second tactical timeout, and they are in hot water. Mouz, at the moment, they can only walk away with 5 rounds in total on this T side. That's if they're lucky.
Watching this without X-Ray, you'll really get to appreciate.
No, Wonderful está desacatado,
kills, isn't it?
Yeah, for real.
Because it's looking quick with X-Ray, and you're taking it off, it just adds a whole different layer to it. Wonderful is playing some of the best Counter-Strike I think I've seen him play.
He's chosen a fantastic day to do it. Don't forget how this series started, Chad. Don't forget.
Well, look, you know, if we go into tomorrow and you have NaVi taking on G2, I always like these little anime battles, like Monacy versus Wonderful. They all love it. I'm sure they live and breathe it, and it's great to get our version of it in Counter-Strike. Here's a change, Mouz.
Wonderful starts A for the first time. Almost like they're ready. Reading the play. Missed shot on the swing through. They're out.
Immediately peeking.
And once more, pushes triple. How is he not scared? He's not scared of anything. Misses his shot. Jimmy will bring him down. Humbles them. Maybe Mouz have got a second round up for debate here. JL and Alexi. Sweeping through the A.
Ahora, la otra rubia, Alexi.
Nobody's out. They are ahead of the play.
Yeah, very long rotation. And the fact that NaVi, I think the conversation they had after map number 1 is like, guys, let's fight. Because a lot of these times they're taking the peaks. They're not letting the game just simmer. Like, look how active this is. And they're going to hear it. Hello.
Here they come. JL already
Ciao,
knows
JL.
can be the first contact. JL's going to be overlooked. Or even better, Torji.
Tan como el otro.
Drives by, gets the info.
I see now.
It is uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, but they still bail themselves out of trouble.
Very uncomfortable. 8-1, muchachos.
Could they give him the same treatment?
Yeah, Dust 2 doesn't matter anymore, does it?
A distant memory for NaVi. Living in the present. I think Wonderful is gifted. The only round you have is a Jimmy clutch. And you can't be asking them to do that again.
Ahora, muchachos, otro muy importante, NaVi Mouz. Recordemos en las semifinales mañana G2. Con el ganador de acá, la gran final de la eSport World Cup a partir de las 3 de la tarde. 5 de la mañana corre Colapinto. Y Canapa tipo 3-4 seguro.
Yeah, Counter-Strike math is flawless. We all know it. Wonderful this time.
Sertio!
Tracking from Zershan. And a molly makes life difficult for him.
Sertio quiere la doble. 5 de 4.
Zershan looks like a man on a mission this round. Great damage. 50 HP. So uncomfortable, but Jimmy gives him a nice way out. You can get into window now. I've cleared it. Imeh gone. Just watching through those remaining 3 POVs. JL boosted up on short side.
J Legend, man.
They cut the noise. Let that uncertainty grow. Impending doom for Alexi and JL. Need to find one here. He does commit to the spam successfully. Shui down. Big frag from JL. If they turn this around, Mouz, I don't know what they've got. Oh no, Alexi gets one, but there's Zershan and Jimmy. Good for it. Bit disconnected from the play. And Zershan's already ready to catch him out. Con, they have a good idea that he's coming out from A. And Zershan beheads him. Necessary round here from Mouz.
Zershan looks like a man on a mission. Someone has to step up and try and take this map control and help out Jimmy a little bit, who's sitting at the top of the scoreboard. 4 Mouz, 12 kills, the clutch, and then Impact now in their second round. It was Exertion also with that multi. So the two of them doing a good job of forcing these fights and taking a lot of room, making the map feel a little bit smaller for NaVi. You win this one, Mouz, and look, NaVi aren't going to have any money. You're going to be able to post 4 before the half, or at least put yourself in a very good position to do so.
Starting heavy mid, that's been spotted early by Shui. Just bravely swings on out to confirm it now. Bit of uncomfortable position for him to find himself in, and he tries his luck at an aggressive move. It's resulted in an opening kill for Shui. Bit and Wonderful have some angles though, if you dare. Test them on.
Mira, Guanata.
Dear Diary.
Knows where he is.
5-4 para Mouz.
Wonderful
Bonadeto. Empieza a jugar el DA. Lo va a agarrar en la vuelta Bit.
Takes that space, takes the frag, Bit gone. Awkward now for NaVi, coming through that murder hole.
Y intenta controlar esa idea. Hasta que llegue su compa. Uy, muy buen daño de Brolan. Revienta JL dejando de vida a Alexi. Ahora, al que le toca es a Jinfat hacer algo. Lo va a hacer por liga. Espera a Torsi con la P en sus manos. Mientras que llega su compañero para cortar e intentar plantar para ahí.
Towards spawn. Now we should be going for the digits. Alexi with the rotation around the world. AWP won't be able to see anything, but Wonderful hitting everything.
Cerca.
Softens up towards
Cerca, Wonderful.
Do you give this one a
look?
Alexi certainly is. Wonderful going to route back towards.
Tiene pinta que sea para Mouz esto,
Jimmy ahead of the play. Does nail it. Damn.
En 9 quedó, no, le pegó head.
Alexi should save.
Mala suerte para Wonderful en esta.
Final round. Wonderful's been good with the opening kills again.
Bad look.
Hold on to this. Give yourself and the star player the best chance to see if you can find 9.
I'm baffled that Wonderful nearly actually won that duel. The round could have been on, would have been on. Spam on Torji nearly connecting. Dink onto Jim. So 8-3, but yeah, I'm not ready to say fourth the guarantee with the save of the AWP.
Just looking at the little details, though, I think that's really good space being taken from Brolin when he understands how many players are over towards mid and connector. Right? You think about the tussle that Exertion's having. That information, it needs to be capitalized upon. Right, the wonderful nade, Imeh, bit, all that type of damage. The fact that Brolin does walk on out and take that room and get almost 3 kills. He's the one that put Alexi low. It forced that AWP to be dropped across because of Bogdan's law. And then you find themselves walking in towards the round. So good impact from Brolin. Look, there's not a lot of kills. There's also not a lot of rounds.
Ronda número 12, amigos. La última de esta primera mitad del tercer mapa. NaVi, que renació desde las cenizas, y ojo. No sé si le da pelea para la
Ladder room now occupied by Mouz. Mid control.
Mid control.
Links on out.
Wow, Brolan está muy denso en esa salida,
Takes down Bit on default. Wonderful going to scarper to CT, see if he can find a way back into the round for NaVi. Looking good for now as his conversion, but Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Takes down the Swede.
Quiere el retake Wonderful,
No kit for this.
JL.
Yeah, actually find exertion.
Oh, y JL. Ay, se le murieron los compas. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Sandwich takes down Shui. It's all onto Torchi now. How has this gone wrong for Mouz?
¡Error!
And down he goes. They've done it.
Llega.
JL and Wonderful.
Pasa que soltó. Sí, igual llega. Pero podemos trap, sí.
Have they done that? 9-3 on the half. No.
Mira el retake que metieron. Mira el retake que metieron. JL con la MP9 igual de liga. Mató el de L, mató el de liga y mató el de caverna. Tremendo, Esto lo deja con un pasito en la final. Esto los deja con un pasito en la final. La pista le puede dar, Amiguitos, no se olviden de participar en el sorteo que hay en Twitter, que se va a ir la semana que viene. Los primeros días de la semana que viene seguramente. No se olviden meterse al Telegram, que estamos haciendo juegos de predicciones por plata, por premios. Métanse, métanse. Y también, bueno, dialogamos, conversamos, damos info. Y ya en unos días se viene, vuelve 9Z, en unos días arranca nuestro run hacia el fin de año. Con torneos importantes todos los días, todas las semanas, todos los meses. Pro League, Cologne, Remerres, Mayor, Blast. Hay de todo, hermanos. Hay de todo. Feliz día a todos los que están ahí también atrás de la pantalla, loco, unos amigos virtuales, man. Los amigos de la merca. No, bueno. P10 manera de canapa,
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone, AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ta.
Esports World Cup 2024 bringing you the final map between Mouz and NaVi. It's Mirage. G2 await to find out who will join them in the grand final tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We are live and direct for you from Riyadh. And at the half, Chad Birchall with the weather.
Bueno.
Bleak out there for Mouz.
La ronda número 13, la pistolita. Y vamos a ver quién gana esto, porque esto es sumamente importante. Esta pistol para lo que queda del mapa. En caso de ganarlo NaVi, estás con un paso ya en la gran final. Wonderful que busca con esa PO50. Buscaba el prefire después cuando no conectaban las primeras balas, pero no conseguía. Terminan muriendo JL, va a buscar a Alex en medio, pero también terminan muriendo 2-0 para el equipo de Mouz, que quiere todavía recuperar este mapa. Sufi que juega por liga, come head quedando en 1. Mata Beat, pero se termina fulminando el equipo de NaVi. Y con esto dice todavía presente en este Mirage.
With, as you mentioned, some proactivity to try and pursue a bit more control in that first half. But
yeah, and the same in the pistol rounds, right? They've done something aggressive, they've got stuck in, and this is a gear that Mouz have clearly had to turn on or turn up, right? Because map number 1, they were dominating. They knew everything that NaVi were getting up to, all the situations, even when the numbers were down, they managed to turn it on its head. Map number 2, the first half was serviceable, 6-6 at the half. That's great for a Nuke T side. It's the CT side, they disappeared. And then they were getting swallowed up. They've been struggling, and then it's like, boys, enough is enough. We need to start fighting back. And we saw moments of that. I think Jimmy reignited that. A couple of players with some decent plays.
La ronda número 14.
A bit of a farm session was available for Shui, but not expecting 3 players already past that initial line of sight. That's an overkill given over. It's even embodying that that we're talking about, but giving a free kill. How bad can this go for Mouz?
We'll say JL's got penchant for the MP9. Knows how to put it to good use. The absence of Kevlar makes things difficult. You do have a Deagle on Imet and Wonderful. But the long-range engagements are going to be heavily favouring this Brolin and Torji hold.
But if you get a plant at this point, you're extremely happy with the round for NaVi. The fact they even have an opening kill, not even traded, hardly taking any damage whatsoever, this feels great. So you get the bomb down. I'll take this round as a win if I'm a NaVi fan.
Alexi B's plan is to try and draw crosshairs as his teammates to make headway into the A site. Brolin even further away now from these fights, should favour that M4. Torji primed and ready towards that palace side. Ymir starts his search as well. 30 seconds, they're not in a hurry. And now they've been spotted out.
Uy, para. Uy, para. ¡Para! ¡Loco! ¡Para! Chao, cagó Mouz, amigos. Ahora sí. Ahora sí. Ahora sí. No money. No hay dinero para Mouz. NaVi, que perdió el primer mapa por pija 3-1. El capitán iba 0-12. Termina matando 3 en la última ronda para ponerse 13. Y se recuperó. El segundo mapa lo pasó por arriba de la mano de Wonderful, claramente también. Wonderful que mata de vuelta 21 en este tercer mapa. El 10-4 y me parece que NaVi está en la gran final, Me parece que NaVi está en la gran final y va a ser un duelo bastante sólido. Monesi por un lado, Wonderful por el otro, JL por un lado, Nico por el otro. Y Malvs, Beat digo, y Malvs. Snacks cara a cara con Alexi, que Alexi le viene ganando todos los últimos geles con experiencia, todos los últimos geles picantes como Carrion, como Apex. 11-4. Y nos vamos a una gran final entre NaVi y G2,
23-7.
¿Hace cuánto no se da una final NaVi G2?
That was right there a force buy from Mouz, Alex. So if that doesn't spell disaster, if that doesn't tell you it's over, they're in a similar situation on Nuke, but they had a bit more money. They had the max loss bonus working for them because they had a few more rounds. But it's hard to say that this game is not done, right? You're going to force buy again. You've already done.
¿Cuál fue la última NaVi G2 en una final?
I don't think there is any way out of this one. rounds where you've had advantage.
Puede ser la del Mayor, Parece que la del Mayor. No me suena otra reciente, la verdad. Se cruzaron muchas veces NaVi, quedó claramente semifinales de Mayor, semifinales de esto, semifinales de pero final, me parece que la final del Mayor, 2021.
NaVi, they're a team. They took time at the start of the season to put a boot camp in. So did Mouz, but NaVi, I guess they want to dodge those fraud allegations from the major. They have a point to prove.
Yeah, to do this, you know,
no, Pato, te perdiste en la pregunta, hermano.
That's tenacity.
Ese es Thunderbolt. Hace por 23 meses, hermano. 11-4, amigos. Mañana 3 de la tarde la final, Es una paja de torneo, no puedo castear, pero bueno. Es lo que queda ya después los próximos. Volvemos ya al micrófono 100%. Uy. Ah. Solo Buda puede meter ahí, man. Yeah. Locura el mapa que da vuelta igual NaVi, Locura. Oh, wow. Fue me mató. Match point, amigos. Porque encima pierde su mapa y después gana el pick de Mouz y lo definió del lado TT encima. Mapa rival del lado TT, lo combaqueas. Locura.
Good knowledge of his angles, does catch bit. Just over the stats page right now. Just one more round necessary for NaVi. Look at their run so far. Opening game against Furia, 2-0. They took on FaZe last night. Got close on Nuke. 16-12 was the second map of that series, but it was Mirage and Nuke, the two maps that they are picking up for the victory in this same series. So we discussed the map pool. They actually picked in with Dust too. Didn't work out for them, but they had two comfortable maps to follow.
One more round. One more round.
I need to tell you, Riyad has told you for me. Series point.
Series point.
I hope we get Wonderful in this form tomorrow, going up against Nico in his best CS2 form, looking like old Nico at the moment. What's the knockout blow?
Ay, tiró una, Alexi.
Already out to tap, so much mid pressure.
De una tiro, loco.
Rifles to work with for Mouz short.
Zershun has done well to finish off Alexi.
Uy,
back
Ima.
immediately.
Chao. Uy, despierda el corchazo y gana la molo.
Pushes through mid, finds
La veto.
onto bit, and Mouz, they do not surrender.
Los cagaron a corchazo.
Recover some extra rifles, nice couple of AKs now in the mix, but this is an
one more round. One more round.
Remind you of what happened in Nuke. Mouz showed a bit of tenacity when the chips were down. They won a couple of rounds, and it was like, all right, let me Blade just take a timeout, have a 30-second conversation, and we'll just convert the game from there, shall we? And guess what's just happened?
You've called it.
Blade has taken the second of the 3 tactical timeouts in regulation. They've got the money. They're in a position to close this out before it gets out of control. So let's see, can Blade convert again? Are the boss's orders the right one?
Usually are.
Interested to see if we get a pace change. Right, because they took a lot of fights, they were biffing a lot, getting very brawly around mid and connector, allowing Mouz to play heads up CS.
No, pero hasta ese one
I wonder
pixel.
if that's the adjustment from Blade. Hey, let's just slow it down. We've been outclassing them here.
Chewy. He's not going to shy away from the engagement. Tucks into Con. Zershun the same. He's going to be proactive towards the apartments. The deep util may set him up for success. He caught a glimpse of Emma descending, but when he overlooks JL, he does completely.
Chao. 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 G2 NaVi la gran final mañana.
Three frags away from NaVi, condemning Mouz to pack in their suitcase and missing out on Championship Sunday.
¿Qué dice la gente ahí? Ah, send them home. Send them home.
Against the odds here. Spotted indeed. Audible retreat.
Iván, ¿qué tirás si van a saber qué significa eso?
Lexi B gonna be
send them home. Send them home.
This lurk, keeping the boys busy. Spotted out, but that's not the main focus. Jimmy distracted, too much noise. Only Shui remains, and with 5 alive. NaVi seem to have done enough for the final.
Clutch.
Booking themselves a ticket into Sunday. Shui fighting as hard as he can. The bomb will go down. A single bullet will do it, and it's Alexi B to secure it. We will see NaVi tomorrow. A chance to lift the Esports World Cup trophy. Just G2 standing in their way.
El comeback que metió estos muchachos, El comeback que han metido estas molequis. Tremendo para NaVi, Elimina a Mouz y clasifica la gran final de la eSport World Cup versus G2 mañana. Mañana a las 3 de la tarde, amigos. Bueno, y así hemos terminado el día de Counter. Vamos a tirar unas cajitas y nos vamos a retirar eso también. No tengo balance, puto pedido. Dame balance porque te mato. Terrible, Alexi, Mató 0-12 iba en el primer mapa. Mirá cómo lo combatió, man. Eso es un jugador de Counter, loco. Mental, puro mental. Puro mental. Código Forgi en Kedro, amigo, 0.50 gratis. Beneficio del depositar. Gente que la pique. Opa, me refirieron al toque. God. Yo iba llorando por él. Llora por mí. Piensa en mí. Llora por mí. Ah, no pensar en él. Código Forge en Kedrup, guys. Y en Skin Monkey también, perrito. Página detrás de Skin Monkey, no se olviden. No lo llames a él. Llora por mí. No llore por él. Opa. ¿Me pete? Me pete. Llora por mí. Ese match, no me gusta ese match, amigo. Pero mañana estoy para tirarle a G2, Piensa en mí. Te voy para tirar el G2 mañana, no me equivoco, código ForGX. Está jugando bien NaVi igual, Pero...
El aplauso para Giancarlo, chao.
3 de la tarde mañana, amigos,
Gracias. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Se va Giancarlos? Todo suyo, maestro.
Ah, no es que no confío en NaVi, amigos. Pero quedó. Está con el boost anímico de los cambios. Está con un Mouz y un Nico intratable. Un Maps que acompaña. Un Hunter que también aparece. Un Snacks que también está matando. ¡Ojo! ¡Ojo! No, ya hemos terminado el día de hoy, amigos. Código Forking K-Drop y aquí Monkey, página de entradas y apertura de cajas. ¡Te quiero yo! Cuerpo y alma, quiéreme. Quiéreme como te quiero yo. Ah, la historia igual es que Alexi siempre le ha ganado a sus ex equipos. Esa es una fuerte historia que siempre pasa. Alexi tiene hijo a todos sus ex equipos. Pero bueno, cambió IGL ahora, hay que ver si eso funciona. A ver la Machine. La Machine, ¿no, bicho? ¿Cómo me das? $10, 50, amigo. Can winning, no se olviden. Esta sale, Ah, igual no me toca. Confío en esta. Confío en esta. No. Una más. Una más. Bueno. Bueno. Recuperé la de la otra y de esta. La manita Fungi. 3 de 1, porque soy un pedazo. Ya la heladera. Mañana hay algo más temprano de Counter. No. Grand Final. Ah, igual la Laguna. Bueno, ojo, juega Imperial capaz mañana. Está jugando ahora Imperial contra Pain y va ganando el segundo mapa.
Gracias, que Dios los bendiga y todo lo mejor. Gracias por la invitación, Nico. Nos vemos. Los cielos, los quiero.
¿Los cielos?
Dios lo bendiga.
A ver, Wicaya. 5 de Wicaya, a ver. Ah, Wicaya, rompete algo mejor, hermano. Perdí plata igual.
Hoy me sorprendí y me golpeé de frente con la realidad.
Código for Game, amigos. No se olviden también de Skin Monkey, página de trades, Skin Monkey, página de trades, hermanitos. Si depositas con el código Forgi, tenés 35% de bonificación en todos los depósitos. Es decir, cargas 100 y te da 130. Tenés que reclamar el código Forgi. Tac. Y después para tradear, también, en la primera trade, si pasas los $100, te regala $5 de la página. Pone bot, caón. Bot versus humano versus bot y humano. ¿Cómo lo hizo? Gracias, Richie. El 25 arranca, el 24 arranca la CT, amigo. Va a estar jugando seguramente. ¿No le compré buff? No, no se puede usar más buff acá, me parece. No, me 8 horas. La semana que viene juegan de Z, amigos. 24, 25 aprox. Ah, eso de alquilar las esquinas es terrible. ¿Qué, pero ahí no lo puede devolver y ya está? ¿No hay forma de truchar eso? O sea, porque no es por medio de Valve, ¿o sí? A ver si te queda la policía. Terrible. Estamos perdiendo, man. ¡Opa! Pasemos ahora. La Skin Monkey no es mala para comprar. O sea, las páginas de trade por lo general perdés en algún punto algo de plata. Skin Monkey está bastante pareja. No sé si es la página de trades que más cerca de lo real está, pero tampoco es que parece una barbaridad. Hay bonificación y todo eso justamente para eso. Pero bueno, vos podés ver libremente qué página te sirve. Podés entrar a Skin Monkey y sacar la cuenta, esta sale tanto. Y si compras por ahí te va a quedar tanto. Y podés entrar a otra, no sé, otra página de trades y ver también. Las páginas de trades son el método, o sea, lo más fácil para comprar. Pones la tarjeta, pones PayPal, ganamos. Y ya compras, ¿entendés? Pero bueno, después hay otros métodos como stores y todo ese tipo de cosas que bueno, ahí También está bueno, pero bueno, es cuestión de que la historia tenga esa skin, o que la historia por ejemplo tiene una historia, o sea, un stock más reducido. La página de entrada está llena de cosas. Tenés que confiar también. Igual las historias de acá Argentina son todas confiables, ¿no? Pero por ahí la página de entrada entras, seguís los pasos y tenés la skin al toque, ¿no? Podés elegir vos si está baneada, si no está baneada. Bueno, amigos.
Destinados como el mar y la arena. Algo me falta si tú no estás aquí. Eres como la sangre que hay en mis venas. Indispensable para vivir. Si supieras que esa respuesta es todo lo que quieres oír. Yo ya te dejé la puerta abierta. Contigo me atrevo a sentir y no me alcanza el tiempo. Cuando estoy contigo, faltan tantos momentos, sobran los motivos pa' que ya no llores. Puedo ver la vida en color, todo el barrio nos mira, de vernos las horas. Te doy la mano y corremos, de todo rato volvemos, que nadie llame que no respondemos. Puedo ver la vida en color, todo el barrio nos mira, de vernos las horas. Como si fuera licor, te doy la mano y corremos, de todo rato volvemos, que nadie
Hay gente que... Hay gente que es resacada, boludo. Y Akira.
Qué facho que clavaste, hermano. Este tema lo pedí yo. Lo vas a cantar vos, te voy a escuchar de acá y yo te voy a ayudar.
Bueno, amigos, nos vamos retirando. Mañana tempranito estamos de nuevo, después del mediodía. No se olviden código Forging Kedrop en Skin Monkey, me ayuda muchísimo. Bueno, en Nuke ni hablar. Código 1xforgi. Métanse al Telegram. Mañana al final es a las 3 de la tarde. Si juega Imperial al mediodía, puede ser que prendamos para eso también. Vamos viendo.
Te he confesado mi amor y tú no lo has entendido. Te lo canto con el corazón y que el cielo sea testigo. Quiero que el mundo sepa lo mucho que te he querido y también quiero que vea.
¿A quién hosteamos, amigos? ¿Quién da a los pibes? No hay nadie laburando, man. Hombre. Lo dejo ahí, amigos. Gracias a todos por ver, por estar. Nos vemos mañana tempranito con más. Chau, chau.
Anda con poca ganas de pagar la página y parece que sí, bicho.
Anda con poca paja. Clávate una, man.